Alright, I'm working on Sneck again. What are we doing? So we're gonna make Snake types an asset because it makes it significantly easier to like keep track of everything and not have to rearrange everything multiple times. And that's important. I'm also gonna work on like a streamer mode thing where I'm trying to make the snakes appear on the screen. Because I was messing around with Bevy features, and by setting some stuff up properly in my graphics drivers, I can do cargo run. I don't know if it's gonna work. Because I don't know if I disabled it in the main. Transparency on. So the idea is that the window will be invisible, and I can make it like render over the screen, and it'll show up in the stream. And then I'll make like a little server on my end, client on yours, and it will bet you like drive the snakes around on the screen on the stream, because it's gonna be interesting. But we'll see how we go with that. So we're starting with assets. That's what we're doing. So to make the snake type assets, we're going to go to is it rendering, I guess, because it's like very much a rendering thing that it does. So we're going to say, because I like the snake type being external to that, but basically all the snake type is entirely rendering based. I mean, technically, as a plugin, it should probably point to as a thing, it should probably point to two places. So you should be like something like derive asset pub struct snake. That's right. Yes, that's what we're calling snake type. So we're gonna say like it's gonna have a animation, which would then be a we got a rendering, and we go here down here, and we go pub struct snake animation. Right, which is then going to just I guess it's going to be a new type of vec. Snake frames, something like that, and then pub struct snake frame, like except your handles images. So it's basically going to work the same as it currently does, except we're just going to store them inside of like a vector rather than storing all the different types like that. So it's going to be a rendering animation like that, and then cool. So to go to find snake type is there. So you have lots of weirdness going on. That's fine. So we're going to rename this to like snake ID, I guess. The idea being that we probably still want to like be able to cycle through them to get the different snake types. There's a snake ID. So you need to be reflect, I think. Type path. I think you do type path with that reflect. Yeah. Okay. Oh god. So move animation and then I'll snake animation. And for now, that's all that's going to go in the snake type. Oh, and it's ID. Which would be a snake ID. Cool. Okay, so how do I do this? Okay, maybe we should make its own module for this because it's going to be a little bit information dense, I think. So we're going to do like mod asset, I guess, and then we'll just cut this across and go use super like that. All right, so we've got snake type here, and so we need to like we need to like make an asset loader, I guess. So we're gonna say construct snake loader. I don't think it needs anything. Might need access to the asset, but I'm not sure. No, it shouldn't. We implement asset loader for snake type, but we have to qualify this because it's like that. Alright, so extension. Okay, you're right. So we're gonna call it a .snake file. I'm gonna say something like here. I'm gonna say snakes. Alright, then we have to go to, I guess, go back to here, find the first snake. So we're going to do the spotted white snake. Go here, I'm going to say new spotted white dot snake, like this. Because we probably should like keep the naming convention. So spotted white snake. Alright, how does it work? I think it's like this. And then it'll be like ID spotted white comma okay. I'm thinking I'm gonna make my own custom parser just because it seems like more fun on stream. So we'll do something like this. Seems like, then we're gonna say I guess head. And then here. Generally the head. There, you copy path. I might get to procedurally generate these once I've got like the base template laid out, just because I've already written a bunch of the numbers down. So we're gonna go to, what's it, snakes, white spotted head. It's gonna be like this. Right. Okay. So I guess tail, curve, and straight. Like that. Now I should probably make it a run just so that the IDE actually picks up on it, but yeah. Anyway, so the curve I believe is 0. And the straight is probably 1, and then the tail is, I don't know, 15 apparently. Yeah, 15. Alright. So we go back to our snake. So the tail is 15. So I don't remember how to do it. So if we go into here and we go Bevy and we turn on our features, yeah, I might be like bit rate's too low for streaming. Okay. Oh god. So we're gonna say version is 17. Oh, 0.17. And features equals file watcher. I think that's what it's called. We'll see if it compiles or not. But what the file watcher will do is it will brain switch on. The file watcher will let it like do hot reloading, so it'll detect that we changed something and then like try and load the file. Like in snake asset. Alright. Okay, we have to actually include this error, I believe. It's also derived, isn't it? Oh. Right, we need to include this error now. Dependencies. Okay. Error is snake asset error. I think it's a speak debug as well. Okay. We'll work on this for now. Okay, so I just got the function signature wrong as well. I thought just what it is, but anyway. Okay. Sure. Interesting. Alright, so we'll work on that error in a second. Snake. So I guess we're gonna say like first snake asset, which passes in this and this. I'm gonna say this is just the snake type and snake animation. I think we should make this an enum. Like this. And then we can say like it's a snake animation. But then it'll be not idle. What are you doing? It's more like snake graphic, but anyway, we'll call it animation for now because you know it's easy to rename later. Single, which is then snake graphic. Okay. That's actually a good name. Snake body. Right. Oop. Snake body. Right, so then it's either animated or single. So it's either a vector frame or a single frame. So you're going to return a snake type, and then we're going to say let I guess ID none. Let mute body none. I guess maybe. I'm gonna give it a none type because why not? You're just gonna equal a rendering snake body none. Technically I could give it a single and then no animations. That is a thing that I could also do. Maybe I should do that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So we're gonna single and we're gonna say snake frame. I'm gonna call it empty. Like this. Because I like the idea of having an empty snake frame and being like, we're gonna import the snake frame. No handle default. Nope, can't use const default. What even is the default handle? So ID and then version data just needs to be imported. All right, there you go. So we can just set up the default handles for everything, like so. Then we get rid of none type. There you go. All right. So the idea is that we can set it up with a single frame. I guess technically it would be I guess. I don't think how to do it, but it is, we want to loop through the body. Hmm. How is that? I reckon it's gonna be like body. Something like this. That seems good. Okay. So we start with a single frame, and then when we finish that frame, we can, like, if we find another frame, we can add it on. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Can I say like 4-line? That's not, you know, you need a whole reader, don't we? Hmm. How do we do this? It's like 4. Let's say block in data.split Sneck block. It would almost certainly be smarter just to actually use serialization. I'm just debating if I should just. I probably should. It's just can be so annoying to try and do like custom, like easy to read layouts with default serialization. Maybe like struct Sneck block, and then we like import pattern. Like this qualified. What? So unstable. Yep. So here we go. Sneck block with a pattern. So searcher. Right, is it the searcher that I'm supposed to be implementing then? I've done this like over in this editor. I'm making a Flector serializer, and I wrote all this stuff for that. I don't know where it is. I'll look at haystack because that's what I call everything. Haystack. Right. Nope. 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 Okay, never mind. Apparently, I didn't do it the way I thought it did. I thought I implemented a pattern, but maybe it's because pattern gets really hard because it wants all these different types and everything. So maybe we'll just get rid of that. And we'll just do it the clunky way of passing a string and like shifting the string along as we go. Where did I? It's in the lib, isn't it? Then we go back to here. I'm going to say Sneck block. So you need a like a haystack. which is just like a pointer stir, and alright, like that, and then you'll just snake block new, and then we pass in like that. Let's implement. It's gonna have this yet? No. Yeah. What? No. What the fuck are you doing? No, no. No, just return the snake block, please. Thank you. Gets our haystack, and then we implementer with a snake block, which returns apparently a string, which is just incorrect. It just returns Esther, like so. I think that's does a like this a right, and then to do. So we then iterate the block, and we go hey block. So we're gonna say let, I think it works something like key value split on semicolon. Error key value pair malformed. That okay. Down here we're just going to say okay, snake type if let some let some ID equals ID else return missing field static stuff ID. Okay. Yeah, like that. Right. So then that's to return all the right types. Then we can be like match key dot trim. Actually, the first thing you should probably like say haystack is haystack dot trim. All right, so close that. Close. So we say if it's ID, if it's body, then we're going to say probably make some like new functions, like, and I'm going to put them all on snake block because it's going to be my deserialized to snake. Actually, technically, we put it on the asset thing. Go put it on the asset snake loader. Snake loader. Horse snake ID. Like so. So we're gonna put this inside of snake loader. Import snake loader. Load like so. I'm gonna say hey. This is all inside the snake loader. Alright, snake loader. So it's gonna load our snake, and then we're gonna have inside here as well. We're gonna be like fn park snake ID. And then we're gonna say I think Strum has a mechanic for this. So we say snake ID, and we say Strum macros from into static string variant name variant array, enum string, try as, enum message, enum. I guess we do like int static stir. Alright, so pass Sneck. Okay, so we're gonna say for say error invalid value for field. I think I might just make you like a, maybe. I don't know if it's worth all the hassle this is gonna add, but I like the idea of like being able to return the actual segment of the string and not having to turn everything into strings. The fuck? No, go away. Don't. Whatever you're doing, buddy, go away. Oh. Okay. And then underscore. Unknown. Alright, no, that would be an unknown key. Key. Okay. Unknown key. There. So we can probably say like not K, maybe like unknown key K. Like that. So that would then tell us what key we found that it wasn't supposed to be there. Sneck ID, iter. I think we have to bring in strum iter. No, don't string it. No. Into. So like that. Okay. So then we have to do this annoying thing. We have to cast it to the right types and we like let name equal static. Oh, wait, into like this, and then we go, hey, your type is static. So, like this, and then we say, hey, does name equal data? Now my curiosity here is I might need to make a custom like compare. Like I don't think can you use things like data dot we'll ask the AI because it seems easier than me just like trying to flick through everything. New, there we go. Okay. Can you compare two string in Rust that are not in a way that is not case sensitive without needing to convert it to stir string to make them lower or lower. Oh, there you go. I'm curious how that's implemented, actually. My suspicion is that you just check which letter it is and then go down and go up. So we would go, I guess, name dot. It claims that it's equal ASCII case data. Like it's a real function, so like it exists. We're gonna trim this as well. Admittedly, I'd rather not have to trim absolutely everything, but like I've learned that whenever you're doing anything with strings, trim everything, because yeah, as bytes, okay. Equal ignore ASCII case. Self as bytes equal ignore ASCII case. It's very strange. So if lens don't equal, return false. Yep. And return self and other. And while let first A and ref at first B equals A B. Okay. Okay. A B ignores case. Okay. And self that two lowercase. Makes a copy of the value, there's your lowercase equivalent. Huh. It does it, it's just on an individual level rather than the whole string needing to be reallocated. Exactly what I wanted, so. We do this, we go, hey, snake arrow. Oh, you need a lifetime parameter. I don't know if it'll let me do this. Because you're going to say, hey, this isn't tied to the snake type at all. But we're going to be like, hey, no, actually, hey. No? Okay. Well, it's actually not A that we care about. It's, I think it's the load context or the reader. You maybe? Damn it. Okay. Well, we can't do that because we don't know how long this will live. So they have to be converted to strings. That's annoying. Whatever. Right. So let's get into that. Let's do this. I'm gonna say the string. Alright. Now I want to like do the same thing here where it's like, oh yeah, body shouldn't be case sensitive as well, but that seems a little much more difficult. Well, technically we just do all the letters, but okay. So the next we say yeah, that's how we pass the snake ID. We just literally compare the names. It's pretty straightforward. So next is to say fn parse snake snake. I'm going to say frame. Like this is going to return a snake frame. So none for block in snake block. I kind of want to call it a frame block, but who knows? Interesting. You need to keep track of stack, I guess, which is like a back of jars. I guess it'll make sense. Your stack is... Oops. Alright. Okay, so we'll make you do that, we'll take care of this. So you want to do this, and you're going to say, hey, when you get to here, we're going to say that ID equals sum. Like this. We can't do that that we're doing yesterday where we don't allocate it immediately and then we like wait until we passed it, because we need to actually set it to sum if we don't find it, which means that we may never actually hit this path. Alright, then you're going to be the same. Okay, you need to do other stuff, so we need to say like okay, frame, because this, okay, and then we're gonna say I kind of wanted to say that you're none in a like because peacock is fucking honk. That's weird. I want to go like frame because that can be like if body well yeah is none. Else no, you don't return error. Else, and then we match body. I guess it's not is none, it's if. Put this in the else case. I say if let some I'm trying to look at a nice way to do this. We're gonna say like match. Because match should let me like pat match all of them then. So match body. And then we say, hey, if you're none, then you know single frame. If you're some can we replace this? I'm gonna say if you're some snake body single first, and then we're gonna say first and then frame like so, and then we're gonna say this and push the frame. So they're like our three states that we can be in. So we either don't have a frame yet, in which case we set that to be a single frame. If we have a single frame, we must be in animation because we're adding a new frame. So we put the frame that we have at the beginning and the next frame, and then if we already have an animation, then we just attach the frame. Body equal no, let some body equals body else missing field frame. I guess it's missing field body, but yeah, don't frame. Okay, I mean that should be everything we need for now. So when we pass this, we have a head who's none. Actually, maybe we should have a base and a frame. I'm trying to think, like, would it be possible to override so that like you can animate just the head if you wanted to, and then you like load one body one. Alright. Anyway. We managed to keep frames. Head, some trim. No, please don't do that. No, these are optional handles to images. Now there was something I can pass in. I think it's up here. Where there's a load context. So there's asset path and then dependencies. Untyped asset ID should load dependency. Right, so there's something I can do, like I think it's like load context dot add dependencies. It must be loaded asset, right? asset. Has labeled asset. Add labeled asset. Like, what are we supposed to do? There's a thing you do. I don't know what it is. I have to go like here and go loaded asset. Value dependencies. Loaded dependencies labeled asset. Loaded asset scope. Begin labeled asset. To add the okay. There's definitely a function to just add the fucking function. Is it just finish? No. Has labeled asset. Okay. Read bytes, get label, handle, loader, load. I don't get how I'm supposed to. How do I add dependencies? Because A is just asset, right? But you do return a loaded asset, so maybe I'm supposed to put it in and be like. Maybe when I call load, maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. But what do I actually do with the asset? Get labeled, either take. But that was a fucking loaded asset. This says a result on asset loader load call. This contains the loaded root asset and any other labeled asset produced by the loader. It also holds the input asset method if it exists and tracks dependencies. Okay. Assets given assets has handles too. Okay. Strange. So is it load? If I call load and it calls loader.load. Okay. And then it says something like, and it says path and then handle. That handle should load dependencies for it should asset level load meta push. Okay. Alright, self load context dependencies insert. Okay. So if we call load, it adds it as a dependency. Alright, so that means that our parse snake assets probably needs to pass in a context. A reference to a mutable asset loader context, and annoyingly you also get this. And then Okay, block, so we split the key value, split once. I feel like that malformed key value needs to return something to tell me like where. Anyway, match key trim. Then we say, hey, if the key is head, then we say something like context load. That, and then we say, hey, here's some, and if it's straight or curve, do this, and then if it's K, you say, hey, unknown key. Data escapes, what do you mean? And why specifically that one? Borrowed data may escape. Load B. So the asset path is B. Okay. I think we need like 2-string it. Because annoyingly, Bevy's asset server is like, no, I can't possibly queue it and then not. Anyway, I mean, maybe the trick is to say that they're actually handled defaults instead of wrapping them in some. We like handle default like this. Do that. If anything, we could then just do a frame. Let new frame equals make frame empty, and then we just say frame dot head equals. Right, which then let's actually like condense this all down a little bit further, and that we can just assign. Got to my copied it. CTX dot load this. That okay, and then so that we return that the key doesn't exist, like so. Then we say snake frame, and we don't do that. We just return okay frame. Like so. And say, hey, this takes in 2 arguments because we need to pass in context. Okay. And then if I remember, we say something along the lines of let data equal reader.read to string. But data equals string with capacity reader len. No, okay, never mind. Gonna make a new string then. New string, like so. Then we're gonna say that you can read an await. You're not an await function. Anyway, we need to go something like async move. So like this. Right, and then we say, hey, parse order like that, and then I think that's what you do. Just do this. We don't need this. Fix this. Okay. Yes, that's an IO error. Error. IO error. Okay. Didn't declare that as mutable. Mute. This. And this. Do we have to like box? pin, maybe? I don't know. Nope. Conditional send future. Oh, wait, well, first of all, it's define a. Didn't really work, so. Do I need to box pin it then? Maybe. Maybe it did on its own. Yeah, cool. And then we're gonna go with settings. Something about leaking a private type. It's annoying. Okay. Okay, so these are apparently never used. We pass the snake asset. Right. So then we go like up to the top. I guess technically it'd be like in mod here. And then we go the snake plugin, and we go app.add asset, register asset, asset. Oh, we can do asset loader, and then we say asset snake loader app dot init asset. There we go. Okay. I guess we should init the asset loader too. Init asset loader. Yep, like that. Thank you. And then you're gonna tell me that it doesn't implement from world, so we're just gonna be like, hey, derive default, please. Right. So we have our init asset loader and init asset. And oh well, we might need this echo later. So inside of a rendering, we're doing this in this Sneck frame. Right. So I think in Snake here, we're gonna go somewhere we store all the snake textures, right? It's probably inside rendering. Alright, so we're gonna go in mod here, we're gonna say pub struct snakes. And then we're gonna say loaded snakes, maybe. No, I kind of want to do something cheeky. So maybe like pop them. Oh yeah, like loaded snakes. No. I don't think how to do this in like a fancy way. The one thing is we could give each of those types a string telling it to where to find the snake. Actually, that might be an interesting way of doing it. To go, hey, spotted white, like that, and then we can pull some kind of level of assets of a load and then pass in white spotted, maybe. So the way we'd want to do that is we're going to go. We could probably put it inside the snake type because handles aren't allowed to be components themselves. So where the hell is that snake type? It's in like spawn player snake. Right, so this snake now gets a handle to a snake type. This cannot find snake type. What do you mean can't find snake type? Okay. So now you've got a handle to a snake type. Something's throwing a red error somewhere. Where is this error? Okay. Oh yeah, because we say spawn. Interesting. Do we need access to the asset server? Default snake. I'm going to say world.resource asset server load. No. Want to load the snake ID spotted white. Now, my question is, what does it need to have? It needs to input into asset path, which we can 100% do that. That's why I was planning this, because it's kind of cheeky, because we can say like, hey, load this enum type, and it should load the actual enum type. Well, actually, we should say default, shouldn't we? Because then we can change which one it is. Default. There we go. Alright, so load that, and then we need to go to snake ID. We need to implement impl into asset path. For snake ID. Like so, and then let's do that, and then we need a lifetime parameter apparently. So it's like a good option. It's into alright, so into, and it takes self and returns an asset path. Source path label. Okay, so we could also just say that this is static, and we're just returning a string. New. You don't need to be as static. You just need to be like this, like this. Now, what is your complaint? Okay, so asset path, new. Parse maybe? Yeah, parse. What the fuck is it? I did kind of think it might be funnier just to put the snake names in there, but definitely easier to do this. Wait, what? So I can't do that because right, so do like cow let path equal cow, I guess std borrow cow owned format snake slash snake self, and then do I pass in path? If I pass in a reference to path, it won't work. No. Okay, do you have a different way that I can fucking construct you? Not really. So pass takes in a reference to a fucking static string. Try path. From path buffer, from path source. So you become owned. Into owned. Okay, so annoyingly it's going to be like It's actually going to be std path buffer from that, or there is a, do you have a from? Very annoying if you have a from. You have a from, don't you? Okay. There we go. And it'll work. There. Okay. Okay, that's, I don't, why, from Snake ID. Like that, and then from self. Oh, it's from val Snake ID. Okay. There we go. So is it just saying that if you implement into, you can only use into. If you implement from, the Rust compiler will automatically implement into, because you can like retroactively. I guess technically you could drive either direction, but they decided that from gets priority. So like if you implement from, then alright. So you get Sneck. Oh, we say access to the asset server. Asset server. And we say asset server dot load. And then we say Snake ID blue arrow Snake. Okay. Snake is private. Not long. Okay. So then you don't need a Snake ID anymore, because yeah, you don't do that. Then we need to track down Snake ID and say actually Snake ID is not a component anymore, to find all the places that I've been using it as a component. Like that. Should break a whole bunch of things that we can then go track down and fix. Okay. Get the Snake ID from the... Okay. I don't know if I need to do this anymore. But it's not Snake ID, it's Snake. Get Snake. Copied. Unwrap or default. Okay, so we don't actually need that entire thing. This is replaced with world.resource assets Snake type, and then we get Snake type, and you have to implement into asset ID. So we're gonna go to the Snake. You're going to import from Snake, Snake for asset ID Snake type. Self.0 ID. Value.0. Okay. So that means that when we access the Snake, we can just pass the Snake as if it's a handle, which we're doing here. Snake doesn't implement copy. We could probably implement copy and say copy gives us a week. I don't know. think we need to copy it. I think we just need to. I think it'd be like if let some snake type equals the world, and then we can wrap the whole thing in parentheses like this. Okay, hey, let the texture equal this, because in theory we could then say let texture equal, and then if it doesn't find anything, it can just return no texture. Okay. That's not, there you go. So we pass in the snake type. Wait, what are you complaining about? Oh, it's from reference to snake type. So we have to find our snake now. Can we like unreference it? No. Okay, so we have to find our snake. We have to say, hey, actually, technically you're the fucking. Wait, what was that anyway? Alright. Snake. So that should fix that error. So now we're snake type. So then it's like body.tail. I can do that. We get rid of this clone, and what we can do is we'll add a function to the type, so that when we call .tail, we get the type. So we're gonna go body, snake body. Then we're gonna go down here. We're gonna say simple snake body. Pub fn tail. See, so what you do? I don't know. That should be fine. Get the tail handle for this snake body if animated get last frame no first. At this point just index to 0, because if it's gonna crash, we might as well just crash. No point getting and unwrapping and slowing everything down. It's gonna crash anyway. Now if I hover over this, does it say that? No, I think it has to be triple commented to documentation. Get tail. Is it then you go to like the end here and you say BR? So is that here that? Yeah. If animated get if animated returns tail of the first frame. Okay. So this is all fine. It's all fine. So snakes. So this is we now get snake. I guess. And then instead of passing in instead of this we say assets snake type. And then, so then we get we can pass in the snake. Yeah, hey. Texture not yet loaded. I'm curious because I want to implement. In theory, copy snake. We can modify snake here to look up what the handle points to. I think you can see the path without actually needing the asset server. So you can then like look up where it is, and we could like display the name for the snake. Unit display, and then snake image. Okay, so we need to go to you and we need to like implement and get. Alright, so snake type needs to implement get. Interesting. It's not really get then, is it? When exactly are we using that? It says update snake texture. Right. I reckon we go like import snake type. So we need something. Get. So he's gonna pass in this, which is gonna take in self and a piece. Which is a snake piece and an index. This. Okay. So if you request any kind of, if it's only a single frame, we just ignore the index. Because oh, actually that might be smarter. So do that. Don't take in the piece, and then this is get underscore frame, and then a snake frame would then have get, and then you just clone that out like that, which then means we go back to, I guess, tracking down where all the red arrows are. It isn't working this way. Okay, so we say, hey, can we get frame? And I don't know what the index is going to be. Let's say 0, and then dot get piece. Okay, we should probably call that get piece. Segment, maybe. Okay, segment. I don't know how we're going to do frames. We could just pass in the tick that we're on, but it feels like you'd want it to reset at some point. Yeah. I guess if you're sitting there for 4 billion frames, it's a lot of frames. So we could just like keep track of an U32 that we pass in or resize even. Except most likely to be 64-bit. So you're actually a mute snake. Need to import snake. Right. So the changing of the skin. Annoyingly, we're going to need access to different things because we kind of need to know what the snake is. So we need to go to snakes. Yeah, snake types. Versus snake types. Apparently, all private. Why can't I have 12 for private type? Snake. Where's snake type? At the bottom, probably. No, it's an asset, isn't it? Snake type. No, it's there. It's just that you need to re-import it. Pub. Use snake type. No, it's been defined multiple times. We now need to go back up the top. Snake type. You're good to go. Right, so we have a snake type, and I'm going to debug here. Right, so I mean, technically we could call snake type.next, but that's not going to help get the right handle. It might though. I don't remember how the handles work. I think they're indexed. Obstruct snake type. Okay, so what we need to do is, this is snake type. So when we say like, let some snake type fail to get snake type or skin change. Snake type. Okay. Fail to get snake type or skin change. We just pass in the snake. So, okay. Right. So we say, hey, else spawn this, and we're gonna say, hey, snake type. So we're gonna say let next equal snake type at next. Okay, so it was called skin for now. Keep it separate. Skin. We say skin dot ID dot next. Like that. So that'll get us our next thing, and then we can say we just grab the asset server. Like we say like, hey, the snake type is equal to asset.load next. We just need to probably make you deref, not snake type. Debug snake. Give you deref and deref new. Okay. Do I dereference it twice? Okay, cool. Okay, rendering. It's still got a few little hiccups to go. Okay, so that one's just a naming thing. And then you're saying that some type's taking in the wrong type, which is interesting. What the fuck? So something's got the wrong type coming into it. Anyway, let's work on fixing the display so that the red errors actually point to the right places, I guess. So we have to get a snake. And we're gonna like import std format display for snake. Right. No, don't write its ID. Maybe though. We'll track down handle and we'll see. I'm pretty sure you can get access. So if it's a strong handle, we get access to the arc strong handle. You get access to that. Don't do ID because ID is just okay. Yeah. So I'm assuming we can get it because it's public, so we can get it. We can get to here at least. Do we just format the handle? I don't think we can get access to the path, but we'll try. Worst case, I think we can reflect our way in. So, where's our snake? Yeah. So don't do ID. ID's dumb. You could just debug display it, but I'm thinking what we do is we say match self.0. Okay, no, it's not weak, it's UUID. Okay. You don't get for attack. Alright. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, there. So, what are you actually complaining about? Oh, it's saying that this has to. Because the UID has phantom data. Okay. So strong arc. Yes. Okay. So can I say like ID dot So I can apply it, which means it has partial reflect, which means I can actually just pull the fucking name out, because even though it's private. Okay, cool. Love that. So I just want to have a quick look. Strong handle. Yes, it's all private. Asset server manage path. So I'm gonna say, hey, can okay, so this is like get path. Okay, so the let path equal to this, and then we go do. What? No, it's option asset path. Not you. Handle. Strong. Handle. Asset path. Option asset path. Okay. And then the path I think is just yeah. I think that's just that works. Yeah. Okay. Else. Snake unknown. Right. So we don't just put the path in because one path doesn't have ID. But for now we can just put the path in. Path, as a path. What do we have access to? Because I think we can just get the path out. We could probably also get the file name out. Yeah, so we can pull out the path with label, clone, parent, resolve, get full extension, file. If we call it like path.file name, yeah, okay, cool. So we can do that. We can just except I think we want to go something like this. You apparently don't implement display. Like that. Okay. Cannot move. Is as ref. Or actually, do we just say ref? That yeah. Cool. So then that should display the correct name when we inevitably try to do something that's not loaded. So update Sneck frame. This apparently, yeah, there we go. So this is Sneck. Snake type. Oh, get animation. Okay. So update Snake animation frame is going to be completely changed actually. So what we're going to do is we're going to go, hey, accrued. We could probably store a frame rate or something inside the Snake as well, which would be kind of cool. But update Snake animation frame. And we're going to say, we need to make it a resource. So rendering struct Snake frame. And this is going to be like a usize. And then we're going to say newt frame. I guess each snake can have its own fucking frame. Technically, you probably want to put that inside the snake struct, then you're going to do that. They're always going to be accessed together. Yeah, sure. So what we'll do is we'll add a frame to the snake. Oh, this needs to be snake. So this, and then we support snake don't get the animation. We say how's it work? We're gonna say like snake dot frame plus equals 1. Okay, cool. Sure. Then we need to add that to the snake, don't we? We've got an actual snake and we say, hey snake, we're gonna say snake pipe, like so. Wait, what's up? Like this. Okay, and then we need to declare that this is when we say deref. Like that. As far as you care, it's a handle. So then there'd be like snake type ID. So, and then we match the snake type. Okay. So we're gonna here, hey snake. Like to say new. And then default snake. And then we go, hey snake. And it like oh snake. Alright, cool. Let's do that. So it's not gonna animate them anymore because we're no longer cycling through the different snakes. You do an apparent implement display because you're strange. I'm assuming I can if we have to as ref it. The Bevy doesn't seem to like that it's wrapped in a mute, or the form. Rust doesn't like that it's wrapped in a mute, saying, hey, like the mute doesn't implement display. Okay. So saying expected function or to variant found struct snake. New. There. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So pass in the snake type and then that'll return as a snake. You're the same. So new. Gear free window A. That's probably going to complain that it doesn't exist, but we'll find out what it looks like when we try to load an asset that doesn't exist. Okay. It's really fucking taking its toll compiling. My fans spin like crazy. Interesting. Alright. Back in. Oh, okay. It's still compiling, goddamn. Alright. So what are we doing? We play the blue arrow snake, which is also not gonna load because we only made the white spotted snake. God damn it. Alright, we'll make the blue snake now too. New file. Arrow blue. Blue. Oh god. I just realized we didn't do like any of the like parsing. I think we just return to do, which is funny because snake unknown. Yeah, because it didn't actually load a snake. Okay, the blue arrow. So you just need to go find the actual numbers for the blue arrow snake. So it's gonna get snake ID because it's in rendering. We can put the snake ID somewhere in here. Snake texture handles. Snake ID up here. Let's snake ID. Right. So let me say segments. So it's hey. What's up? Blue arrow. So it's 2. We'll just copy these numbers. Let's get straight in here. Now I can pretty easily automate the ones I've already done. I can just do 6. Copy these values. Let's also just pick the wrong. Let's I just realized the white snake's got the wrong number because it's got too many zeros. So that should work. That should work. Now when we I find it strange that it says the path doesn't exist, but like if I click the path, it like quite clearly exists. Like it can shortcut to it, so it's a bit strange. But anyway, path not found. Oh yeah, I don't get that. Maybe it's got a space at the end or something that's breaking it. Anyway, we need to actually write the parser. Well, I guess the parser is pointless if it doesn't. We can't find it. So annoying. Where is it? It's like mod snake ID, and then we need to do something that's like snakes. Snake. Did I just maybe? Sorry to keep muting myself. It's getting really loud, and I don't like people shouting things in the background. Okay. We're doing so snake type. Apparently this isn't public, so you got to here and be like, use snake type here. Since it's in snake, so why can't I see it from main? Snake type. Why couldn't I find it? Okay. Fine. You're doing my head in. Okay. So we can call into, because into doesn't take a type, we have to tell it that it's turning it into this first. Okay. Alright, let me have to qualify this. Bevy assets. And you need a generic lifetime. Oh, you don't take in a type, you just take in a lifetime. Why do you keep trying to put a static lifetime? Okay, can I now print this name? What is wrong? Like, I don't get why when I load a specific, like, literal, it works, but when it's also turning it into a UID, which is interesting. Failed to load snake because the asset loaded panicked, which is probably why it's a UID, because it didn't actually return the type, so it's just like, hey, we've marked that this is a thing, but we haven't actually. Anyway, did it print something? Okay. Asset path is unapproved. See, unapproved path. Okay. Test snake path is apparently snake. So this error is actually what we call load. Oh, can I just like? So if I call the whole thing, it doesn't. But if I say like load snakes, maybe this is why it can find it one way but can't find it the other. Maybe. I don't think so. Really needs to stop spamming the console. Alright. What did it say? It said test snake path. Create. So it definitely still found it. Failed to load assets. Snakes. Arrow blue dot snake. Asset load. So the asset loaded panic, which means it actually did find it. Then this is a test snake path, which is snakes. Blue arrow. So if I do this, right? So let new equals. And then we're gonna have like format. Like this. Right. And then if can we insert equal? Right. What the fuck is different? Like, why can I load it like this, but I can't load it like that? Well, okay, apparently they are equal, but maybe I was just doing something wrong. Like, but arrow blue, like, it's gonna work. No, because it's now spitting out unknown, which means it's just not finding it. Oh, but it did say fail to load, so maybe loading it this way loads it differently. I don't know, it's a bit weird. That or I'm like a run ahead, no? Alright. Maybe we should stop panicking. And continue on our escapades from here. So we're gonna go, hey. I'm gonna leave it like this. And then we're gonna go to our assets here. And we're gonna maybe just not panic immediately. I think you should just return and we'll be lazy and say like into the user size. We're just gonna say hey match self.I so 0 you return some so first off self dot I plus equal 1. And then we say return ID spotted white. And then we say 1. And then we say none. And then this would say self dot I plus equals 1 sum body these need commas at the end, don't they? Alright. Need commas. Okay. So we just need to, that's what it looks like. Except we need to go like your raw string, raw hash. Right, like that. Cool. So
chickens, or you just want to go?
Okay. So that's all working. We'll see if it passes properly. Did it work? No, it's throwing an error somewhere. Where the fuck is the error? So the snake still didn't load. Why didn't it load? How it's a common closure. What?
We might take these chickens.
Okay. Failed to load asset. Blue arrow with the asset loader. Snake loader. Key. Unknown key ID. Did I not trim it properly? What do you mean unknown key ID? I trimmed it. It says ID. Unknown key ID. So I'm gonna wrap it in backticks so that it's easier to see like exactly what actually went wrong. These ones. You're the same. You should probably like. Okay. Unknown key ID. Except, what the fuck do you mean unknown key? Well, I'm gonna shoot invalid values. Something's probably passing back unknown key. That it's not supposed to be passing back unknown key. Where do we use unknown key? 3 places. So that doesn't seem right because there's only 1 place where we get a key. No, you're right. No, unknown. Unknown key. The issue is, where is this actually? Unknown key. So unknown key needs to have additional information, I guess. Unknown key. Unknown key. And then this can be like a static string. Unknown key in unknown key in one. So yeah, block. That's good. Block. Okay, cool. So then we can come down here and we say unknown key in root, and then this is unknown key in body. Right. So the idea is that we can run this and it will tell us if we're inside the kernel. I might tell the this thing like to do like spans and stuff like that, but we'll get there eventually. Track down the fucking arrow. Up. Yep. Okay. So what did you say? You said, well, we didn't do anything apparently. I put it too far up. So all we need to do is run and then immediately control C it. Run it and kill it. So that it fucking not too much shit. Okay. So Failed to load asset, snakes below, snakes asset, panicked in body block. Okay. So why the hell is the body block? So we obviously hit body, but then how did you get... Oh, because you made a new one. That's how come you got ID. Okay, so match, and so you can say, like, we're just going to say for now, because in theory, like, ID should never turn up. Like, this actually is a genuine mistake that it's finding, but it's only because I'm passing in dummy data. So, like, the ID should never actually be inside there. It's only because when it makes a new block passer, it just breaks. So, Snake still didn't render. Annoys me. But, what did it say? Unknown key body in block body. Okay, yeah, cool. That did. Interesting. So body would then return all that stuff, which we're just going to ignore again, and then we're going to say, hey, I mean, technically, because... Oh, yeah, again, because we're passing all that in, but because it's... Yeah. Right, so then we're going to say 2 is then... head. Like this. Raw, and then... Alright, so... we're getting further. Directory name doesn't exist, but that's fine. So, well, first off, we probably get rid of the Y stuff, because it's just from battle snakes. But that's a specific, like, battle snake. Right. You do the same. I'm not gonna bother with that one, because that one doesn't matter. So, the file and directory doesn't do that. So, it's loading other stuff, relative, which probably just actually make it load the proper data. We just have to make it fucking pass it properly. So file directory syntax. Okay, so I don't know what it's got a fucking issue with. The file name, directory name, or volume label is incorrect. Okay, cool. So it doesn't like that, but alright, that seems fine. I think we'll actually work on parsing it. It seems like it's making it, it's just not actually parsing it properly, which means we're just going to say, hey, we're going to say self.next next block. That, and we say fn next block like this, and you say, hey, you return some like this, and you say, hey, what? No. So what you do is you go. You might need to keep track of if you're in a string or not. Maybe not though. So we say like let chars equal haystack dot chars indices, this like that. Okay, this will iterate through all the letters and give us access to what the letter is, and then we go while let some Charles equals Charles dot next. Right, okay, so INC. I'm curious. I saw something the other day when the AI did like a auto filter something for me. Was it for IC chars? It's like ref. Right. There was like a way that it did it that like let you keep there was something like there's too many for loops in this thing for this to actually like work at all. So iter mute for, okay, so we're looking for like for space because that should do it, and then it should always start with a space. It cut down to only 4 statements. Not quite. There was definitely something like I did something that meant that like it could still access the external iterator while inside the iterator. This is where I am now. For snake size. So other files I don't care about. So is it rendering? That's a comment. For mute snake in mute snake. No. Snake ID iter. That's what it was. It was the issue is I may have changed how it works now. I think I did, yeah. So we'll have to go back to an old Git to see it. So can we stash this? And then we're gonna revert back to when did I change it though? Actually technically I probably don't have to revert back, but yeah. It was like, well, it must be one of the debug menus. When we change how the snake works, here, change snake size, change skin. So it's pre this because this is just, no, it is this. It's just we have to find the snake types next. Okay, so I reckon if we revert to here. I'm gonna check out this commit. Yes. Alright, so I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go snake type. I apparently can't. Oh, it's this snake type. Nope, apparently it just doesn't exist. Alright. This is not the right GitHub, that'd be why. The right repo. Snake type. Right. So go to the blue arrow, go here, go somewhere in a minute, next by ref. This is word. Okay, so by ref. So now we very carefully go back to our GitHub and we go, hey, can we go back to on stream? And then I want to go stash changes and I want to very carefully click restore. The number of times I've accidentally fucking discarded my changes. when I've done something, I've tried to understand stuff. Anyway, the idea that I was going for is that if we say char indices, we can say like a for loop instead. Yeah, for I see in chars dot by ref. The idea is that you can I can call like next to skip things. So you usually have to do that in a while loop, because the for loop takes the iterator, so you can no longer call next on it. Anyway, then we return if we get to here, we return none. That means empty. Right. Okay. Fire. So we're gonna say match C. Okay. So alright. So we need like a let me in string pause. Okay, so see, so what we're doing is we're basically going like through each character and we're doing different things, but the state of our parser here. So what we're going to start with is going, anytime we see a quote, we swap whether we're inside a string or not, and then different things can do different things based on if we're inside a string or not. So like for example, we can go, hey, if you see a, oh, it's back, no, it's obviously forward slash back. Yeah, okay, so if you see a backslash, if in string, we skip the next character because it's an escape character. So okay, so what we do is we're going to say if we're not in a string and we come across a parentheses, we're going to push that onto our little stack of parentheses. I think in theory you can also do like all of them together, so you can like that one and also this one, because we're pushing them onto a stack. It doesn't matter which one we hit because we're actually pushing the specific one we hit. If we got, we're pushing that exact one on. You do it slightly differently for the popping them off, because you need to check that it's the reciprocal and you can't just compare them then. Basically, if we hit any of those, we push them onto our stack. If we're not in a string, if we're in a string, we just ignore them because we're in a string, so they could just be part of the string, or they are just part of the string. That's why when we're in a string, and we come across a slash, we skip the next character because like they've been escaped. So it's like we're inside a string, we don't want to read what the next character is and do anything with it. Yeah, non-exhaustive pattern, come on. So I think we want something like, if we come across a comma, that's it, isn't it? You should return, it should be like if self dot haystack dot is empty, return none. Well, I guess it's none. Else let out equal some self dot haystack dot trim, and haystack equals nothing and out. The idea being that we're more or less going, hey, if it's empty, that means we're finished, like there's nothing to look for. Return none. And if it's not empty and you get to here, it means you've gone through everything and you didn't find the final bit. So we're close. So we're going to say, hey, if you come across a comma, ampersand, no, yeah. Come across a comma, if not in string, ampersand self.stack is empty, then we say that the output is the haystack up to I, which is the current index we're in, trimmed, just remember white space. Then we set the haystack equal to one index further, because basically we said, hey, we found this comma, so we're going to set it to just past that comma, and then we return that value there, the haystack. More than okay, so the final thing to do is then, yeah, it's good. So if it's a closing brace of any kind, and we're not in a string, let the opening version, so closing on the opening, unread, if let some last stack dot pop last does not equal open, return none, mismatch closing, unmatched closing. So my issue with this being an iterator is we should probably make it return a result. Like this, and the asset error, because then at the moment I want to do this just because it makes the return type simpler. Like I don't want to return a wrapped option. I want to return okay, like that. Even unmatched, but wait. I return error. Well, yeah, something. But you should just return okay. Like this. I guess. Yeah, that should be fine. The other option is to just like say return self.haystack, but you kind of have to do it this way. Yeah, we can go without the branch. We can just assign empty string and return result like this, and then we say match if let some no, if let okay I need to keep it, I guess. So we say like let b let's let r equal self.next block, right? And then we say if r dot if let some apparently I can't do that because it's let okay. If let okay none. Okay, so basically, if R is an empty string, return none, otherwise return whatever's an R, because then up here we can say that we can say let block equal block. So we basically can bubble the errors out of our parsing, because we can actually do things like up here we're gonna be like error is it like missing trailing comma, maybe and we say an error, and this is going to be missing mismatched brackets, and we pass in we need char be like found expected once something the result. Oh yeah, so it's just the same thing left block bubble the error. Okay, if you come down here, we go okay. The first up, we're gonna get rid of the body and ID so that they don't trip us up later if somehow we fuck it up. Wait a minute. So you return okay out. So this is our comma at the end. Except you're wrapped in some here, so you should just be okay out then. Okay out. Right. So right here, so we go, hey, you're one of these three. We say if let sum last, sum stack pop. If last equals open, mismatch brackets. So last was what we found, and open is what we expected. I don't think open is what we expected. That doesn't quite make sense. It should be more like found. So found is not last. Found is C. We found C. And we expected let's make a little like helper function and then bracket recip, which takes in char Alright, then we say, hey, we found C and we expected bracket recip last. So we want the reciprocal at the last, and then we say, hey, that's not a mismatch though, unmatched close. Error. Unmatched closing bracket. Okay, and then you return not none, but instead error. Unmatched closing bracket. Right, and then we say cool. Everything else just gets skipped like that, and we go, hey, yeah. cannot borrow chars as mutable more than once at a time. A for loop advances the array for you. The result is stored. Pattern. God damn it. Fine. Wow. Let Charles dot next. Apparently we can't do it in a for loop. Anyway, it's exactly the same thing as a for loop, except I can, you know, increment shit on my own. Alright, I mean, that should work. It's probably not going to, because I can't imagine it's any different code-wise. It's still throwing an texture not loading. Not loaded yet. But it's not throwing that other error, but I think that may be worse, because it's implying something else is going on. So, what happened? Unknown key. Head in block. In body block. Okay. So that's a you problem. Right? Yeah, unknown key. So we say, hey, we get a block and we go so we already ripped body off of it. It's gonna start again. So if block dot, now we're just gonna say block dot is it heal. It's not very object oriented, I mean, whatever it's called. So we're gonna say something like, I mean, a new error, so error something like block not wrapped in chart. So it's going to be something like this. I think we need to go comma. Maybe go also like this, and we say bracket recip of dot 0. Like that. So the bracket reciprocal, just put, you know, opening, closing, and then we're gonna say, hey, peel. Can you peel this? And then, yeah, blah 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 blah. Wait, what the fuck is this function coming from? Oh, right. No, okay, cool. Wait, did the AI add that? Because I don't remember. So, what? No, heal, res. You return. So you take in a stir. You return wrapping. Which is char any of this. And then we say, hey, let, I guess it's something like, oh, you return result thing. result. So your result stir and starting as assert. So what we do is we say let trimmed. I guess we just say you return res dot trimmed dot trim prefix. I think this one returns the result. No, it's the other one. Strip, right? Strip prefix. Strip prefix. Or okay, or so your error is snake. That's it. Error. Block not wrapped in wrapping. More like block missing block not wrapped in is the error. Block, we're gonna say block missing when you get something like this we say we give you a bool. I'm going to say something more like if dot one opening. We'll call it leading, trailing. You need to be a 0. You're 0. And 0 to 2. Okay. Leading and trailing. And then we come down here and we say, hey, strip prefix, which is wrapping. And then true. So true is leading. Okay. Then we say dot. With question mark operator dot strip suffix, which is then going to be bracket wrapping dot okay or snake asset error missing trailing block not wrapped. So this would so we just may as well just declare up here, make it easier. Let rep it reciprocal. Okay, and then we say recip and then false and recip. Okay, and then we go to, I think that should be done. So basically when we call peel, it just removes one layer of whatever we requested off the side. So if we say hey peel curly brace, it'll remove a curly brace. Because of how the bracket recip works, you can pass it in a backwards curly brace and you'll go find it, remove a opening curly brace from the other end. But yeah, but you can pass in quotes, anything like you expect there to be one on either end. So if you want pipes, you could do that. It just strips one from the other end, one from either end. Well, it's not complaining about not having a snake anymore. It is complaining about encountered an IO error while loading the asset file name. Or volume label syntax is incorrect, which I suspect is actually because in here I think they're like Y, so we want to go something like, it's like battle snake, something like that. And same with you. Battle snake. These need commas. Maybe they don't. I don't know. And run a code. Technically, you don't need one because it only splits that. Okay, something through an error. But what is throwing the error? The asset said it's throwing the error, but like why? Like it's not actually even telling me what it's doing. Auto error when loading the asset. Snake assets. Alright, so is I I'm curious what the hell you're returning. Like when is it throwing it? So I suspect it's got to be like here, right? So we've got to be like, can we like print? It's probably got the quote still around it, so we're gonna be like print line like that. So my suspicion is that we probably want to say value trim and then unwrap the string. Because like theoretically you said that we got key head value is the like backtick battle snakes in quotes, which means that that's very incorrect. Wait, that makes even less sense. Do we put that? Let's just pass this path snake frame. Why is your value? Excuse me? Aren't you supposed to stop when you come across a comma? Because I'm pretty sure when I pass you in, right, we pass in data, we're going to say print line data. Right? So this is the data actually passed into the snake thing. So no wonder it's not liking it. It's been in a really fucking bizarre looking string. Right? So the data passed in is this. So first off, it's block. Heal happens up here. So we have like data heal. We have to get rid of the outermost shit off of the data. That. Then, well, I guess technically we should rename it a data. And then we go, hey, down here we need to say let block equal block, like that. So that should work a little bit closer, because that should say hey data and then peel away the outermost layer, and then we run through, because without, so we do that. And then now we're getting head, tail, straight. Like each is getting their own key, and then each is past this, and it says, hey, it doesn't like this, because now it finds 4 of them, which makes much more sense. Unknown key straight. Which one's spelled correctly though? Go with that one. So we're gonna go here, we're gonna say, hey, straight. Straight. Okay. So that should fix the unknown key at least. Then we're gonna go to back to our asset. I have to work out so what's going on. Right, we need to when we get to here, we need to let value equal heal this trimmed, like so, but we're gonna no, it's back to remove a quotations. So that should strip away all the unnecessary guff. Hey, look, it's passing them wrong, but that's almost certainly because I've put the wrong numbers in. So for some reason, when I copied across your information from rendering, it's very strange. Not you. You. What did I fuck up? So head's correct at 266. Tail is supposed to, okay. So it's more that I just copied them across directly in order, and that they're in a different order. So tail is 239, and straight is 225, and curved is actually correct. And then, hey, fixed it. And hot reloading means that we get to see the snake update in real time. As I can be like, hey, 256. Now it's heads everywhere. Yeah. Hey. Okay. Kind of feel like I want to make a quick little macro, or like a little piece of code that'll like make the rest of these for the ones I've done. So I'll have to go in. Interesting. All right, yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, it should be easy enough. Because they still got their animation frame stuff. So, okay, we need to stop it from printing. So they don't print the data every time. Don't print the key value pairs every time. All right, cool. So with that, we have head, straight, cursor. Okay, so so that should do all that. So we're just going to quickly do a little no, not example usage. There's maybe what to call it test. FM quick. Our export. Thanks. See this. Okay. So we're gonna say for snake ID and snake IDs, let name. Yep, cool. Then you're gonna, yep. Don't read to string. Don't load context. Right. So we're gonna say let mute file equals path open create oh wait like open options open options new dot create true right true open. I think right is always true when create's called, you know. File open with create but truncate behavior not defined. Dot truncate. Right, cool. So we say file expect. Sure. Except I don't think your path is that. Your path should be this. No, don't slash little bastard. All right, so you should be able to create any of them now. Get rid of this just to make it shut up yellow lines. So we say hey, then we have a file, and then failed to create a function called inside of accept. Just gonna say unwrap. Oh, okay. Hit the file, and then we're gonna say something like, right line. File. Okay, so use stdfs, right? Like that. No IO. Right, okay. So now name. So we're gonna say something like this, then new line, ID, comma, name. There we write. If let some, because we know there's only going to be so many names. If let some frame equals snake ID dot get animation else. Actually, they should all write the body. It's just if there is some write the extra one. So we're gonna say hey write ID, then we're gonna write this one's gonna say new line body parentheses like this, then we're gonna go except you're going to be in head, and you're going to say this this head path, right, and then you're going to say tail. You can reorder these. Head curve straight tail, head curve straight tail. Alright, so we're going to say head curve straight tail. Go back to our asset. It's going to go, hey, can we go here? So I want 4 of these maybe? How that quite works. I guess technically the easiest way to do it would be to paste this in, and then let's tab these all at the same indentation. Then we're gonna grab like this bit, Control C, paste that. And then we go at end, and then we go we need an extra one of these, dot unwrap like so. Also each of these need to come back to here and do like a hash, and then we have to go home, control. You need to be an r hash, right? Except that this bit here is being replaced with our funky Sneck. Like that. Yep, they'll need that extra little bit. You go away. I think then we just write closing on its own line, and I don't think you get a trailing comma. So have to do this again, but we need to go, hey, so let in what was it? IDs equal snake ID get how do I do it? There's a dumb sequence of events you need to do to get these segment indices. We need to make this public. Segment indices. Okay, anyway, say segment indices, and here we're going to say I guess it's like a segment. So we say segments, so we say segments.head. Alright, let me guess, everything inside segment indices is private. Yep. But you're pub now, and you're also pub. Mostly because the system isn't going to exist after this, because it becomes like an irrelevant type. Yeah, comma. So curve, straight, tail. Right, then you just do exactly the same thing again, like so. Except we say that the segments is the new segment, and then in theory, because it's just going to iterate through everything, and then your frame. So it's going to iterate through everything, from what I understand. So I was going to be a pain in the ass, isn't it? Oh, no. Usually when you run the tests, they recompile in release mode. So I was expecting it to like take forever, but there might be examples that no benchmarks. There's a certain thing that you can do and it'll just recompile everything in release mode. It's such a pain. It failed. Why did it fail? The parameter is incorrect. What do you mean? Invalid input. What do you mean invalid input? The parameter is incorrect. The fuck does that mean? Parameter is incorrect. No, it really doesn't like it. Can we just say format name dot snake like that? They're all going to end up like here, but I don't care. I can just move them in there. What the fuck do you mean parameter incorrect? Create. Okay. What do you mean parameter incorrect? Invalid input. std fs file create new path dot. If this works, I don't fucking know what the difference is. My suspicion is maybe that the snake name is incorrect. Already exists. Okay, well, it's at least making it further than before. Create. It's a good sign because it means it's in like exactly the right location. It's telling me that it already exists. Hey, done. So, well, fuck you. Oh, apparently it's like a raw string. God damn it. Doesn't matter. We can just run it again. Ha ha ha. You apparently don't have a closing, so that's good. Good to know. So we go to assets, we go to test, we go, hey, because this is raw, we can just put them on a new line. No, it's gonna fill it with fucking tabs, isn't it? I do want it to have a tab there. I think there's 4 tabs to a. We'll just copy it. Paste that. Oh, you can do that. It looks hideous, but it won't. Put you here and now I feel with you too. Okay. So you do that, you do that, you do this, that, this, that. Alright, then you go there, and then you go there, and then we go, hey, we also need a closing one here. Cool. So the thing is we're gonna have an A and a B, you know, like an eyeball A, eyeball B, A B, A B, A B, because, but it doesn't matter because we can just like remove those. Okay, cool. So we go here, we go not quite. Okay, so for some reason it's got fucking 2 sets of new lines. Interesting. Oh, I should have picked up on the fact that it's going to have 2 sets of new lines because it was already on a new line. Right. Well, if we just go back to like here. Right, because I'm using the right line. Yep. Okay, that's fine. One of you, yeah, you will have the fucking new lines. Home, backspace. We go here, we have home. I said home, backspace. Home, backspace. Fucking home, backspace. Right. I'm gonna print all of those, all those. Run that test. It's got too many new lines. Like you, I believe, are also new lining, aren't you? So you need it, but then you don't, because we write a line and we write a line. And, same here, we've got new line and then a new line. Technically that should all be indented one, but I can't be bothered. Okay. So you don't need a new line and you don't need a new line because you'll write new lines and you don't want a new line because you're the last in the file. Okay, so how are we going? Did that work? Not quite. The tail is still fucking new lining somehow. We also need to strip out the A's and the B's, but yeah, pain, isn't it? We can leave the A's. Not care enough. Strip it out eventually, but what? Which one of you fuckers is putting? Okay, you. I was gonna say that maybe body doesn't need the new line. No, it appears to need the new line. Oh no, it doesn't. This body doesn't. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So as it's, this body doesn't. It's probably the other body doesn't either. The body just doesn't have it already. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. We're gonna run this again, and we're gonna go here. And there we go. So, what we have now, in terms of stuff, is yes. I think the idea would be your wrong key combination. Yeah. Hey. Cool. So we're gonna delete the blue B and the yellow B and the window and the snake. And yeah, okay, cool. And then we go back to main here, and we go snake. Snake ID somewhere. Snake segment. Where's the snake ID? Yeah. Okay. So then we're just gonna get rid of the bees because yeah, it's all now stored inside the same method. So, hey. Oh, it's gonna yell at me because there's a bunch of bees that exist now. So first off, get animation is just not a thing anymore. The B and the B. What is this? Oh, because we changed it from snake type to snake ID. Okay. Get rid of this. Technically, I should get rid of this whole thing as well because, you know, we don't actually need the. So snake ID. Next. Right, so you can go back to just doing it the old way. No. So let all equal let hitter equals next up hitter and then for ID by ref, yes. Unwrap snake ID next. I don't next. Default. Look at that. Right, and then like that. We're just gonna qualify you like this. Now we're just gonna fix small minor things like this whole thing can go because it just was about exporting shit. Okay, run that and see how that goes. Dun 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 dun. Wait, don't run tests, run the actual game, please. Okay, so it didn't work. I did not work. Okay, so unknown key something. Wait, did the originals just not have the wrap in parentheses? Probably didn't. Okay, honest. Okay. Like this. Alright. Well, that also like makes everything correct because it's now the right level indentation. Just remove the outermost layer of indentation. Okay. So this to this, this to this, this. Okay. So run it now. We should get a working snake, and then pages up to a little bit bigger and easier to see. Then we're gonna apparently eat all these apples. Where'd the little mini map go? I was gonna make a mini map 1,000 by 1,000, and then I went, no, don't do that because it'd be dumb. Why can I not eat this apple? Why am I incapable of eating this fucking apple? My suspicion is that it's not actually there. According to the map, I'm hitting it. That also shows that the map's just incorrect, because I'm definitely not hitting that fucking apple. Maybe if I aim a little bit lower. Nope. Interesting. Something's very wrong with my hitboxes and stuff. Anyway, we're doing F1. Ooh, I don't know about that one. Texture not loaded. That's a bit strange. What snake did I become? Apparently a nothing snake. I probably don't call load. Do I? No, I'd have to. Where else would I have got the handle from? Change skin. That's the issue. I need to like exit immediately so that I can... What did you become and why did you not work? Just need to like hit F1 and then immediately exit. Gear window A dot snake wasn't loaded. Unmatched closing bracket. Gear window A. Where though? What do you mean unmatched closing bracket? Oh, there's no fucking comma. All my other stuff, it's like, oh, if you hit a like closing bracket and you don't have anything in the queue. Yay, yeah, snake. Make me bigger. You're not being animated, but like, you know. Well, I don't know about that one. Path not found. Path not found. Spotted by snake. Oh, yes. Very true. I didn't format for that, and all the others were all three-digit numbers, so it didn't matter. Come on, right here. What? Yeah, okay, so the map is 100% wrong, because it's just... Snake. Very weird. Okay, so I'm gonna say we've successfully turned snakes into animations. Okay, well, we should probably make them animated again though. We should fix that. So how do we fix that? That's probably in rendering. When we update snake's textures, we at some point grab the snake. We pass in frame 0. No, we want to say snake. Type dot frame. This is call it snake. Why are we calling it snake type? Yeah. So we get the frame and then we get the piece. So I don't remember what I've done. I broke something that makes it not be able to go full screen. Anyway, F1. I do feel like maybe I should include an FPS as something you can set as a way of I like this fucking Rick Snake. Yeah. Whoop, step through window. Vroom, 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 vroom. Yeah, I do wonder if I should do maybe like a base and then animation so that like you don't need a copy of every single handle. Or I don't think I should take technically any extra space because of like the way Rust does handles. Does you know, there's a piece of fruit somewhere around here. I just can't pick it up. Okay. Anyway, we picked the animations. So I'm gonna go get my meds in a minute, but I think what we should do first is so bring this over. I think we'll redo animations properly only. So only okay. There was one of these that I was like, let's do that. Add path. So we're gonna do this so that I can like map out a handful of paths. So we're gonna go like mod. We're gonna new module at the bottom. This really needs to be tidied up anyway. We should commit this to Git. Yes. So change snake type to asset. Okay. So fun. I don't know. Mod pathing. Okay. Pathing. I'm just gonna say like so first off use super just because it's a nice convenient way to get that. Then we're gonna say sure plugin. So I believe that if we said like fixed pre-update, we could say we could just do something like apply path. So then we do something like yeah, apply path. That just gets so we need like a struct. So struct path snake path. No, you're just gonna be very good point. It's just a vector of facing directions like that. Okay, so and this is path here. Oh, actually, maybe we should. It's also got a snake path running. Snake path. Okay. So you need to be drive component. So we have a snake path. I don't know what that was going to do, but anyway. So for body, then we say body. Well, actually, technically, it's not even that, is it? Because we I think, if memory serves, pathfind like the pathing's done like literally. We don't actually need any of the segments. We just say like, hey, new facing direction. Drive a new component. This is going to be called a struct fixed. Yeah. which is also going to be a vec like that. Anyway, so Sneck path. Wasn't yeah, face direction is with Sneck. Yeah, that'll work. So when we apply path, we say, hey, mute facing, and then we just say, hey, the reference facing equals path dot pop. Oh, I need to make it deref. Deref and deref mute. We say pop. We say let some path next equals path dot pop, like so. I'll just continue, and then we say next. Oh, you need a middle, mute snipper. Okay, mute like this. Okay, so apply path. Something about it being more private than something else. Okay. You don't need to be public. Apply path. So fixed path. The way the fixed path is going to work is we're going to go okay, we're going to say like maybe in path finding, and then you're just going to be the variant fixed path, like so, like that. So you have fixed path, which means that like when it gets to the end of its path. So we're going to say fn apply path finding. So we need to be like, no, what are you doing? The fuck? Okay. Mute snakes. Then we're gonna say query. I guess populated because we don't need it for populated. Then we're gonna say we want mute path with pathfinding without player snake. We don't want the fucking snake path. Snake. Yeah. We don't want the pathfinding constantly overriding the player's input. So so current and pathfinding, and then we say we're going to import pathfinding. I'm going to say fn compute, yeah, compute. Now the issue with this is we should probably take in maybe a world. That's annoying because we want access to the mutable snake. My thought with taking the world is it means we could like run systems to be like, hey, can you compute this thing? So fn compute path. So for now we're just gonna say old. Old. It's not really old, but you know, like current, like that. Yep. Well, don't just clone it. No. You're gonna return, I guess, a result. I guess, but your error type also just, you know. Anyway, so the way you want to work is you're gonna go, hey, if current dot len is less than, let's say like 2. Then you return, okay. You just return, okay. Alright, cool. So then we go here, we hey, apply pathfinding, we hey, sure. That's mute. As mute. Yes, okay. So alright, let's apply pathfinding, and then we want to go in like fixed first. I'm going to say compute apply pathfinding. Okay, so we go up here and we go Sneck, we go hey, just shut it up, please. Go away. We want to go to here and say, hey, can we add plugin pathing plugin. Okay, so the pathing plugin, and the pathing plugin is going to do this. It's a hey, fixed path error. So you probably need hub. Yeah, okay. Technically you should be E and then E, but I think it's going to tell me that, yeah, unit doesn't implement display. Can we debug unit? Oh yeah, cool. So stupid. Then we're going to go back to main. We're going to say, hey, this little snake here is going to be, it's currently 5 segments long. We want it to be 4 segments long. So I think path finding is going to require no, not right, require so I guess you get your default back too. So you require a Sneck path, because like you can't really pathfind and fill the pathfinding if you don't have a path. Okay, so then we go back to here. So first up, we probably need to like re-export pathfind the pathfinding algorithm. So we're gonna say like hub use what pathfinding like this, and then we're gonna go, hey, can you say path? Okay, so maybe Sneck pathfinding path vec facing direction up, facing direction left, facing direction down, facing direction right. Okay, and then we go, hey, run. So this should give us a 4 segment long snake that spins in a little circle. You okay, my dude? You spin me right round, you spin me right round. You spin me right round. You spin me right round. Okay. So what I want to do now is have like a fn record path. So what this is going to do is we're going to say player single facing direction with player snake. And we're going to say path. It's path, yeah, new path, which is going to be a local option vec of facing direction. Alright, so that's going to be our path that we're recording. We're going to say input button key code. So we're going to be like check, and then we're going to say commands. Right. So I'm going to say if input dot just pressed key code F5 F7 7 they're very arbitrary. Yeah, okay. If path dot is none. Okay, wait, let some path else return, and then we're going to say push player. That's what you do, and then I guess technically we should do that after if the yeah. So if so let's for key in input dot get just pushed, no, if match key, so let len equal no a is 0. Wait, actually it's this. So let len you so you wait, maybe I don't know. So a key, let me say here, yeah. Key code num add 0, no 1. We do probably want to do key 0, so we're like key code key num add 0 is going to say that path equals and return. So like let's say you stop recording a path. Which we call you like new or something, and call you new like that. Okay, so you set none return. So then you set len equals 1. But no, there's more than 3 fucking links here. Keep going. Weird that it just sometimes decides the whole thing can be written and sometimes it doesn't. Alright, up to 10 segments can be spawned. Yep, len, yep. I should probably just also put break so it shuts the fuck up. It'll still tell me that it's never actually used, but okay, so do our len, and then we say, hey, well then we can say like len equals 0. Continue. We don't even need to be mutable now. I think we can just say len. Can I assign twice for oh yeah, you continue. Alright, then we say like if len equals 0. Yeah, you suck. I hate you. Len equals 0. Yeah, no, just make it equal 0 from the beginning. Len equals 0. That's no fun. Yeah. Alright. If len equals 0, push that. Else. For the, in 0.len. We want to copy the player's snake. Snake. Just say like player dot 0. Right. No, dereference that. No, dereference that. Right. Then we say, hey, we say let new snake equal okay, path finding, fixed path, close, and snake. We don't need snake path. Is that all we need to spawn a snake? Don't do ID. We need this command. And we say for this we say new snake dot with child snake segment. Okay. We probably also want the player's transform. Put it in the same place as the player. Ooh, actually maybe not, because that kind of yeah. Actually we might want to do like mute and grab the player's transform mutably. So if I press F7, can we also say that first of all, should just return. Yeah. Teleport. Oh no. Damn it, that won't work. Never mind. Oh, because the player is always at 0, 0. The snake doesn't move. Only the segments move inside the snake. Alright, anyway, so path finding, fixed path, clone, snake. Somehow you can't move. Because apparently snake's not clone. Okay, anyway, we'll find snake, make it clone. Alright, so the idea is that I can configure what the snake looks like. What do you mean? Oh, okay. No. Cloning. Okay. So let mute new snake, and then we spawn a new snake in. So we took it back to main and go, how do we spawn a snake in? So we spawn a snake in. And then we give it a default transform, but it should get that automatically. Yeah, I don't think it needs a default transform. Then we're going to face the snake to the right, and the snake's going to be medium sized. So I guess we should do that too. We should grab the player's size. Options, snake size, I think. Reference here. And then we go if let some size equals player.2 insert size. Thank you. You don't need to be cloned, you're a copy. Right, cool. Apparently such a fucking dereference though. Alright. So we shall have before we're in len new with child snake segment. So we're gonna theoretically spawn a new snake with the path that the player traced out. If we hit F7, we start tracing a path. Okay. We could, in theory, like teleport the snake's head back to the origin so that it's easy to work out where exactly the snake's gonna go, but fuck it. We're much more chaotic neutral to just do this. Alright, I'm gonna say Config debug assertion add system record path. Last. Fixed. Update last. No, fixed last. Just to make sure that everything's happened before you do that. Technically, it only has to go after pre, so it could go an update because we're just recording what the player's input's been saved as. Okay, so in theory, I could increase my size. We can go up. I'm going to say F7. 1, 2. Now it's like, hey, give me a 9 second Snake. Oh, it didn't fucking work. Did it like not start recording? Okay. Can we get it to like print something? Yeah, no, see, we're in fixed, which means I'd have to hit the frame at exactly the right time. Okay. Get pressed. Yeah, that fixes it. Admittedly, it just means like, oh, actually, we want to also, before we do that, if we ever get to here, we want to say, I guess technically it's only if the path got set to something other than 0. We want to go to here and be like, hey, when you get to this end, just say that, yeah, new equals none. Cool. You got me. Nice. Well, actually, just don't clone it, just take. I think it's std mem take. So maybe you can just say take. Just like, yeah, but take. New dot take. New dot take. Dot unwrap. Okay. Cool. We just take it valve now. I assume take just yep, replaces. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, so we're gonna be like real big and fast. I'm gonna go like F7. Like this is just like a weird ass fucking like zippy around the screen, and we go 9. Why is it not fucking working? Oh, probably should have. I should probably hold the key. Maybe. Oh, I also probably need to do the same check of like, is F7 being held? Probably not just pressed. Pressed. Okay. So we go F7. We go page. We should probably hold F7 to reset that. Okay. So then in theory, if I hold 9, we spawn a very long snake. But annoyingly, this very long snake is just moving in place. So we're gonna be like F7. Why are you not actually moving? Do I need to like? Alright, so let's go here and be like print line recorded snake path. Now, if it's just filled with fucking nuns, I'm gonna be really pissed. It shouldn't be. So up our size, we hold 7, we go do, and then we go 9. Okay. So first up, what did it actually say? It said that the path was right, up, left, 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 down, right, down, right, up, left, up, left, up. So why, when I spawn you, do you not fucking work? Movement. Why are you not moving? A snake needs a size, it needs a children in a facing direction. Right. Did I not? Oh, it needs a facing direction. If you don't give it a facing direction, it won't make the first move. Because I'm assuming I overwrite. No, but a snake requires a facing direction. Mod. Snake. Snake. You require this. You also require a facing direction. There you go. Now it should be populated so it doesn't like require you to insert one. Okay, we're gonna go like F7. That's F5. F7. Boop 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 boop. Doop 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 doop. Doop 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 doop. Give me a long snake. 9. A long boy. I don't know which one's me, so that's helpful. Oh no. Oh no. I didn't think that was supposed to affect the other snakes. Okay. It's not doing what I want. So we're gonna go. So debug. Change skin. You little bastard, are only supposed to target with player snake. Oh, player snake. Because that means when I spawn a new snake, it'll get my skin, but I can then change skin. So we're gonna go. Yeah. So we they go running in a circle. We're gonna go you. I'm gonna page up. I'm gonna go S7. Dun 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 dun. Also, I should make the big snakes not step the full distance. They should still only step in the grid. That makes a little more sense. Anyway, we're gonna go. Is it 9? Just want a real long boy. Long boy. And then we do this. We became different versions. There we go. Eyeball snake. Who knows where they're going? Alright, so we're gonna say like come up here. I'm gonna F7 to start a new path. We're gonna just like zip around the border a few times. We'll page cells up. Oh no. Why does paging up change? Oh no. No. It seems to change the size of this guy. It's probably changing the global size. And because I haven't actually got a size set for him. It didn't copy my size. Okay. Anyway, doesn't matter. We can make you a big boy. That's a very long path. I'm gonna restart that. That's too long of a path. Dun 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 dun. Answer. Wait, I'm good. Please save it. Didn't save. Yeah, it's either gonna like. Oh, you're going forever traveling that like straight, aren't you? Yeah. Okay. It's a very long snake. Oh no. He's not. So we're gonna like F1. Alright, so let's do F7 here, and we're gonna try to make you like very zigzaggy boy. Zigzaggy boy, zigzaggy boy, zigzaggy boy, zigzag, zag, zag, zigzag, zag, zag, zigzag, zag, zigzag, zag. Zag, 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 zig, zig, zag, 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 zig, zig, zag, zag, zig, zig. And then you're gonna be a 5 long one. Dun, dun, dun. It's a very chaotic screen. I'm just gonna become a white boy so that I can hide inside him. It's very noisy. And then we can just be like dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, how did you should pull that off? Anyway, I'm gonna get something to my meds, and I will be back to continue developing more shit. Okay, took me a second if I can hit the button on my microphone, I mute it. What are we adding next? I do not know. I think we fixed some stuff because one, the minimap's just not working at all. Because like if I go hit this fucking apple, like I can hit it on the minimap, but it doesn't do anything. So one thing we can do. So let's commit this as like added basic. Yeah. Padding. Okay. Do that. Okay. Cool. So change skin. Change that. I do feel like maybe the size should just always be fixed. I'm so tempted just to rip it all out because it makes very little sense. My thought originally was like we'll make it so you can zoom in and zoom out kind of thing. But then it's like, but if certain snakes can override that, then it's like it defeats the point. So I think we say, hey, snake size, you're not optional anymore. You just always have a snake size. So that's fine if we go resume snake size and track this down. I'm going to say, hey, you're no longer a resource. So that will tell me like everywhere I'm using it because it's almost exclusively have to pull it in as a hey, I'm using this as a resource. So for body in, yep, snake size. So okay, yeah, you're fine. So ink. So ink and deck, and then old is this is size, and then new is size map effect. So okay, reference you. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, okay. So we need to say like effect like this. Mute up, mute what? Effect, and then you get like a mute sign like this. Like that. Why are you not returning? Oh. We call effect, and then we say that we say size. Like this. There we go. Alright, then we say if give reference now. If new does not equals old continue, and then we do the factoring, and then we do this, and we say, hey, don't update. Okay, so that should fix the ability for me to resize myself, and then we need to find snake here. Go snake and say snake size is just a mandatory field now. Snake, you are required to have a snake size. Like that. Cool. Okay, init resource snake size. So snake size is no longer a resource. We don't initialize resources. Okay, next up we have snake segment. Again, size is get the size of the snake from the parent, pull back to global. No, just let's get the size of the parent. Dot unwrap expect size snake size is required component. Okay. So snake size is required component flat size. We have to dereference the snake size. There. So then we pass in size and fix that. Okay, movement. We get rid of the fallback. We remove the option of it being snake size. We then just say dereference size twice. It's just a thing now. Okay. Okay, same thing here. We get rid of this and we just dereference it twice instead of falling back to it. Okay. Oh, apparently got here. Oh, wait, no, you can dereference it twice. We have to make it not optional anymore. Okay. Right, then rendering. Apparently there's lots of Fallback is changed. Okay, so update snake size. We don't have to worry about this changing. We can just yeah, you only run populated now because fallback segments don't exist anymore because there's no such thing as a segment without a snake size. We do this, we say children, we say sprite. We then say body, segment size, segment, header, sprite, custom size. Right, so that should, no, maps apparently got issued now. Okay, fallback rendering size, okay. Yep, there it is. But no, you still have an optional minimap color. The optional minimap color is to override. Yep, method. So, because technically, yeah, minimap color is not fixed. What's it? Size, snake size. It's not it. But snake size dereferenced twice, maybe. Yeah. Okay, minimap's done, and then now it's main complaining. Why is main complaining? Because we insert resource snake size small. Okay, so wait, I was initializing and inserting a resource. That's a bit weird. All right. And then you also complain, but you don't even run. You're just an example. Not even hooked up yet. Okay. So not implemented. Right, left. Interesting. I don't know what's yelling about that. Anyway, we should probably stop that printing out. Because I already know that that stuff's not implemented. Not implemented. Next. Okay. So I'm gonna stop you from printing that because it's getting kind of annoying. Right. Right. So console's no longer getting spammed by shit. Okay. So we remove global size. Let's commit that. Remove all back size. All snakes now need size component. Okay, cool. Now push those for anyone that wants to play with that. Okay. What's next on the checklist? Add paths the snakes will follow if not controlled by the player. Okay. Add settings, kind of boring. Add a menu, kind of boring. Adding portals would be fun, but yeah. Grid. So, what do I need to do? So, add a grid, add a wall, add sound. Add recolors of snakes, fix snake offset. I think you are the one that gets to go right up here and be like, hey, can we fix the snake's offset, please? Rebinding controls would be kind of cool, but that needs to go up menu. Maybe technically it'd be like home. It'd be like tab. So you're rebinding. Rebinding controls. Add sound, recolor snake, influence scoring and multiplayer support. Kind of feel like that needs to go a little bit higher. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna say maybe in here we're gonna add add save load or path. Okay. I do want to add multiplayer. Can I put that like really hard list? So we need to fix snake offsets and then we're adding multiplayer. Okay. So what the hell's going on? First off, we should probably move the snakes by the same amount every time, like rather than having them, the big snakes move further, because theoretically, like it makes, I don't need you to, But I probably should print something here because it's impossible to know what it started. So print line. Started recording part. Okay. I've already, like, I keep just immediately forgetting. What are we doing? Fixing the snakes offset. So I think we're going to go to movement, and I'm going to make the snakes move by 1 grid cell, no matter what, because I think that will greatly reduce the complexity of trying to make the snakes do the snake things. Because the issue with them moving by their size, so where do we use our size? So we do this, we say direction, 2vec. So in theory, we're going to rename this to move vec, right? And then we're just going to say, actually, you are grid world cell. What is it called? Grid size. World grid size. Okay. Yep. Cool. So we're just going to say, hey, you now move on the world grid size. And then don't multiply by size anymore. And in theory, that means that the snake don't actually need to move by big size. Now the bigger snakes will, well, they'll still move at the, I think they're going to have the issue now of, the bigger snakes are going to start wrapping wrong. Oh. Very interesting. They're very crushed together, aren't they? That's because I'm changing the size, right? Like, oh, because they're teleporting to where the previous one was. So it's like literally compressing itself. That's kind of cool. Yeah, because it's teleporting to where the previous one was, but because they're no longer right. So I like to just show that. So like go to paint. So what's happening is we've got squares, like squares, and so what was happening before is we were jumping from here to here, and then can you get a new line, please? And then from here, apparently we draw from here to here, and then it's like that, and then so they're like, it's going here, here, here to here to here, but because they were moving from here to here like in one step, there wasn't a problem with how I was moving them. But now what's happening is instead of you moving here, you're moving like here, like just a little bit forward. Should have done it in color. Yeah. And then the next one, this one is then this one is then going here, and then this one is going and this one goes to here, and this one goes to here, and then we'll go to a different color again. We'll go orange. Yeah. Then you go to here. Yeah, so I'll call it a size 2 snake. You jump to you from here to here. You go from here to here. God, why? Fucking paint is so poorly made. What is your problem, paintbrush? Thank you. Then you go from there to there. Well, actually, technically, you go from. Okay, delete that. You go from there to there. Oh. So that last actual one doesn't exist, apparently. Yeah, this one here. That's not there. Then you go from there to there. So it's like, see, like they're cramming together because they're only, the front one's only moving a little bit, and the other ones are all just cramming up behind it. So the issue is that like I don't want to have to move them to a certain space behind the one in front. So that's the issue with not using them moving a whole segment size, is that because they're not moving a whole segment. God damn it. I think I have to just go back to moving them all. So at the moment we only move the head. So because we still got access to the size, we can still use the size. So what we could do, but it might still cause issues, especially with things like traveling a distance, because in theory, I guess if it only teleports when its halfway point reaches past. No, because it's going to have a ripple effect of everything teleporting. God damn it. I think what we could do is we could look at the position of like the piece in front and set it to be one space behind. So the head moves at whatever speed the head moves, and everything just sort of pops itself behind. But the issue with that is that we run into the situation where if the head teleports across the screen boundary, it's going to, and it's the bigger size, for example, because we say where it'll teleport when it's 4 segments over the boundary. Technically, it should only teleport when it's completely over the boundary, but then one move later, the head, I guess it was technically because it'll end up screen wrapping back, but the segment behind it, like once it teleports, would be too far behind there. Yeah, so thanks. Okay, so yeah, what the screen wrap might actually save us, but it's only because we've got screen wrap. I mean, technically we shouldn't have screen wrap. Yeah, actually, that's kind of not a bad idea. Move the tail in front and then just update all the pieces. That kind of does break my my pathfinding because I select what shape they are. I run it. It was already running. The shape that they select. Make it big. Okay, you can't see it anymore because I broke the code. That's easy to fix. We just multiply u by size. Interesting. We should divide size by world size, just so that it goes back to being what it was before. No, double dereference that, and it should be an F32 already. Alright, and I should fix it for temporary. Yeah, so because I select these pieces the way I select them, which is basically by propagating the path down, they need to know where the previous piece moved. And originally I had them like working that out by going like, oh, the piece is to my left, like it's X is smaller than mine, so it must be my left. The issue is that once the screen wraps it, then all the pieces break because why is there 2 fruit now? Oh no. Well, yeah, all the pieces break because like the head goes off here and then now the head's over there, which means the head's to the left, and it's like, oh, so this piece decides that actually it can't be, it must be facing the other direction. And yeah, so it's breaking everything. So I was even you collected a fucking piece of fruit, you little bastard. In too long. I don't know why there's 2 pieces of fruit, but it's definitely making me a long ass boy. But yeah, so I need to like somehow keep that intact. And so what you could easily do it because like you're saying that when you take the tail and you put it at the front, you just need to swap the orientation of those pieces. But I'm also using the order in the list as the order at which the list propagates down the list. So because it's just a vector. And yeah, I don't think that quite works because you'll be popping the front. This. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to make that doable without like rewriting a whole bunch of stuff. I'm a very long snake. I'm glad I can't die from running into myself. Okay. Yeah, so if we move the snake segment window reverse. So it explains why I was moving the whole segment. My thought is we just need to move every segment by that small amount. The only reason I was doing the big step, like the everything was moving to where the head was, like every piece, basically I start at the tail and then move the tail onto the segment in front and then move that segment in front onto. The reason I was doing that is because
if the snake ever got broken by like the window being resized while it was halfway through moving, or changing the size of the snake, stuff like that. So I don't think that one wasn't big move, but like the idea was that it was very easy to break the snake into 2 pieces, and it never reformed because each piece is moving the amount that piece is moving. And I want to do portals and stuff like that where it's like, well, if the piece moves too far, that won't work. So theoretically I could fix it maybe by like just checking to see if the piece is too far. So we could just do that. So all we'll do is we just go instead of moving by size, just move by the move amount, but instead of doing this whole thing, we instead just drop. I guess we still want to do that. We just need to get the facing direction. So this is the direction that the head will move. So we're going to be like, what do I actually use that for? Oh, because it propagates down. Yeah. All right. So I need this because this all propagates down. So we're going to say like 4. I just use the same loop. Just comment out the actual logic inside. And even then, just don't teleport them. So we say, hey, segment. I don't even. Wait, I kind of do, kind of don't. All right. So what we can do is we can just say, hey, comment this bit out. This bit here, like this, and we say that rm dot grid. Yeah. So I guess kind of, but the issue is, it's like it doesn't matter because like I was just trying to explain it to someone who was asking about this kind of stuff. It's like there is no grid position, screen position kind of thing, because all I'm doing is dividing the screen by. So like using a grid position instead of a screen position would mean that if I was just a translation plus equals direction dot move back. That. And then I don't think we need this. Wow, wait, no, we still need to set the. Which one are we moving? This one, that one. Okay, I think this still needs to be there, otherwise the head won't move. How did it compile? The code was right there. Okay. There's no difference outside of like if I was using a grid position instead of a screen position, it would let me do things like because I've got the window being transparent, so you can see them like running on my code. Moving this around, if I was using a grid position instead of a screen position, I could correct for that and make them stay in place even when the window was moving, so that they're actually like in the window. But hilarious. Why are they doing that? That's interesting. So first off, they're all stepping by the same amount. Okay. 2 things I've noticed here is, one, it should be forced to move by that many steps, because what I want to kind of do is when the snakes get bigger, they move faster because of the fact that they're moving like the 8 times the size snake moves a whole segment, so it moves 8 times faster. So what I'm thinking is, because of that, like moving 8 times faster, I need to obviously like lock them in for a certain number of frames, because hence he's spinning in a loop here. I don't know why he's still broken. He's only 1 segment, so he should work exactly the same. But so everything's moving, which is interesting. I bet I'm propagating them the wrong way. Oh, because I'm moving direction. Direction's not correct. We move by R. R? F. R. R is the F. So picture it, segment. This is the earlier segment. So I think reverse is the order, but not the orientation. So this is the first piece, is the second piece. So we want to move the second piece the direction it's facing, which would be that the tail moves forward, and then we say that the tail is now facing the direction the piece in front of it was facing. We were moving it by direction, which means that everything was moving the same amount in the same way. Direction is the direction the head will move when it goes to move, because it's technically separate. Okay, so he works. Now this guy's broken because he's actually only moving 1 piece at a time. You'll see it if I'm, the whole game's froze. And I've lost my tail. This is why I was making it teleport, because if you resize the screen while you're across the boundary. Anyway, so let's do this. Oh, yeah, see what's happening is basically all the segments just move one turn later. So even though I'm 8 segments wide, it only takes one turn before my segments turn up, which is easy to fix because I can just incorporate that inside of the Sneck. Segment. All right, so what that translates to, because is we want to do something like moving the snake and propagating the path need to become their own thing again. So fn prop path. It's annoying because I really like them doing that, but I mean, let's try and cram it in there just for the sake of it. So when I say size, I need to say like let let stride, I guess, equals size as you 32 1, something like that. Can we dereference you from a fucking pointer? Thank you. Okay, so it might need to be U size, just for the sake of like letting it go in. So we can, in theory, take the snake's size, because that's the thing is this, the big snake's still stuck on the grid. He needs to be able to take 4 steps before he can turn. Interesting. All right, so if we do the stride, then we can say, hey, because the snake internally, every time you make a snake, it keeps track of the frame that snake's up to for its animation. So technically we could look at the snake snake's ID, like the snake's frame, to work out whether it's allowed to move. So stride, so we could say they always move in the direction, and then we say if snake dot frame modulo is divisible by, I don't remember, the fucking there's a fancy thing for it. Anyway, modulo stride equals does not equal 0, continue. So the idea is that we skip well, we're going to say equals 0, except we probably want to say not equals 0. Is multiple of, there you go, is multiple of stride. Okay. The only reason I'm thinking like is multiple stride is like not a good idea is because we don't necessarily want it to make the first step, but maybe we do. All right, so it propagates the path, and then it waits, and so each piece will move, and then it propagates the path only on the stride, which means that like if we're 8 times the size, it'll only stride us on the 8. Okay, wait. So we need size to have a stride. So we need like size dot stride, simply because the different size snakes are different sizes. Where's the size snake? So where the fuck? Okay. Snake pub and stride. So you're 1, 2, 4, and 8. There you go. So 1 will move on every tick. 1 medium will move on every second tick. Large will move every on 4th tick, and colossal will move on every 8th tick. Now, the issue is that the head is having that applied immediately. The rest of them aren't. So the rest of them are probably actually doing the right thing. It's just that because the head changed, they very much end up out of sync. But that does make a lot of sense that the head didn't fucking work properly because I didn't actually do it here either. So U plus equal direction. Wait, why is the head moving every time? Because facing direction. The head Right, segment. When do we assign the head? Segment get mute head. Head transform. Head facing. Oh, we set the head to facing here. No. No, we want to say only if stride. If snake is multiple stride. Do this again, but do this time. Do that. So then we only update the head into the direction, which I guess is good because it means that like we set it the first time and then obviously it's none for everything else when it propagates. My only concern is I'm pretty sure it's, yeah. So what I think it's doing now is it's moving everything and then, so I feel like frame is multiple of, this needs to happen like after the first frame, maybe? No. Like I feel like we need to propagate everything. Well, technically the whole thing can go down here. So like we need to like move all the segments and then update the head to face the right direction, because that will skip the first frame. No, they're just being very, very wonky boys. I think it's just like made the head, I mean, kind of working. Oh, the rest of the snake just didn't follow apparently. It's very strange. Oh, because we're moving the snake. The head is moving in the wrong direction. Is what's happening there. So we need to say something like head underscore transform. All right, and then else continue, and then we say you don't need this anymore. And then we say if it's a multiple of, do this. Otherwise, we want to say head transform dot translation plus equals head facing dot move back. Why you move? Okay. So that should then at least mean that the snake turns to point in the right direction, I think. And then I have to work out, like, why is it not propagating its way down? Okay. It seems to be working. It's just like a frame lag behind, which is, you know, kind of to be expected sometimes. Oh. Yeah, well, now you don't fucking work anymore. Okay. So it kind of works. I don't know why the rest of it's like not working right. It's ending up very far behind. Like that feels like way more than 8 ticks behind. They're also like weirdly like desyncing. It's like why are they? Oh, I'm collecting apple pieces. That's what was going on there. Yeah, like why is the tail one segment further before it fucking moved? It probably needs to make the change and then move. And that's why they're like, it's ending up like one behind. Well, looking awfully weird now. I don't know what I've done to break the fucking full screening shit. I think I'm forcing the window to be a different size. Great. It really doesn't like when I move past a screen boundary like that. Okay. The conclusion here is don't fuck with it. Just make the snake move slower. Why was I doing it anyway? Yeah, I don't want the big snakes to move so jarringly. How the fuck do I do it then? I could maybe keep track of like a sub step. The other option is also to like to have another layer of children. I've been avoiding it, but it might be the only way for what I have a plan to fix the fucking offset. Is that at the moment they're not quite centered in the right spot, like the image is in the right spot, according to the grid, like sort of thing. So what I could do is make the to correct the image into the right spot for the grid, I would need to put the sprite like in a child of the main segment of the snake, which isn't that big of an issue. I wonder if you can negative scale sprites to. That's interesting. Can I do that? I might try that, because the big thing is that like I was avoiding that is because I need to access the sprite to be able to flip stuff. So if I can just scale it, then I can just put the sprite as a child and then fuck around with the scale and everything and not have to touch it anymore. So let's go to Git and like revert this shit that just is broken. I think I'll leave that the same. Maybe. Yeah, I think I want to like set the size to maybe just being that. No, so let's discard these changes. No, discard these changes. These changes, please. Okay. They can stay. This just takes in the snake. Size, stride. So this needs to go. This needs to go. Okay. Yeah, I think this whole thing can just go. We'll work backwards from there, and then the path just repeats different things. Okay, so that should fix the snakes. Hopefully, that or I horribly made a mistake of committing to Git with a broken build, but yeah, should be right. Apparently something's not working properly. Oh yeah, you're back. Okay. So this should go back to it working. So what I could also just make the bigger sizes not able to move. Okay, so they're back to working. Right, I do want the bigger sizes to slide along. So I'm thinking what I might do to fix the sprite issue. Well, the other option is also just to scale the snakes in a different way, maybe. My brain's not quite tracking this right. What would end up happening is it's like basically like the issue I'm having at the moment with the snakes not being centered is, we'll just get open again. It's convenient. Is that like when we want squares, please. When the snake is 1 by 1, he's on the grid, but when he becomes 2 by 2, he's his center points. We need something. Need something that like fucking paint is so bad. I don't know why I keep opening it. Yeah, we do this. So what ends up happening is red dot and then like a pen. So this is our center point, and the issue is that like when we're 1 by 1, we take up basically a half. This is 0.5. Right. Terrible. Fucking there's a text. Well, I don't know why I keep doing stuff like that. Okay, so there's a center, and we say like, so this is way too big. Like 5. I said way too big. 5. Nope. Why do you keep fucking? Oh my god. You. Please for the love of God. Okay, 0. That's actually a pretty reasonable size. So 0.5. But then when we go to, ooh, that's pretty horrible actually. But when we go to here, now it's 1. Because why does the little person keep showing up? So from here to here is 1, and from here to here is 0.5, which, because this is 2, here's 2, and then this is 1. But what this means is that, like, this guy, when we do all our math, is if he's grid aligned, the grid is going to be like here on the next one, because he's a half and then a half and a half. So like the next grid point is here, which means the next, like, if something else is on the grid line, he's on that middle line, which is what happens when we go back down to something like okay, well, F7 to record the path, and then we'll 9 segment to spawn a new one. There we go. And then we're going to shrink ourselves down and drive along his back. Oh, yeah, so we make ourselves like one size smaller. Like, see how, like, we're running in the middle of him? Look at the case, he goes faster and overtakes us. So when we're in the middle of him, but in reality, like, we should probably be slightly lower or higher, because now we're the same size. We're half his size, so we shouldn't be in the middle of him. We should be like the top. So he's 8, we're 4. I guess that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? It's the smaller ones that don't make sense. Let's go. Oh, we can't, because he won't ever leave the fucking middle. We'll restart. Trying to like parse my way into like why this works. So we'll make ourselves like a size 2, and we're gonna go hold F7. Okay, and then we just wait a minute. We technically don't have to wait any time, because any path is a valid path. We're gonna make ourselves faster to catch up. Okay, faster. Right, then we have some same size. So we're lying in the middle, but then, like, now we're 1. We should be like either the bottom half or the top half of him, because he's 2 and we're 1. And so it doesn't quite work out. So that's what I'm trying to fix, but I just don't know how to do it. Because the only thing I can think, look, first off, if we can put the pivot point of the sprites, we can move the sprites to line up. Which, like, then means that, like, the actual position of the snake is going to be offset from, like, the grid. So, like, what starts ending up happening is that the this snake here, the 2x2 snake, his origin is actually like here, like yellow. So he's like, why is it drawing it over there? What the fuck? Yeah. His origin, oh, because there's a snake on top. His origin ends up being, it's a horrible fucking color here. So, like, because then when we draw a 2x2 box around that, it's like this. So it's grid aligned. But because he's now like 0.5 offset, yeah, we need to correct for that in his motion. Actually, there's no reason we fucking can't. Well, like, why am I making this so goddamn hard? So, yeah, we just need to make sure we correct for the grid alignment. Because the 8 becomes the same thing. So when we double in size again, wherever it is, where'd my paint go? Okay. So when we double in size again, we become 8 by 8. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do it 2. We become 4 by 4. So 1, 2, 1. That's 2, 2.5, 4. Yeah, it's not exactly very good. It's like, we could do it here, which is what we're currently doing. And it's like, well, now we're in the middle again. But if we did it here as our center point, then we end up like this. And so, like, we're still offset. And then this one's offset by 2 by 2. So this is off by a half. I need to be off by 1 by 1, because this is, no. So you're 1 by 1, you go to 2 by 2, and the 2 by 2 is offset by half. So I think actually you'd be, technically you'd be here. Is that, yeah, you'd work? No, because that'd be 1.5. So yeah, you would be over there. So then you'd become 1, 2 by 2. You'd be offset by 2 by 2, which is half this. So if you're 1 by 1, can we offset you by like half by half, which would put you over there, which actually shifts everything up. Which again doesn't really matter because like the grid's imaginary. The grid doesn't really exist. So if we did that, if we shifted if we shifted everything by half of its half, which means that like you go to 0.5, which puts you here, and then the 2 by 2 would go to 1 by 1, which would then be 0.5 further off from you, and then the 1 by 1. So the 4 by 4 would go off to 2, 2, which would make it 0.5. I need an actual fucking thing that will draw real grid pieces. All right, let's just make a fucking debug square then. So we're gonna be like fn draw debug square like this. So we're going to draw a debug square and we're going to go new commands. Right. I think that should be all we need. Then we're going to go end. We're going to go for I in 0 dot dot 1 to 5, I think. Because that's size 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so 0 dot 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 4. Right. And then we're going to say that okay. So we need some constants, I think. So we're going to say const base, which is going to be like 64 because my 4K monitor makes it really fucking hard to see like 16 by 16 fucking pixels stuff. All right, so we have our base, and then we also have our I think that's probably it, actually, to be honest. So we're gonna say, hey, can we let size equal I times base. Let our color equal, don't make them all the same color, you goddamn mong. We go hue saturation. It's color, hue saturation lightness. The hue is 360 divided by I. As f32 right, 360 divided by I. Saturation is, I think, like 1, and lightness, I believe, is 0.5, because if you do like, right, because the saturation channel is how rich the color is, the lightness channel is like 1 is white, 0 is black, so if you don't put 0.5 you end up with fucking white. Yeah. Then yep, we splat that size, and then the transform is the important part. So I want to say each gets put, let's just leave them at 0, because I suspect that, because then they'll be in order of their hierarchy. Don't call them a debug square, please, for the love of God. They're also just sprites, because for some reason the AI gets very confused and keeps trying to turn things back into bundles. So you do that, you do that, you do that, you do that, like that. Then we don't call you transform like that. Okay, and then I don't know where this dot dot equals. It's supposed to be fucking doing. Alright, there we go. So, oh, yeah, we can just do that. Thank you. Right. So we have 360 divided by I, so we will just get like very distinct colored squares, and then we do this, and we do this. So the way that their offset's going to work is we're going to say that they're just offset by their size divided by 2. So why can't size divided by 2? Okay, so we do that. Higher numbers will render higher, so we want to say like negative I as f32. Yep. Okay, so we're going to put this in here. We're going to go up to the top here. We're going to say, hey, can we say app dot add system startup draw debug squares? Right. Then we're going to run the game, and in theory this is going to draw us a bunch of squares, that if all works out, the smallest square should be like in the bottom right corner. Yeah. See, because now I don't have to do anything because I know that each of these squares is corrected by the right amount in that this one's here, which means he's half by half. This one's here, he's 1 by 1. And this one's here because he's apparently 3 by 3. This one's here, which is 4 by 4. Which I think is the actual way to do it. There shouldn't be powers of 2. I don't know why I was picking powers of 2. But the idea is that, like, what I can do now, I still don't know how I'm going to make them only move a slight amount, but this guy passes underneath them. But that's a different story. That's how I make the segments line up properly, so that like when he crosses himself, he you can actually see that he's crossing himself instead of going underneath. Anyway, what are we doing? So what that means is when we move the snake, we just need to make sure that we align the snake like that. That's how we align the snake to the grid. So because technically this is 0, 0, I'm pretty sure. So what's happening is we're actually moving everything up and to the right by adding half of their size on. Okay. I don't know what next is doing, but you know. Okay, so when we move the snake, instead of setting its location, well, we still kind of need to do that. I'm wondering if maybe we can just that'd be really dumb. We could shift. Yep. No, because yeah, we can't move the whole transform. I think we can move the whole transform. Wait, I don't think we can do it. I was thinking. What I wanted is that the snake, like I want it to like sort of slither in that, like it doesn't just jump from A to B, but that won't work because if it goes around a corner, the texture's not going to slide around the corner. The texture will start moving one direction and then start moving a different direction, like in an 8-block segment, which isn't going to work because it's just going to tilt, like it's turning a corner. So, I mean, theoretically, I could maybe break the snake down into segments, like sub-segments, and make those do things. Where'd no shit come back? Go away, no shit. You're gone forever. So we go to like snakes and we go to segments and go, like theoretically, I could probably break the snake down into like these like 4x4 chunks and be like, okay, so these two don't move, and then the snake can slither around the corner, or like this piece doesn't move and this piece doesn't move, but then like these dots move. That would be an interesting challenge, but that's fucking way too far for like today. That's for sure. So what we're going to work on is instead, it's going to step by a whole amount, but we're going to fix the offset issue so that the little snakes can move much more freely than the big snakes, because the big snakes are confined to a larger grid. But the little snakes will still be like in segments of the big snakes. This is the wrong fucking repository. So I'm going to movement. I'm going to go, hey, so I mean, technically this is all, none of this changes. It's only when we spawn the snake and when we change its size. So, ooh. And interestingly enough, because one of the things that I keep doing is that the parent isn't actually placed at a specific spot. That makes sense. Like the parent's at 0, 0, like the snake, this snake, there we go, with snake. They're at 0, 0 all the time. Like they don't move. The children move inside them. They're always at 0, 0, which means we can just offset them. That's how we can move all the children to be offset by the right amount. When we change the size of the snake, we just move them. So the children are on one grid, and then we shift the parent to pull them into the right alignment on the rest of the grid. How do we do that? We probably want to go to movement. We probably want to do it as an observer, I think. So we want to go like FN correct large snake alignment. Correct local snake. Snake grid to global. There, global grid. Snake size. So you need to say like, hey, anything with a snake size, and we need an immutable transform. We need to transform snake size. It's not with snake size, it's change snake size. Because I'm pretty sure literally nothing else moves the... That is one small issue. We need to use global transform for things like food now, because the I probably should have been doing that anyway. Mute snake size. We don't touch the segment, please. Change snake size. Why is it snake sizes? Where the fucking S come from? So then we can say for transform in size, and then we say, hey, your size. Your translation is just transform. No, your size is just, your X is just equal to your size divided by 2. Don't round anything. Goddamn AI, stop. Okay, and then you'll just size divided by 2. You need to be middle. Which means that you need to be middle. And you only run when you're populated. Okay, cool. Correct. It's local to global. Right. So we want to, I guess, run this in first, maybe. Add system first. Like that. And then we go here, here we go. Okay. So you run, and we find out if our snakes are fucking on the right grid. See, because even the small snakes are technically going to be moved. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go, like, make us a size 2 snake. Which, do we still just touch? Oh, yes! We didn't grow by half a snake. Well, Now, I do kind of feel like the next biggest snake, like this snake being 1, he should be like he is. This snake being a 2, he should move down. He should move down, so he should go to 0. So you're a half, you should shape. I don't know, I feel like that's just, they're going back to 0. That, like, is that why I was growing in powers of 2? Doesn't make sense. It's only like the little one that needs to be moved. I mean, technically it's only the little one that doesn't need to be moved. But the point is... Okay, so when I do... Yeah, so because they're growing in powers of 2. Okay, so you should like, yeah, you see, you always pass through like that. Which is, again, not a problem. But if they're at 0, I think it's literally the only the middle snake. But that's, yeah, it's because I picked powers of 2. So I do feel like only the little snake needs to be moved up. It's kind of ironic. When we go to snake size, let's find snake size. Snake size. I feel like with that, we can say that snake size can exist at any size now. This is small, medium, large. Small is 0. Can I say like small is equal to 1? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we can say we can change this. Oh, this has to be as ref, which means that this needs to be a constant. We can like u grid size times by self as u32 as let's use size. No, U32 as F32. Okay, cool. You want a reference to this bit. Perfect. No, okay, because it's not a constant. Oh, that's no fun. Alright, grid size. So I reckon we do this. We say that, hey, your reference to this. Can you please? Thank you. Alright, so small, and then I reckon you should be 2, but then you should be 3, and then you should be 4. Oh, I mean, colossal should probably say 8. Small. So we should probably say you're actually tiny. So let's make small 2. And then we're going to have one that's even smaller than tiny. Tiny. So tiny equals 1. And then 3, and 4, and 8. And it's, yeah, okay. Then we're going to go here. We're going to say, hey, actually, you're times 2. And then, yeah, we need to wrap that in parentheses. Yep, 3 and 4, like this, and we say, hey, still tiny. Okay, cool. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8. 8 might be a little bit too big, but anyway. We can put all sorts of different sizes in there now. Anyway, so tiny is 1. Up, so small, tiny goes to small, and then down, tiny goes to tiny. And you need to change you to say that small goes to tiny. Okay, cool. Oh, and then we stride. I don't think we actually use the stride anymore, but 3, 4, and 8. Okay, so then when we go, hey, when we move everything around, I want to go back to that bit where we decided how we're going to place it. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a... Never mind. I was going to do it in the reserver, but I just do what this is anyway. Anyway, so transform, translation. Yeah. So what we're going to do is, instead of dividing it by 2, because dividing it by 2, let's look at our debug size, constantly moves it up. What we actually want is that we want it to align so that it's always an integer, I guess. So like here we're going, hey, like, because we're already dividing by 2, we're going, this line is always on the grid, and because we're always a whole grid unit wide. But what we actually want is that this one is here, and then this one is here. Actually, technically you should be down, I think, because this is our 0 line. But let's call this our 0 line, because it makes literally no difference except obviously where 0 sits. So what's going to happen? We're going to say, so this is our 0 line. So the snake is moving it on a 0 line. Move them on to the red. So the snake is now moving on a 0 line. So this one ends up expanding once across the 0 line. And then I guess technically you also expand once across the 0 line. But then you're still going up. So the thing is, like, you've gone this way. So I guess technically if this is 0, we need a 1 sized. So our snake starts at 32. So maybe we need to iterate through our snake sizes. Where's our debug? So we should probably like go snake size iter variance a thing? No. So come on, standard library, get on. From macros, enumerator. And there we go. Okay. So we're gonna do this. We say, hey, you're actually as up. I'm gonna say size maybe. Y dot what the fuck was it? The fuck did I call it? I thought it was just called size. Maybe it's private. Size. Up, down, ink, stride. The fuck did I call? Oh, as ref. We just dereference it. Okay. As ref times space. But I think that's times 2 then, because I'm pretty sure you're only 16 times 2. And I want you to be like large enough that I can fucking see it. Alright, then we're gonna say, hey, so you're looking as U32. As F32. Cool. Actually, can we do divide by I dot stride? I dot stride. Cool. Alright. So again, this is way giving us nice colors. And then so this also becomes I dot stride. Okay. Except you're the other way around. Yeah. Cool. So what's happening here? So so we're dividing by size divided by 2. So this is going to be like what our snakes actually look like. So dividing by 2. Oh wait, don't as ref and then touch by base. That would be bad. They're going to be very big squares now. Oops. All right. So we get the I and we just multiply it by 2 just so it's a little bit easier to see. Hey, okay. So now we're on the 0. Like we are on the 0 grid. Technically, I think we can get smaller, but like that's only because there's a small size, so there's a down. Like this is the small size, but we're going to pretend like this is our 0 grid. So that's how our sizes are. So and then the big one. So you go up because technically, again, we're one size up, but see, obviously you can't be smaller, so you grow up. But then you should grow down because then you would be 1 up, 1 down. Because at the moment you're 2 up. You should grow down, and then you should be like 2 up, 1 down. Because yeah, so instead of it's 3 up, so it should be 2 up, 1 down. And then you should be, because you're at 8 total, you should be like 4 up, 3 down. So how the hell do I do that? So I just like, do I take the floor? Interesting to do that. So if we pretend, so what if we took, oh, tiny starts at 0. So let's just like pretend like there's another value. So let's go to snake size and let's add in like a different thing. So we're like then offset. So this will let us make like much easier adjustments. But I do want it to be like somewhat dynamic. So we're gonna say F and so mute match F stop. So tiny, I think tiny should be off by 0. So tiny should just return 0. And then small should return half a grid size. No. Maybe. Right, and then you should return, because it's 1, and then small returns. So I think small should return 1 because it should be offset by 1 because it's 2, and then you should return 0 because you're 3, so you should be offset at none, and then you should be you should return your 4, so 2, because you should be offset up 2, and then you should return 4 because you should be up 4. So you should be up 1 maybe, because that seems like a pattern. 1 1 2 4. So because it's half rounded down, half. But I don't actually know because that, or you should be 0.5, you should be 0.5, you should be 1, you should be 1 maybe. Okay, here's the thing. All right, we're not actually using it. That would explain why nothing changed. So your offset is going to be I dot offset. And your offset's also I dot offset. I mean, this is one way of doing it. It's hard code all the offsets. No, I try to avoid that kind of shit, but you know. Need more snakes. Okay. So the answer is that did not work at all. So the bigger issue, the issue here is partly that the snake's ending up on the wrong axis because he's corrected by the old version. But anyway, so we're gonna need to add like a half just to fix him. So that's fine. Just to correct for the fact that snake exists. So you know, just so like he lines up. Yeah, but let me explain that badly. We need to make him line up with that snake again, just for the sake of testing. So you're 0.5 and you're 0.5. We just need to know that the 0.5 is only to align things again. No. So I don't think that's correct because it felt kind of off. But maybe it is. Yeah. So that doesn't seem to have worked at all. Oh yeah. So it's also multiplied by 2 because again we everything in this thing is like twice the size. So just for the sake of making it like easier to see, it's like offset times 2. Okay. Right. Offset times 2. Yep. Cool. Right. They're going in the wrong direction. Very much in the wrong direction. How the fuck are you going in the wrong direction? How have you done this? So tiny is 0.5. Which it just kind of makes sense. I don't think I can get down there though. Right, what if we just made tiny 0 again then? Like, what the fuck's going on? But it should also be minus, right? So you want to be positive. They don't seem to be moving is my concern here. Oh, I literally... Okay. That would explain why tiny was on the wrong spot. I moved it by 0.5 of a pixel, not... Don't listen to me. I'm insane. Alright, there we go. Now the snake should be passing through the correct spot. So, yeah, okay. So, first off, you should be 0. So, you should actually be the same offset. So you stay 0. And then you should be negative 0.5, which in this case again is translates to actually negative 0.1. So then you would actually be negative. No, you being a power of 2 should be 0.5. And the same with you. You should also be 0.5. And again, it's all just about correcting it back to the line that the he's on. All right, so not quite. Definitely not you. So you should actually be 0. So that's small. So you should be 0. Okay, so you just become times 0, which would actually make you minus 0.5. Or plus 0.5, and 0.5 is the point. So then you're minus 0.5, which doesn't make sense. Why is the green... So that's wrong. He needs to be plus 0.5 for some reason. Which makes him at position 0, because he's a power of 2? No. Oh, because he's 3. 3, right. So, you're right, because you do that. Personally, I'd rather you actually go that way, but... How would I do that? That would be 1.5. Yeah. So you move 1.5. Then the green's correct. And then you would need to be just 1, I think. Which is confusing, because that would make you just 0.5. No, I think I changed the wrong one. Yeah, I think so. I need to undo, whatever that was. You're 0.5. You should be 1. Which makes you 0.5? Yes, maybe. Nope, stop touching shit, I guess. First up, we're in the same spot, yeah. Okay, so the blue one's gone too far. Blue one needs to come back 0.5. He needs to do 1. And then I don't know where the orange one is. We're just trying to get everything in order. So again, they're 0.5 higher. So you're actually 0. You're 0.5. You're 0. you're 0.5, and I don't know if that's right. So you from here you're 1 2 3 4 and 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. I think 1 2 3. No, this guy's wrong. He should probably be 1. He should line up with the power of 2. He's a power of 2, which means he's an even number of grid spaces. I think that's probably what it is. It's if it's even, it's 0. No, it's 0.5. If it's a multiple of 2, it's 0.5. If it's an odd, it's if it's odd, it's 0. If it's multiple of 2, it's 0.5. Okay, so that would mean that like each thing is then only ever shifted by like 0.5 of where it's supposed to be. We should be able to get around just about everywhere. Now, does this look right? Not really, but again, it's because we have to go to this size. This is the size that would be that position. Yeah, so he's passing through the right spot, and then we go up to this size. Does he hit that? Yes. Okay. Cool. Cool. Okay. So that means that the offset math is if self dot stride is multiple of 2 is underscore even. Is that already a thing? No, is multiple of 2 0. No, other way around, but thank you for trying. The other way, this way. So if it's not a multiple of 2, it's 0, because it means that like if it's odd, we're lined up. If it's even, we're not lined up. Okay, cool. So then we can say that when we move the grid here, we say that you're actually equal to size dot offset. Apparently I made a private offset. Okay, cool. Got that. And then we're going to go, hey, can we go here? Snake size, offset. No, offset's public. What the fuck is your problem? Oh, because it's called snipe. There, okay. Because we turned size into a float. God damn it. Okay. There we go. And so now if I turn you around and go back this way, that doesn't seem right. Oh, but that's because you're a different size, aren't you? Fucking. Okay. So the question now. So you sail along that gap, but like if I go up a size in Snake. Oh, I don't like that. You seem to like actively move. You shouldn't really be moving more than like... I guess, are you going back to the same place each time? So you're passing like right in the middle of that. And then if I go up like this, and I go down like this. No, okay, so you end up in the same place. Again, I don't think the game would actually have you changing size like I am debugging. Anyway, we're gonna go F7. Maybe change our size down a little bit. And then make a 9 segmenty one. 9 segmenty, okay. F7. 9 segmenty boy. Minus. Okay, so he's like 3 or something. Okay. Looking promising. It's still glitching out, but Right, we need to do things like use the global transform. Okay, so in the screen wrap, wrap screen, we need to use global transform. I guess technically we need the transform mutably, and we also need the global transform as well, because we need to be able to adjust for the fact that global transform. So we need transform and global. And then we go, hey, if transform.translation, no, if global dot translation, global translation.x. I don't think that does anything, but oh no, god damn it! Why is my brain being like, you need to optimize that. So I can let t equal global dot translation like that. Don't convert, and then t. Let's fix. Let's make t actually like translation. If translation. If translation. Okay. So that should fix that tearing, because we now no longer because what was happening is we were shifting the parent by half a width to correct for the snake size. Oh. Well, the rest of him hasn't come along for the ride. That or they have and they're underneath him directly, but I don't think so. Where did he go? Why do you teleport? Nothing else does. I was like, how the fuck? I can't click beneath it. I must have clicked off to the side. Where the hell is the rest of you gone? Is translation. So translation is the global transform of the snake segment itself. Like it is the snake segment. So and we're still only modifying the transform. So like the rest of them just didn't teleport. I don't see it on a fucking ball screen like that. Oh look, there's a piece of him. He's back again. I suspect he's getting stuck wrapping, maybe? Okay. First up, can we like... When do we wrap? Because there's a good chance that if we don't... So we move the snake, and then we wrap the screen. So can I be like, please, for the love of God, print line, wrap segment translation. But the number keeps getting higher. So they're just teleporting back and forth. I don't quite understand. I must be, because they're probably teleporting off the back edge. No, that still doesn't make any fucking sense. Right, so they probably maybe don't need the size then. I don't know. Still gonna need to move by size. Maybe not though. Wait, because the bigger they get, the... So we probably should, for one, work out like if we have 12 to pause it. That's probably the best. So you get to here, and then you get to there, and then you teleport. Then you teleport. Can you teleport? Can you teleport? Why did you teleport to like fucking negative 2000? What segment are you? Why are you teleporting so far? What is your fucking problem? 300, 600, 1200, 800, 4000? Why? Why? Looking at that, like they're stacking on top of each other. Like this one is then doubling that one, she's doubling that one, she's doubling that one. So why are the fucking pieces? Because I bet you they're teleporting to you. And then, but you shouldn't be off the fucking... That's like implying that the fixed update didn't change the transform at the right time. So we move the snake, and then we screen wrap, and because the global transform hasn't been updated yet, they teleport to the snake, who's now really fucking far away. And because again, we're using the global transform, they haven't up... Oh god. So fucking stupid. Okay, so instead, what we're gonna fucking do is we're gonna correct for size. So size here is their size plus size dot offset. I guess is it minus size dot offset? We'll find out. They'll either teleport before or after. And then we get rid of the global. We just don't touch the fucking global. So the way we're doing is we know exactly how much the parent should be offset. And since we know how much the parent's offset, we're just gonna correct for that. We're gonna like go like, hey, we're already correcting for the width of the fucking so we're gonna say translation equals transform, but translation just so I don't have to rename everything. Like that, go. Okay, cool. So they're either going to teleport like a segment, half segment too early or a half segment too late. Let's get to the edge. So if it's supposed to be minus, you'll teleport too late. Yeah, okay. They're teleporting too late. They're going well past the edge of the screen, letting the other one onto the other side before they're teleporting. Because the idea is that like, if it was the state that it was before, then minus is nothing. Like it's 0, so it's just size. So it's like it's only if it's not. There we go. Good top. Okay. Dumb. So now you can fucking make it all the way off. Maybe we should just be doing offset? No, because the offset's the same. Why is the bigger one having a fucking issue with offset? Not offset times, offset plus, right? Size, dot offset. And offset is just fucking world grid size. So it legitimately makes no fucking sense why the bigger snake would have a fucking issue. Why? Why are you teleporting too far? Is that the issue? We're not teleporting. Oh, we're probably teleporting too far. Right, because it's size minus offset, and then we're teleporting to negative width plus size. Which, oddly enough, is making size smaller. Huh. Are you like teleporting back and forth? I bet you it's got something to do with this. So oh yeah, no, it's probably that we need to show like don't touch the size. And size is just how far we move. It's the width plus the size dot offset. we're gonna call you width. By the way, you stay size, you become width. And then, oh, segment. Size. God, sick of this shit. Segment size, segment size, segment size, segment size. Alright, so you're plus offset, and then you'd be minus offset? Okay, technically it'd be, okay, so, oh, yeah, we don't need to wrap it, we can just say you, and then just say fucking minus, and that seems better. Right, I probably don't need them to write their wrapping every time, especially if they're not actually wrapping. Right, so at top, space. So you touch the edge, but you haven't wrapped yet. Now you've wrapped, and you, okay, you didn't have a problem. Now I'll make you bigger and go. You've touched the edge, you've wrapped. Yep. Now we make you really big, and you touch the edge, you've wrapped. Okay, now we have 12 and go like, there's no issues here. Like, okay, you're just good. Right, I do feel like I need to slow down the bigger snakes. There's gonna be some reason to be bigger, but like, I do feel like the larger snakes need to, like, you know, move slower. So I think maybe we'll just implement a delay on the movement, so he just doesn't run at all if it's a big snake until it's ticked right. Anyway, I think that's working. So I'm going to say fixed snake offset. Right. The other question is the minimap working properly now? Because that was another thing that was like, it was kind of the giveaway that the offset needed fixing, is that the minimap, and no, the answer is no, because the minimap just goes down, which means that theoretically, like, no, maybe not. Let's see. I am going to like F12 it so that I can see an excruciating. Oh no, we picked that up way too early. I mean, well, we almost touched on the minimap. I think the minimap's actually correct, in as much as like we are on top of him now. Like, I might make like every segment of the snake spawn like a color underneath it, so like it'll be really obvious where the minimap is. In that, like, I just think that we're touching the food too early, but that could be also because that food probably has a collider that's too big. Oh no, he ate some food. I suspect the collider on the food is just too large. So we'll do that anyway. Snake piece is more private. Okay, fuck you. No, don't ask the AI. It won't have a fucking clue. Just go here and just. So, we fixed the snake offset. Yeah, cool. So fix snake offset. Add multiplier apparently. All right. I don't know how all that's gonna work, but it's gonna work on the rest of the stream, I guess. I should. Let's add some more debugging tools. So, so let's go like FN. Oh, we shouldn't. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna come back over this. We're gonna move the grid up. So, add grid renderer, and then we're gonna tab this in one. And we're gonna say, add debug flag to show size. Collider. Right. So I feel like the snakes should all get some colliders, but anyway. So I'm gonna say debug, and then we say okay. So let's do a raw grid maybe. No, the grid's going to be a shader. We're gonna do it with a shader. It's going to be dumb. I don't know if I want to spend all day on that, but we're going to say draw boxes, draw collider. Right. So the collider should also no longer use collider. It should use the object size. But anyway, so collectible. No. So we want to say. I guess spawn, and then clean up collider bounds. So the spawning collider bounds, we're going to take in this. We're going to take in everything. We're going to take everything that we want to have like a collider for. So in this particular case, it's going to be a object query map. Goddamn. Map object. Map object. Right, that's a thing. No, this is triggers. We're just gonna have some kind of thing that calls this. And then you're going to have a different thing. So, and then you're going to go. I need like a debug thing. So, big component drive component. It's struct debug render. And I'm going to say like a U8. So map object. I think map object is a thing, right? Like, what do we fucking call the map object then? Map object size. Object size. To be honest, the snake should have an object size, but anyway. Like it shouldn't be a snake size, it should be an object size, but anyway, so cool. So what we need to do, we need we also need like say like snakes. Use a query. I should make a custom query again just to show people how it's done. Of we need children that like. Because we use snakes so much, we should make a one that's like, hey, if you want to do this, children and snake size. Yeah. So I'm going to say for entity in size object iter if snakes. What the fuck do you mean if snakes get object? No. Iterate through each of these objects. Object size. No. Entity dot with child. A child is going to be a sprite that's going to be I guess option mini map color. Anyway, color. Right. We're going to say sprite. I'm going to hey sprite custom size. Thank you. Oh, you don't go anywhere. You just literally do it directly beneath it. Right. The custom size and a color of color. Color map C unwrap or gray, I guess. With the color purple. Right. Now that should work. Then you're like dot default. Right. That's everything else. And then we just want to say you're a debug renderer of like call it 1. Linear RGBA. Right. So why you yeah, actually that's probably a good idea. RGBA. Give it a we should maybe do the color right here, and then because then that color, think of this, right? Because then we can go mute, and we can say hey color dot set dot a with alpha. Okay, sure. 0.3, and say I guess technically we can just tack that on the end there. We didn't have to put it up here. Cool. Anyway, with alpha 0.3. The idea being that like the minimap color should be like quite rich, which means that we don't like we want to fade them out so that they don't block everything. So we say sprite and we say, hey, can you like just be color and then go to the end and do that. Okay, cool. So we will just grab the color, we stick the color in there, and we say, hey, you're a debug renderer. This, okay, and then we're gonna say, hey, we're gonna say for Sneck for children. We do care about the snakes. Segments, iterate children for components, entity, segment, dot with child, sprite, splat the size, splat the color, yeah, sure, and then debug render. I think you guys need the same thing. You need the minimap, optional minimap color. Okay, color, right. And then you do the same thing here. Okay, and then okay, cool. Right. So then you do that, and you do debug render, and then say, hey. So we're gonna go, hey. We need you to be entity, and then you are objects. Okay, so then and you're a debug render. Debug render. Right. So the idea here is I'm gonna say technically we could do like a scoped entity that would go. Fuck it. Sure. Let's do that. Let's go state. Okay. Debug mode. Sure. Off and on. And then we go up to our debug plugin and we say, hey, can we app.register state add state? Okay, dot state, please. Init state. Debug state. Debug state. Oh, debug mode. I think I called it, didn't I? Yeah. Cool. Right. Then we're going to say add systems to the on enter debug mode on, and this is going to be spawn this, and then we're going to say actually I don't think I need to do anything else because hilariously I'm going to state scope them. We need to also tell it to do that, I believe. So it's something like dot state scope add computed state register set default scope how the fuck do I do that? Init state. There's definitely a way to do it. Anyway, we're gonna go here. We're gonna say, hey, state scoped. Enum debug. Maybe like state. Yeah, state enum. And this is going to be like I guess we'll call it debug mode, and this one is going to be called debug state. Right. So then, and then the debug mode is colliders. I guess it's debug render mode. Okay, so you need to debug colliders, and there's a hey state scoped, and your state scoped to state scope. You would be state scope to debug render mode colliders. Expected what? What do you mean? How do I make a new one? Despawn on exit. What? Wait, don't tell me that was deprecated. Oh no, it's not what state scoped, is it? Okay. Use despawn on exit instead. Okay, fuck you. Really? Please stop renaming shit. How the fuck am I supposed to do this? So you have, okay, so you are just like this. I don't know if it needs that bit. I think we just do debug on exit because we pass in type. Yeah, okay. Despawn on exit. Entities marked with this component were removed when the world state of the metric type no longer matches supplied value. If you need to despawn this behavior, add the attribute state scoped entity equals false when deriving state. Okay, so it's on by default now. Okay, cool. Okay, so I do want to do like a computed state, and I want to say that debug is computed state. Well, yeah. I guess, maybe. Actually, we want to say like we spawn this, and we're gonna say like despawn on debug state off on. So exit on, and then we're also gonna say like that you're a debug renderer. Okay, apparently we removed that, so so I'm just call it like 0. No, it's making them. The numbers are dumb. Yeah, so this is debug renderer, and it's going to be colliders. Okay. The idea being that I'll be able to, like, when I turn them on, I can say like, hey, if I leave debug mode, they'll disappear without me having to do anything. But I can also like turn off colliders specifically. And then we want to say like a computed state thing. Because the idea is like, everything like I want to be like change this state, and when I enter that state, it turns them on, and when I exit debug mode, it turns them off. So debug state. Yeah, that should work. Okay, cool. Can I do some kind of computed state? I want to do it just for the sake of like learning. So dot computed, add computed state. Debug state. Okay, so the trait computer state is not satisfied. So let's hover over this. So set up a type implementing computer state. This method is it has no effect when called again. Okay. What does it actually do? add compute state. Warn if no states plugin installed. Self world contains resources, state transition events, messages. Okay, add message, state transition, state transition. We'll work it out. So I think we then need to like go like impl computed state for debug state. Something like that. Is that how that works? I don't know. The AI probably just made up that function. So you mind? Type source states. Can we just go to computer state and like tell me what like so okay, this function sets up systems that can okay, a state whose value is automatically computed based on the value of other states. A computer state is a state that is a determinant derived from a set of source states. The state set is pasted into the compute method whenever one of them changes, and the resulting becomes the state's value. Interesting. Compute absolutely. So what the fuck is this register component? So I'm a bit concerned that oh, okay. It's pre-done, so it doesn't matter. Compute. AI, can you stop making shit up? Like, especially when it's like, or it would if you hadn't fucking no, self self maybe. No, what are you supposed to? Yeah, you're supposed to return self. Oh, is it? It's supposed to return option. No. So none. Computes the next value of state self. This function gets called whenever one of the source states changes. If the result is none, the state self result will be removed. Okay. Now, here's my question. Conflicting implementations. Okay. So, I guess I can get rid of that then. Maybe. I am curious if that's going to let me, free, ooh. Damn. I was hoping I could like have a master switch that like when I change any of the debug things, it turns the debug mode on, and then you need to turn the debug mode off. Because what would be nice about that is that like if I only make things despawn when the debug mode goes to off, then I could like change the render mode, and instead of having to be like, I don't know, it's like you switch into the specific mode and it does like turns all the rendering on. And then you switch into a different mode and it turns all that rendering on. And it's like, but it's like the rendering of the old modes don't go away until you switch off the debug state. So that was the plan, but I don't think that will work because it won't let me override it. So I can't push off and turn it off, which would be funny, but like, yeah. So let's go with, let's have 12 do pause. Okay, so we're gonna say like, fn toggle debug. No, it's gonna be like turn off
no, turn debug off. That's all it does. And we're gonna say, hey, because it does say it only does it when it changes. So like theoretically, mute state, mute debug state, res mute state, debug state. Theoretically, actually we want the next state. My suspicion is that next state doesn't exist. Yeah, fuck you. Really mutable fucking state. And then state here. Right, what's the bet that finite state machine whose transitions serve any understanding the current state value. I can't change it. Fuck you. Wait, does it implement reflect? Reflect. Yeah. Can I just bypass it then? Because that would be kind of funny. Oh. Wait, does that actually work? I don't know if that works because I don't know if it'll let me override it like that. Yeah. So we're gonna just say like, hey, can you like add system? I'm gonna say last. Turn debug off. And then you're like, hey, can you also take in the input? Res button, input key code. And I'm gonna say like, I want to say, in my head F12 toggles it, but it's like F12 like toggles the console more than it toggles debug. So if input dot just pressed key code, let's go F10. Tilde. Because of gray? The fuck is the key called now? Back quote. I think that back quote. Yeah, back quote. Okay, back quote. There we go. It'll turn it off. It should also turn it on, but like, again, the idea is that the debug mode should turn itself on, and then we're gonna say fn turn on debug, except that this is going to be debug turn on collision render. So it's going to be mute next state, debug state. Nope, it's debug render mode. Nope. Also set and then debug render mode colliders. Okay, and then we're gonna say turn collider turn on collider renderer. And then we say debug state and then you're like let's say like F9. So the idea is that like you press F9 and it'll turn on the renderer. Put this in first, I guess. Add system first. Fuck me. Okay. So when we hit F9, the collider rendering should turn on, and when we hit back quote, it should turn off. Nope, he didn't like that. Failed validation message not initialized. Wait. Thread panicked. Error handler. Encountered an error in system. Debug mode versus state. Failed validation. Message not initialized. If this is expected, wrap this option ahead of none, or wrap the parameter in if t to skip the system when this happens. Okay, but like what actually is panic? But like state Register component state system in schedule. That's not my thing, though. Whatever. Fuck you. Just next state. Let's just call you a state then. Bevy not being fun with it. Debug state. Init state. Debug state. Turn off debug, get off. Fine, it's gonna also be like toggle. So yep. If that's some if debug state on equals current debug. Okay, that you don't have a current. Like that's annoying. That means I need to access the state. Alright, then we got collider and is it just like not gonna crash this time, please? No, so it doesn't like the next state debug render mode. Oh, okay. Well, that's a completely different. Init. You weren't using it though, right? Debug render mode. Maybe I could get away with using it computedly. We'll look into it later. It's been a bit too long trying to fuck around doing something clever. Okay, so why do they turn on? Oh, on enter. No. On enter render mode. Anyway, yeah, your collider is way too big for your size. And you're also being picked up like long before. Right. Interesting. Okay. So. Okay. How does it so? Trying to think like when I can do. Because the point is like to toggle this. Annoyingly. Yeah. None. So we're gonna press F9 and it's gonna say, hey, I guess like you're gonna have the same issue of being like, actually, I think you can just go back into the state. So if I just press F9, it'll just go back in. Like I think that's actually how it works. That's like how the next works. That you can either just set the state with using normal state, or you can go, hey, next, and it'll go back in. Like it can transition from itself to itself. I have fixed it. Biscuits. Okay.
So we go F9. Nothing happens. I back check F9. No. I'm sure there was a fucking way to do it. The next state of state. Okay. Okay, okay. Not debug state. Please, for the love of God. Debug render mode 5. But annoyingly, I guess technically we can do this. Is this a thing? No, you just make it equal. Equals state new. Except we need like a none. So we set it to none, and then we cue the transition to happen to colliders. So that should be like, even if you go back into the same one, it will just rerun it. Clock grapple. How longer? Now, they are going to get darker as it spawns more and more of them. So we should probably check for that. Yeah. The thing is, I could also put like checks in to make it spawn it when they spawn. So yeah. So first thing is we probably want to add a little check that's like, hey, spawn colliders. And we just want to go like, we just spawn on every single one. We should maybe like actually we'll do it as like an on add thing. So debug renderer, we can be like derive component on add equals self on add dedupe. Right. So we're gonna like, import debug renderer. So we're gonna go, hey, fn dedupe, which is then gonna grab all that stuff. Get a deferred world, qualified deferred world, and we get context hooks, qualified context hooks. All right. So we're gonna say let new or let
let let some parent equals world dot get child. Oh, okay. Sure, clone. That was for that. Find the parent entity. Okay, and let some siblings equal get children of the parent. Okay. Can we just? No. Okay. Not cloned. Okay. Parent dot 0. It's got the get. It's a bit cleaner. To get the siblings. So this is get all other children of the parent, and then for siblings in siblings 0. No, you won't be your own because technically for siblings in siblings, you just pass in siblings. You can. You're gonna go like if sibling equals continue skips out. If let some other oh, actually we should probably get let mode equals debug renderer. It doesn't have my clone. Yeah, debug renderer. You need to be derive clone and copy. Clone and copy. So the idea being like we copy. We're also going to say, I'm just going to say like expect expect what? Okay. So yeah, it's probably easy just to hit it. Then you try and fucking dereference everything. Okay. So if sibling equals context entity skips out. If let some other. Does this pattern matching work? No. Okay. Other mode. If mode equals other mode world dot display. World dot commands dot entity context dot entity dot display. Okay. Remove self since is duplicate. Alright, you need equals. Where's the render fucking thing? Yeah. Are equal. Yeah, just whack hash in there, you know. Okay. So what it does, okay. Do that collapse. Okay. So, check if sibling is the same debug random object. Okay, cool. Cool. So that should stop it from getting more. And then we want to go, I guess fn spawn up. Add new collider on add on spawn. So this one is going to be like pretty annoying. So it's gonna be like no, 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 no. We're gonna say something like a snake. We need the snake size. We don't need the entity, we just need the snake's size. Just always. We just want all the snakes. Well, I guess technically, yeah, even with snakes. And we're gonna say new segment. Just added, not snake. So close, so close. Added as snake segment. Added a snake segment, and then we go for size to do the same thing. On exit on debug render collider. So entity with children or with child. Custom size. Yep. Didn't I have a thing that was like kind of call like size dot size? If not, I'm gonna add that dot as size. I guess dot global. Right, I'm gonna make that a thing. Dot global. Right. Right, you need to do that same thing with the option minimap color. Color to unwrap all. Okay, so you need global, which is object size. Import. I'm just gonna call it size, but yeah. Okay, global. No, we're gonna call you size. I've changed my mind. AI, I'm sorry. You always say it. FN hub FN size, and that's going to take in self and return a vec. Ooh, yeah, vec2. Times by Sneck. Okay, well, grid size. Wait, what do you mean world grid size fucking private? Okay, first off, we're the same crate. Okay, I feel like if I said crate, maybe you still have it. Like that's it. Okay, so it's because I called it like weirdly. So your size. Okay, so some size. Dot map. C. I'm gonna fucking V. I guess I need dereference. Yeah, dereference V. Okay. So do that. Minimap color. Dereference. Okay. Now get this color. Then we say the alpha images. And we say hey on collider. Then you do the same thing for snake. Snake. Yeah, hey, snake size. And then entity with child. Custom linear. Why are you entity? Entity is first off, you don't iterate the snakes. What the fuck? No. You iterate the new segments. And they don't have snake sizes. God, you fucking weird. New snakes apparently. Segment. let okay. Size, UBR, size, color. Open snake, get segment. Failed to get snake size for new segment, tip collider. So then you become size, you'd become segment, dot width child, and then everything said the same except we use color. Like this. Okay, cool. So add new colliders on spawn. We go up here, we say hey dot add underscore systems. I guess we'll put this in update because I don't care when it runs. I just want it to run. We do this and we say hey run if in state debug render mode collider. Debug. Derived system. Yep. What do you need? You need hash, which you need clone partial equal hash print debug. Lovely. So we go up here. Hey, collider. Yeah. Turn on collider rendering. No. New clip. Okay. Run if dot in set debug systems. Let me call it maybe debug only systems. Then we get in here, we say hey dot configure set around schedule and set. Okay, the schedule is update, and you're the running instead debug. That should mean that these new colliders only spawn when we're actually in both. The debug is on and the collider mode is enabled. And that should make new debuggers spawn, and then if you hit the button again, it doesn't spawn additional ones because they should just despawn themselves. To the apple. Okay. That's not working. Oh, failed to get snake size for new segment. What the hell is your problem? Wait, no, snakes don't get segment. Well, they do, but it's hold off. Segment. Snake. Snake dot get snake. Yeah. Yeah. Of course, you can't find the snake size on the segment that specifically doesn't have a snake size. Now here's the issue. It turned on the fucking debug renderer when I didn't turn the debug on. Oh, and now we're not inside the game, so this is fucking horrendous. Alright. So if I hit tilde, now they appear. Yeah, okay. So cool. That means the
on enter colliders. Turn on collider renderer. Needs to be inset debug state on. So you can't turn it on. Debug only. But debug only. So now you can't turn it on when you're in that system. Update, run if debug is on. That's an update. So let's just put you in update then, because I can't be bothered redoing that code. It'd be like one, it would have been less work to duplicate it, but you know. Yeah. Toggle debug, that you don't want that to work. You want that to work in both. Then spawn collider bounds on enter. Okay, cool. Should probably do like something to indicate that you're in debug mode, but I can't be bothered right now. Tilde 9. Alright, so now we have our snakes, and I think we want to also put like a global, like they should always render underneath. So moving on top is not that bad. Cool. Okay. So the question, let's make ourselves as small as we can. Now, there's a small issue with that, and that's that the debug fucking sizes didn't change with changing size. That's funny. Okay. The point is, that did we actually touch the apple? I don't know, but the mini map certainly made it look like we got close, but we were also twice the size we're supposed to be, so that's probably not actually helping very well. So what if we page down first, and then we turn that on to 9, and then we go like F12 at some point. Okay, so we're gonna go do. Yeah, so we're definitely picking it up like long before we touch it. Interestingly, and it's probably because the collider is the collider, which is, you know, collectible, so it should have an object. Right. Map size? No, what the fuck is the... I swear, who is it? The collider, well, collider's gonna destruct. We need it back, but it's just gonna have a no data. Technically this should go on like object size, I guess. Maybe not. Yep. Alright, tiny map. What's map? Object size. So we're gonna say you get a component on add, self on add. Turn on add. No. It's a world defer world and context. Oh, context. No. Oh, context. Okay. And then we go, hey, did it? Oh, I already had it copied in my clipboard. That's originally. Yeah. Except it's self. And hook context. Cannot do reference. Okay. Wait, what? Okay. First up, I'll do reference self and then say size.size. Lovely. Cannot move because it's behind a shared reference. You are cloning copy because you're such a tiny type. Alright. Size, world, get, extract. Okay, so this will set the sprite size when we collect this object. Now we have to go, hey, collider is just a collider. There's no
Collider 2. Collider doesn't have an on. Oh, that was a collectible. Yeah, that might make slightly more sense to have an on ad like that. I'm gonna say you require object size. Fair enough. But yeah, I need an object size. But it's I think like if it needs the on ad, doesn't implement default. Okay. Yes. Wow. Implement default, and I'm gonna say import default. Object size, and it's gonna be 1. Oh, yeah, we're going to derive and then also default. Cool. So you have an issue which is can't do ref from a derive from. Yeah, okay. Cool. You don't. Yeah. Technically, it's supposed to be something else. Okay. So check, and so your collider says. So you want to be technically you want to be not with collectible. Oh, it is collectible, but it's with collider. No, it's this object. Okay, and I'm also going to say that all collectibles have colliders. Oh, technically it's probably the other way around. We probably want, well, collectibles definitely get colliders, but for some reason that means you need default. You were going to require. It's the collider is going to require the object size, and then the collectible requires the collider. Because it means when we use colliders in those places, it's like automatically gets it. Collider.size. I'm going to pass that in, and it spawns food. Size equals size, unwrap, Sneck size, default. I'm going to assume that this will still just works. Instead of getting a collider, you get the collectible, and then you get an object. Size. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, I think we might make collectibles. The collectibles are still gonna have the on-ad functionality. We'll just grab the stuff back out of the map one, just so that I don't have to copy paste stuff. If it's like that, whatever I've done. Object on-ad, so I don't have to copy pipes. Collider, paste. Alright. I'm still gonna go on-ad stuff on-ad. But instead of doing this, to do set color on minimap base of self. Okay. So why did it crash? It says object size, object size. Somehow we have a bundle with bundle has duplicate components. Okay, that's fun to know. When was I spawning that, like a map or something? Collectible, probably, when we're picking up food. Food. Query, very complex type, yum. Spawn food, yum. Somehow we have two object sizes. Yeah. Love how I picked the same object size for both of them. Okay, so do this, and then we go. Okay, so we're gonna go like page down, and then we're gonna go. Oop, apparently I picked that apple up fucking a mile away. We need to go tilde F9. Down, space.
Okay, yeah, so we're still picking things up like from way too far away. So, now, are we picking them up from too far away because we're doing a minus x and it's x. So self dot y and self dot half size dot y. Yeah, half size. So where are we calling this from? 5 by 2. Half size. You're also splitting the size here. What? Why am I fussing at default? Oh, just it's just dereference snake size twice. And then in theory maybe we have to halve that as well. That'll we halve both of these and just pass in width and size. Okay, so F12, shrink us down, go up. Tilde F9, go. I think we're at. Oh, I got it. Now, is that because I'm really small? That's the question. If I go up, it didn't quite work. So we do. So in theory, F5. No, F9. Okay, I don't know if I touched that apple or not. I definitely picked one up without touching it. Yeah, okay. So we need to like passing like half the fucking size. Okay, cool. Check out Bevy. I don't know exactly what we would supposed to be doing, but I'm going to assume that if I max myself out, then we go F9. No, there we go. Oh, right, yeah, that's right. I remember I go faster, but oh yeah, it's not even aligned with the grid. That's right. But that's actually probably pretty useful because it means that like I should only pick it up if I'm actually touching it. It's good to know. Beep 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 beep. Okay. The other question is so I don't know if that's that the minimap's broken. I'm gonna say the minimap. It's either broken or it's one frame behind. But no, it's semi-broken. It's not registering the right location. Okay, so let's fix the minimap. I don't know exactly what I've been doing. What do we do? What did we do? So we fixed the colliders. We added some debugging output. We exposed some public types. What's this object size? Okay, so we fixed collider. Fixed collectible collider. Okay. So next is to fix the minimap so that it actually like represents the right thing. Because I think what's happening at the moment is the minimap's using the top left corner as the point of origin, not whatever the size is. So the fruit's probably in the right spot, but the this is the wrong repository. Stop opening the wrong repository. Okay. Collectibles minimap. Okay. So clear minimap. Cool. Draw player on minimap. We say children, minimap color. Say snake. Apparently the player. Have I said that the player snake requires a color? I did. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna go to minimap. Okay. So minimap color. Why don't I have this size on? Where am I pulling size from? What's next? Okay, snake just side. Apparently adds new U32. All right. So segment in. Okay. So we go through the children. We say, hey, segment transform segment.get segment. Okay. MX is the segments.translation.x. Okay. Okay. So we get this and we truncate it. And then we add the map size plus half, but that's just so that we center the map. I don't actually know if this is true. I think we want to do something like plus size snake size dot offset, something like that. So it's a segment plus, sorry, wrap this whole thing too, plus the idea being that again it's going to add 0. This one might not matter as much, but I don't think it starts at 0 is the problem. Yeah, okay. Dx dy, size in cells, mx that's saturating as. Okay, so what we need to do as it's like mx I32. Is we for one need to subtract minus I guess it's size in cells, so like 2. We'll call it 5. Okay. And then same with you. So then we need to minus as I32. And then as U32. Alright. Maybe. Does that work now? So we subtract half of a width. The issue is I need to make the screen like 100 by 100 too. Also, like, to be clear, the reason the minimap is going to be important is because the idea is that the map will be bigger than the screen. I don't know if it is. Well, the minimap is like twice the size of the screen, which is kind of funny. I mean, it feels much more like it's actually like teleporting as soon as I touch it. So what we need to do is make the screen, when it spawns in, we need to spawn our map marker, which still exists hilariously, and that map marker is resolution, no, well, yes, but we want to go make it like a new resolution, and when comment this one out, min window size. Okay, cool. So this we're going to change this one to just like 100. UI grid size. Okay, you got times 100. Times 100. That doesn't seem right. That should be like 3000 by 3000. That's a very big screen. Is that bigger than my screen? I don't know. Kind of. So maybe we should make the minimap smaller. Maybe. I mean, it might be smart. I don't feel like that fruit's in the right spot though. So, please. Okay, so you're almost touching edge. Now you're past the edge, and then you're on the other side. Yeah, I'd say the minimap is like somewhat accurate at least. Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't come off the top yet, but I mean, technically correct. The best kind of correct. There you
go back to running. That's fine. So we want to go chill day at 9. Oh yeah, we should stop the fucking fruit. Doing fruit things for one thing. I also feel like that fruit's the wrong size, but yeah. We should grid align it for one thing. Ooh. Fight a little bit. I don't know what that guy's doing. Okay. That's also like it's one frame behind. So we need to make sure we do the minimap at the right timing, I guess. It's clearly not actually done at the right time because as you can see the fruit somewhere else in the minimap hasn't updated. Okay. So, let's because there was 2 pieces. Let's go like this. The tail looks like it's fucking. So let's grid align that goddamn apple. That's the other thing. So what we'll do is we'll shrink the minimap to like 50 by 50, but we'll also force the minimap to be like a minimum size, like 4 pixels per thing. So it's a little bit easier to tell what's happening. So we're gonna go to map. I'm gonna say, hey, actually, map size. The size of the map is going to be like 50 by 50, just to make it small enough that I can fit everything on. The minimap, I believe, automatically does that. Then we're going to go to, when we spawn the minimap, we need to still tell the minimap to be, its minimum size is 4. Cool. So now it's like minimum 4 pixels per cell. Spawn the minimap, map. Okay, so. So we're going to fix you so that you actually spawn on the grid. So get collector. No, this is collisions. Check out Bevy. So we spawn food. Spawn food needs to access map. Map. Now. I really don't want to be tracking where everything is. Import map from create map. Map. So we're going to say, hey, can you, instead of generating like that, can you generate a value? I'd like you to generate me a random value. Random. Range between negative map size divided by let m equal let r equal map dot map size dot width dot x divided by 2 and with rx and rw ry. Yep, negative. It's a dot dot. Why are you turning them into F32? You fucking weirdo. Dot dot rx. Why with the xd? The fuck? Thank you. Alright, generate those 2. Then you go here and you say, hey, as F32 times by global grid I don't know where it's from. I'm gonna rename that because world grid size is apparently too hard for my brain to fucking remember. So I'm gonna go to lib, I'm gonna go, hey, can you fucking just call this grid size? So that like It's either grid size or U grid size. And thank you. Okay, grid size. Thank you. And then your as grid size. I don't know if that's correct because I feel like if the object isn't like it's going to have the same misalignment issues. Oh, also he's definitely not working. See, like I'm clipping into him without actually touching him. Maybe I am just clipping into him. F5, F5, so let's say that. Okay. Okay, we need to make the... Oh, we didn't change the green, did we? So, we go map. No, it's not map. It's... well, it's in util apparently. 50. Alright, so I'm gonna do that. Okay, so first up with like F12, I'm gonna go towards this apple. I still don't think that's right because this doesn't look right. As you'll notice, like the head's not long enough, it's only like 1 pixel down. It should be like the same. It should be quite an L. It should look like him. Anyway, again, it's also like a frame behind. Anyway. Yeah, so it's definitely rounding something wrong. We need to go tilt to that. Oh, I should do these debug squares. God damn it. Okay, and yes, I am actually just clipping over him. The minimap is still wrong, because if I don't touch him, it's like putting me up to the right, but maybe that's because I changed me but didn't change the rest of the fucking shit. Yeah, because I didn't change the rest of the snakes, did I? I did like the player. Okay, so draw player on minimap. Draw colliders on minimap. Draw other snakes on minimap. Okay. So we need to be like fn draw snake on map. And it's going to take in map, which is a visual image. Segments. So query to transforms. It's going to take in snake, which is going to be children, size, which is going to be a F32. So we get the image with the snake and the segments. All right. Probably the color. So then we're going to do this. I'm going to do, hey. Just going to copy the logic of the player because I assume the player is correct, but I don't actually know. We're going to take all of the stuff inside of the loop. We're going to paste it in here. So we're going to say, hey, segment player children. That's so it's snake. So snake.iter for snake transform segments.get mx map size. Okay. Do we need the map size? I'm gonna say maybe offset. Which will be a U vector. No, it's I vector, I reckon. So this is going to be offset dot x. Right, we're going to do that. And then we just need to know that it's the map. Cut that offset y like that. Come down here, we're going to say hey, draw play on the map. So
we're going to say draw snake on map. So we're going to pass in the map, which is the mini map image. I'm passing segments. Yep. We're going to pass in the snake. The snake is player children. Right. Size is snake size. I think. Like dereferenced. Maybe dereferenced again to get an F32. The color is going to be a dereference to the color. And the offset is going to be map dot size divided by 2. Okay. Size in cell. So draw the collectible. Draw snake. Size in cell. How did we calculate that? We said snake size dot stride. Do we actually use the snake size at all? No. Okay. So let's call it. So this is going to be stride, and you're a you're a U32. Wait. Okay. Pass in size and pass in the actual snake size, because apparently it's very important. Next. Use dereference one last time. Okay. And then we bring you down. We say, hey. Wasn't expecting it to unfold all that, you know. What you do. Alright, so we're gonna say like size. Size and stride. Size and cells. We should probably just say like image. And then we say like doot. Okay. Right. So we can say size. Size. Okay. I don't really know what it's doing. Image. Oh, we don't need a dereference. Just pass in color. Right. And then you're gonna do exactly the same thing. You're just gonna fucking. You're gonna say snake. Draw snake on map, passing in the mini map image. Yep, segments. Snake is player children. It's not player children, it's snake. And then size is snake size. Minimap color is minimap color. We need to dereference you at least once to get you in state. And then we need to say, hey, your color is actually map. Or the default is going to be color. Linear SRGB. 1 0 0. Otherwise, dereference C. Okay. Alright, so that passes that in, which means now that both of these functions do the same thing. I mean, in theory, I could condense them into the same one because there's just a difference between that. Okay. Draw snake on map. Alright, I don't know what's wrong with draw snake on map, but So I'm gonna just have to like pass some values in, I guess. Well, that's why DX and MX need to be the top corner, so it's probably actually end up like minus offset. I don't know. We'll work it out. Do it very slowly and methodically. And work out why the minimap's not cover up. Question: does the fruit now spawn on an ice plane? Probably.
bullet. Working that out. Go down to the smaller size, I guess, and then fill the F9. I go, hey, can we F12 and go, hey, like, are we actually like next to you, or like, are you like, you're not on the same grid as us? But I think that's actually because you're not doing the offset properly. So I think you have the same issue that the snakes have, which is that if you're even, you need to offset by half. So I think when we go like, hey, we need to go let object let size equal object size new u vec2 splat, right? And then we need to say like let pos mute yeah, mute pos equals no, just say I vec2, I'm lazy, I vec2 new x and y to vec as vec2 times by grid size plus I don't know if that works. Okay, cool. So we don't need to be really specific pause, and then we say from translation, and we say pause extend. Alright, so oh no, it's not plus a half, it's plus size dot offset. Okay. So interestingly, I'm pretty sure that's going to be different because the offset's going to depend if it's odd or even, but it's also going to be so we're going to say you actually have to return a vec2, which is going to be vec2 x if self dot x is do you not have deref? Okay, don't deref is multiple of 2 0.5 else 0 and y. Okay, so then that should return your offset like so. Spawning food. We don't need the window because we have the map. The map does the same thing the window did, which is just keep track of where the food's supposed to be. Why have I called you Y? So we pass that in. We pass in the position and extend it by this. So we add offset, which should then hopefully bring it back onto the grid. I think. I assume. I don't know. Because it's 2x2 and it was out by half the grid. So if we go like page down, it should be on the grid now. So we're gonna go do 9. Yes, perfect. I can scoot around him. Now the question is, are you rendering properly on the map? We can test that if this. No. The answer is no. Either the snake or the apple is not rendering correctly. And I'm going to bet it's the snake because, well, and then probably the apple too, but... Okay, you're rendering correctly. You're rendering correctly. Maybe. Am I? Yeah, I think you are.
because I'm not touching you, but I am touching you like right on the edge of the minimap. I think we need to make the fucking minimap bigger. Fucking, I want to know if any pixels are overlapping. But anyway, the apple is like a half segment over, so the apple's actually the one that's got an issue with the minimap, which makes sense because I've tweaked both the snakes, but I haven't tweaked the apple. Minimap. Draw collectibles on minimap. Right, minimap image. Minimap. So technically, what did the snakes take? So the draw snake on minimap. I'm gonna pop this down into its own, like down the bottom, so it's easier to find the specific function that does that. Draw snake on map, and then we're gonna go, hey, fn draw object on minimap. Alright, so the object is obviously gonna need the same like core parameters, which is all of this, except it's gonna not take in things like the query because it doesn't actually need the query. It just needs a vector tree because it just needs position. Center, I guess, center. Right, it doesn't need the snake's children, it needs the size, which is going to be the object. It needs color, and it needs an offset. Does it need the offset? Yes, the offset's the map. Right, okay. Right, so then just copy like all of the logic from size sprite. So I'm pretty sure your sprite is just the object size. Because you just return that. Yeah, cool. So we can probably get away with that. So let's do that. Okay, so segment, transform, get. Okay, so we don't need that because we've already got the vector. So the mx is center.x, center.y, size in cells. So divide by 2. So that's size dot x divided by 2, size dot y divided by 2. So u the plus offset dot x center size. Okay, size dot offset here. First off, this offset is different, isn't it? Isn't your offset just like adding a half? Yeah, you're adding 0 or a half, and then but the snake's doing the same. So that tells me that it's probably not doing anything. Where's the draw snake? Should we directly about draw snake? No, that's not the snake. Draw snake. You also add the offset, but again, I'm pretty sure your offset is no, it's oh, okay. So your offset is grid size times a half. Okay, which means that your offset should also be grid size times a half. Right. So we say center to x plus offset divided by that truncated plus a different offset. Okay. And then so you're saying found U32 because size is okay. And you're the same with the offset and this and that and this and that. And okay, so as Y32. Y32. So I don't know whether this isn't working. Because something's vector. Right. So let size in cells. No. Equal size dot offset. No. Maybe. Size in cells. Wait. That is the offset. So what is so size in cells would be size dot x. which is already AU32. And your size Y. Return. Okay, so cannot return it. So what is your problem? Center.x plus offset. Yes. Okay, so that size offset. Actually, no, they shouldn't have that problem, because the proof of the offset was about correcting. Maybe not, I don't know. Size, offset, and then we go, hey, size of X, size of Y. Draw offset from that. I'm just wondering if maybe part of my issue is that the where's my draw collectibles? Draw player collectible. My brain's going to sleep. Draw object map. Translation, size, color, map size, do I check? Oh fuck, what am I just... It could be that because like the snake needs to be corrected for the fact that the snake's segments are offset by the so that their global transform doesn't actually line up with their internal transform, which actually remember maybe that's something I need to check then, is that like because shift no. Okay, so I need to turn into mini snake so that I can get right next to you. And then if I go up a size, now I'm touching you. I want to go one block away from you. And now I'm touching you again. That's annoying. How the hell do I get like within one cell of you? I don't think I can. Yep. Okay, so I legitimately can't be within one cell of you. I probably need to enable that as like a thing that you can somehow manage to move like one cell. Anyway, the issue is that there should be a space between them. Anyway, you're right on the edge of the map. I'm touching you, I didn't collect you, so there's something wrong there too. You're not actually quite aligned. Interesting. Okay, so first off, you're aligned like right with the edge of the map, right? Okay, I think I included that weren't. Okay, yeah, it's definitely not, because it would be a nice square if it was. Okay. God damn it. I don't think it needs the offset though, because I think, again, the offset's about... Maybe it does, I don't know. I think the snake needs a different offset, because the snake actually is offset by the snake's size. Whereas the fruit shouldn't, because the fruit's actually not offset. What? It is, but it isn't. Maybe, I don't know. Confusing. Okay, draw a snake on the map. So, size in cells, size stripe. Okay, segment, snake, header. Let's go to the minimap thing and like make the minimap like really big. So that like I can really clearly see all the pixels. I'm gonna make the map. I want to say really small, but like I don't actually want to make it smaller because that makes the minimap harder to fucking deal with. But I guess the smaller the thing, let's times it by like let's times it like 40, and let's make the map like 10. So each pixel should be like 40. Each cell in the map should be bigger than the actual fucking cell is on the screen. That doesn't seem very good. What's this gonna look like? Is it going to be massive, isn't it? Because each cell is only 16 pixels. Yeah. The minimap's bigger than the fucking map. Oh, there I am. Here's the question. Okay, so the issue is that, like... well, I guess I should try and collect some fruit, maybe. It's a very, very big, very big map. Well, that's the question. If I come right down here, I can't get close enough to them, so page down. I can get right next to them. And I don't get a pixel wrong, so... Anyway, that's way too big. We need to go find the utility thing. We need to say, like... Well, we can scale the map down to, like, 30. Because that'll scale the minimap, so... 30, maybe 20? Because in theory, like, if we go off the map, we just don't show up. So, in theory, scaling the minimap down by 20 is going to allow for more space, because physically the screen's the same size. But it's still absolutely massive. Try half again. Yep. 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 I feel like the... Oh, because we're saying percentage of the screen, maybe? No, that shouldn't. I know where we went. Oh, we're gonna have to fucking... Oh, this crap. Okay. Why is the minimap not getting smaller then? I assume... I'm sitting at like the minimum size. Is the size of the map times 40. Like, if we said like times 10, it should be like a quarter that size. Which is still gonna be massive, but... Why does it freeze when I go off the side though? Right. Yeah. We have to collect enough apples that we can okay. Kill the no. So yes, true, but also why? How does this apple keep getting in a fucking loop? Okay, so it seems like the snake is correct, because the snake, like, is actually drawing an accurate shape. Question. Surely the snake also correct? No. Well, if he is, something's wrong with my, my logic for offsetting the snakes. Right, he's probably the wrong ratio. Does this snake, like, at a different size scale, does he form a perfect loop at 8 long? Yes. What about this snake? Yes. What about the snake at that guy's size? That one. Okay, that at least makes sense. Didn't know that one. I don't get the how can I have to overlap him and then I have to leave a gap? Okay, that makes some sense, to be honest. No, so something's wrong there because I'm leaving a gap and it's touching it, so it's rounding something wrong.
But what size is that? It's the size 2. Only on that size that it's rounding something wrong. Why you do this to me? And it's the lower like edge too. If I leave a gap on these sides, it leaves the correct size gap. What if I leave it like a full snake width gap? Like, yeah, that looks right. Okay. I don't know why the apple's in the wrong fucking spot. Anyway. Full snake width. So that implies that it's just at the lower. It's either you are too big or you're too big. Why is the minimap doing this? Okay. Draw player on minimap, which just calls draw snake on minimap. It could be that I'm truncating it and I need to floor. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, round, actually, probably round. Also, you're just truncating the... That's the wrong spot. That's kind of funny. Truncating that does nothing. Because truncating that, which I guess if we were flooring... Maybe this will actually fix it, because we were truncating the grid size, and the grid size is an integer, so that doesn't actually do anything. Oh, fuck. Why just dragging it at like a 45-degree angle just like break it? It probably sends too many like redraw messages or something. It's so gonna lose them. So tilde 9. Okay. Nope, it's not leaving a gap. So maybe we need to round. Maybe it's like a rounding issue. It's because I'm truncating, we're moving towards the center, but then because we're on the center side, like truncating towards the center is moving this way. Right, and truncating towards the center is moving this way, like towards here. But down here, truncating towards the center is actually moving towards him. And down here, it's moving towards him. So maybe it's that I'm truncating, and we need to round instead. We shouldn't, because we should be on a perfect grid, but... We also need to correct for the snake size. Which we're just like not doing, I don't think. Why do you keep crashing? Well, it's not crashing, that's the annoying thing. It's just freezing. It's so much harder to find a just freezing bug. Because it's just like not doing anything. Okay. So we need to wait until we come back onto the screen and go boop. Okay. First off, do we still draw like a perfect circle? Oh, we need to eat some fucking fruit before we can find out. Okay. And I don't know where the apple went. Probably behind the mini-map somewhere. Anyway, we do look like we're drawing a perfect square. We're gonna go 50. Somehow we've chopped our head off, but anyway. We're leaving a gap, We're not leaving a gap. We're leaving a gap. We've got very big. That's interesting. I think that's why you truncate though, because yeah, and it rounding is just atrocious because it just keeps going the wrong way. But that could be to do with the map offset as well, because we're kind of doing it in the middle of something. Size in cells. We shouldn't be doing sizes in cells like dividing by 2. We should just start at a lower number or something. Yeah. Okay. So first we need to actually like render the green, this green patch here, which is like 10 cells by 10 cells. Maybe we make you 15 by 15, but we do probably need to make the a little smaller. Right, so collectible, so draw snake on map. So what we actually would need to do as well it's the snakes have a fucking another issue because they're slightly offset. So the idea is that we can work out what the snake's offset is by saying like let offset s offset equals snake size dot offset. So we now need to take the segment translation. Okay, so we need to say like let, let's say translation equals vec3 splat s offset. So we add the snake's offset, right? Because that's the actual offset of the snake on the screen, because that's about moving it back onto that grid. Okay. And I don't quite know why we add the size of the snake. Well, it's just doing what we're doing there. Okay. Okay. So then we say like translation.x divided by grid size. Alright, let's do like a checkerboard pattern with our debug square thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to spawn debug somewhere. Where's our debug square? Spawn our debug square. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, hey, commands dot spawn right white custom size flat we're going to map and say, hey, okay, can we actually make your size some map dot I want to say map dot size dot as vec2 times grid size. Okay, so that should make a big white checkerboard, and then we want to go for x in map size dot x, for y in map size dot y, if x plus y, the u, come on, is oh, continue, otherwise commands dot spawn a sprite apparently slightly green, custom size, flat grid size, transform x as f32 plus a half times. I don't think we want the plus a half. I have a feeling, but we'll find out when we send the snake around, is that so we want to also, we need to give you a transform, and we need to say that you're like -50 or something. Transform from translation vec3 z negative z times 100. Okay. So do that, and then come down here and go hey. Yeah, don't think you actually want to do this. I think you want to do this. We say hey native 99. And then wait, what? Wait, there's no transform in you. Why do you do this? You suck.
So that should spawn a big checkerboard, and then I'm just gonna like not do anything. Can we just make you like not do anything? Yeah, just don't draw anything on the map for the snake for right now. Okay. First off, it's really annoying. I don't think why is because it needs to start at like negative. So you started at 0, 0. I don't actually know what the map size is. Anyway, debug. Where's my debug cube thing? So you need to be x equal x minus 2. Yeah, division comes first. Divided over 2. We should probably also make them the map like a fixed size or something. The trick here is going to be when we so you're not quite lined up. The question is, it doesn't really matter for the red and white. So why do I make it green? Is the question is the snake lined up? Yes, the snake is lined up. Okay, so just shift the white like 0.5 down. Rec. New grid size times 0.5. Grid size times 0.5 and negative 100. Alright, so that should fix up the grid, or at least the white in the grid. And then that should let us like see the map a little bit better, in that we'll be able to like work out exactly like, are we on the edge of the map, or are we just like rendering in completely the wrong place. So now we go back to rendering the minimap, and we go, hey, turn this all back on, and then we're gonna work this out. So first off, we're gonna say don't draw the other snake literally doesn't move, so it doesn't actually matter really. So we're gonna say, hey, can you like, first off, translation.x divided by grid size. I want to know what that is, so we're gonna like say like debug. Debug translation dot y divided by translation.x divided by grid size. dbg that makes cool. Oh, no, I do that. Okay. So let my equal translation dot y divided by grid size. Now, where does that put you? I think it needs to be truncated, because I'm pretty sure at 0, 0 we will be on. I didn't hit it 12 times. Oh god, what have I done? Okay. Sneck. Okay, so I made the white even worse. So the white actually needs to go the other way. Or did I make the green worse? I wouldn't. I couldn't make the green worse, but the green is at the very least aligned with the snake. So. Oh yeah, and because the maps. Okay, cool. So the reason the map, the white's the one that's misaligned, is actually it's quite interesting, because moving the white up. So I'm assuming I'm correct, because the green is aligned with the snake. The green is on the correct grid, but whether it's actually the correct grid, it's up to the. It's still to be decided. All right, we're gonna go this way. Minus. Go. Oh, speed myself up. Okay. Interestingly, the map is just like in the complete wrong. Right, because we need to offset it by
So if I can send myself to 0, 0 quickly, which should be like the first cell that I appear on the minimap. I need this snake to shut the fuck up. Okay, I need you to not. Okay, yeah, we need to turn that snake off because he's just spamming the console. Debug square. No, and yeah, we need to say, hey, draw other snakes. Don't do that. Draw collectible. Draw other snakes. Okay, draw other snakes. Just don't. Can you just return? Okay. Do that because then it'll yell an error so I can find it later. So we need to correct by the offset, but we need to work out if we're actually like the right amount yet. So we're also going to say that these debug statements are only if let head equal snake 0. Okay, so if segment equals head. Alright, so then we should be tracking just the head, which should be pretty easy. So because otherwise we're going to get like 10 segments and all going to spam the console. So we have our translation.x and our grid size. So we have the F12. I still don't like that I can't full screen. Alright, yeah. So we need to have page down. Page up, page up. Right, so if I send you round to 0, 0, when you start reading 0, 0, when do you actually draw on the map? Apparently never. Interestingly, you just like never, because you're always going to draw in that top right corner. Okay, that's fine. So basically we're scrolling across until, okay. Right. Wait, so as we head up, it goes down, which is interesting. Right. Yeah, of course, because it's we actually want to invert that, don't we? How does that work? I think it's like saturating sub. I reckon we want to do that. We're going to leave them as eyes so that they can be negative. And then, as U32 here. Because oh, no. No. Okay, so they should be converted like up here then maybe. As what? 32. Because here's the thing also, we're printing them out as a float, right? And they were always just integer numbers, which means we're on the grid. Right, we're just moving around on the grid, which means that there's nothing to be lost by truncating them. What if I increase the size? So we're doing something wrong because we're starting to get non-grid aligned numbers. So when we're this guy, we're getting grid aligned numbers. When we go upper size, we're getting non-grid aligned numbers. Okay, cool. Anyway, let's get working with the mini guy first, and then we can work out how to correct for that. Okay. So down, round. Track back to 0. So we need to probably do that thing. So heading up takes us off. If we head into this corner of the map. Okay, interestingly, why do I keep turning? What the fuck? Where is the map? It's not in this corner, is it? Okay, yes. I head down, I head up. Okay, that's incorrect then. I head up, I head down. But I'm literally doing the opposite of what I was doing. As I go higher, I don't get how I can flip the sign of something and then it still goes in the other direction. God damn it. Fucking. How? Am I flipping the sign on the wrong fucking bit? Like, what the hell? And why? Your problem. Okay, translation. That would be why we're getting the half sound, isn't it? Because we're adding the splat to it. God damn. The snake is moving, it's just not rendering anything. Well, that does narrow that down a little bit when I do try and track down that bug. See, like, I wonder if I move the screen just a little bit more. There we go. There's just something about like that specific size of screen that makes it like F12, go down size. Okay, so now heading down takes me down. Heading up takes me up. Okay. Okay, so question, if I take my 20 little bastard snake all the way to the edge, of course he's not going to touch the edge because the map is twice the size, but we are like right in the center, maybe, we can't actually tell. So let's offset that by a certain amount. So the issue is, because the maps are fucking even number, we need to start like higher up or something. So the MX DX, so the DX is so we need to say like so you need to be plus offset dot x and offset dot y. And one of the problems could be is I think I'm dividing the map size. So I'm going to say this is map size, and don't divide it before you pass it in because otherwise it's confusing by naming convention at least. So map size. Don't rename, don't resize it. Just pass the map size in. So we want to that map size divided by 2. Right. So the question is, do we now end up in the top right corner? So we're going to like F12 it so we stop moving. Okay, it's still moving, but it's just not fucking aligned. There you go. Okay, so right, let's put you up in the top corner. So the idea is that if I go here, we're touching the edge of the map, touching the edge of the map, touch. Right, we're 1 cell off, I think. Like as in, if we do this, we're 2 cells from the top. We do this, we're like 1 cell from the top. Let's get bigger so we can go faster down to the bottom. Then we go down. Alright, so we're 1 cell from the top, and we're 1 cell off the bottom. So we're question is, are we 1 cell from this? What the fuck? That's a weird one. So 1 cell from this. So no, wait, we were right on that, weren't we? Right. Turn around. Okay. Where Y is correct. Okay, so the Y is correct, but the X is 1 off.
Which makes me think it's that you do this. You're supposed to be this minus that, rather than that plus that. That might invert the direction. F12. Goddamn, do this. Why does it do that? Such a weird fucking thing. And now it's bugged the other way. Okay. Well, we definitely not fixed it, because if anything, we fucked the Y. Wait, that's interesting. Wait, X was correct. Never mind. Y was the one that was incorrect. X was correct. So U would then be this minus that. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know if that shifts me up at all. Like, that's the problem. Yeah, apparently I just like stream for a really long time compared to everyone else. Like, everyone's always coming in like, oh, you're streaming for a really long time. It's like, yeah, I'll be programming anyway, so. Alright, so we're like one off the top, one off the bottom. So it needs to be like one higher. Why is the Y the one that's one off? Okay, yeah, so we just need to put it down one on the Y. How do I get one lower? Why is one too high? Something's truncating. So we can just add plus. We can just literally just plus one somewhere. So I suspect, but like I'm a bit worried because if I just plus one, it may not work on the next size map size, because it may be like an odds versus evens kind of thing. But what's happening is that this is rounding down and this is rounding down. Like they're both truncating down, and that's resulting in it being off by that little bit. Like we're not specifically adding anything to the offset, right? Because it's splat. They're both adding the same. They're both adding the same offset. Everything's the same. Yeah. Okay. Actually, that's a good point. We should probably check that we are like reading the right number, and it's not just that like the actual grid is off. We need to 12, but go up in size, turn around, turn it around. Okay, down, 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 shrink, 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 across, across, across. Okay, so you're at 25, negative 25. So that's even more confusing because apparently it should be minus one. Right. And that says 24. Interesting. That's a 24. You're at 24 right now. And that's at negative 25. Okay. Apparently negative 20. Okay, so maybe it's supposed to be vec 3 new offset negative offset 0, and then we don't have to do this because we're adding a half offset, which should then make it round the other way. So the X will round up, the Y will round down, which should correct them, because like that's the thing. It's well, now we're getting 0.5s. It's interesting. Wait, oh no, because again we're becoming the different size snake. That's what's happening there. All right, so we go page down. Right, so bottom of the screen doesn't work. The 20. The 25 is off the bottom. 24 is on the bottom. Page. So it still needs to go up one, which is interesting. All right, whatever. So you need to be, because you're 24, one higher. Plus one. Okay. So it needs like F12.
page down. Goddamn rendering. Alright, so right, so you're working. Okay, and then you're still not working. I don't -1. Okay. I still don't actually understand how that works. How, because I'm going down and going, it was a positive number. I tried to make it bigger, but apparently that's not the answer. Also, is the map actually 25 though? Why have you just forsaken me here? What size is my map? Must be like 50. So 24. Maybe 25. Okay. And our map must be 50 by 50, I think. I assume. I don't know. Let's find our map. Utilities. Well, that's the confusing thing. Is that our grid's only supposed to be 15 by 15. Oh no, it's the spawning resolution of the screen. Our map size 50 by 50, isn't it? Yep, okay, cool. That's fine. Probably should make it smaller, but yeah. Yeah, let's make the map a little bit smaller. Because, I mean, like, I don't have to run as much through the outsides, but also it'll make the physical mini-map like bigger, which will hopefully make it more obvious if there's a mistake somewhere. Somewhere, there's one called map mod. There you go. Map size. No, where's our map? Okay, we want to make it like 20 by 20. So I think I use the map size to determine the grid. So making the grid small. Apparently that actually like made the... That would explain why earlier my thing was so goddamn big, my minimap. It's because the minimap minimum size was based on the map size and I wasn't changing the map size. Okay. Right. Which means I can actually make the window bigger because fucking nothing's tied to the actual resolution of the window. I'm an idiot. Okay. So we want to make it like by like 25 by 25 so that we can definitely see the entire map. And then we're going to go to the minimap and say that the minimap is actually bigger than that. The minimap is 20 times the size, 20 pixels per cell, which actually makes them larger than life in terms of the minimap has physically got more pixels than the screen. Yep, okay. So we need to make that way bigger. Let's go with like 100 by 100, just so that it's nice and big for me to see. Well, we go back to the apparently 4 by 8. What is 4 by 8? But that's a little bit too big. But anyway, 4 by 8 by 12 is 1024 by 1440. Okay. 50 by 75 or something. It's over. Okay, cool. It needs to be a little bit bigger, but 100 by 100 is too big. It's 100 by 75 maybe. It just needs to be big enough that the minimap doesn't touch it, so it doesn't get in my way. Interesting. Alright. Oh, it's spawning too low. God, that annoys me. Let's eat some apples. Let's eat some apples. Right. So as soon as we come back on, we have a small snake. Yes. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit. Yeah. Okay. So we're right on the bottom, which means it does work on different size grids. We should have picked an odd number though, because it's possible that the odd numbers will round the wrong way and then it won't work. Because I think a lot of my issues are rounding issues. Okay, so let's go with making it an odd number. Let's make the map like 19. So map, we'll go 21. Okay, so we'll go with 21 because it's gonna move it in a sort of arbitrary direction. And yeah, it's not line anymore.
that's, I think, because it's odd, we have to go back to our, I mean, technically we can just make the white square bigger, like just a lot bigger. Technically we should just make our clear color white, but yeah, play area marker. Wait. Interesting. It must be in debug. And then here, oh, hey, just like don't comment this one out and say, hey, I guess, yeah, see. Let's do this, go x if map size modulo 2 okay, so run that and do that. All right, so we can do this, we can do this. Okay, so that works. See, now you're off the top. Now you stop one from the top and you're going to be like one over the bottom, aren't you? No, you're one from the bottom, one over the top. You are a pain in the ass. Wait, now you're like one below the bottom. Yeah, okay, makes sense actually. So we need to go to the minimap, and the minimap needs to go like, hey, if map size, do that. Wait, what about the x and y? Is that if x and y still work? I'm really good. If y I don't know, planet. If the z's x cube planet, you're still right. So what the hell is it with the y? Why is it only the y? Am I just moving it in the wrong direction, maybe? No, because again, the green is spawned at the correct location. Green is on the grid properly, because I don't think I'm shifting it by anything. Like, right, the green is just, yeah, it's just X, and so it's green is correct. Okay. So the minimap needs to correct the Y based on if the fucking Y is odd or even. Okay. So we need a new function because this is going to be used so much and it's too annoying. So we're going to say calq minimap origin keep start. Right, this okay. So it's going to take in a center, which is a vec3, an object size, right, and we'll just convert the snake size into an object size, and the map size, I32 by I32. Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to go, you are going to return a u vec2, like that, right, and then all of this logic here, this mx logic, all this is going to get palmed off to you here. So you do that. And then we're going to say, hey, you say let start. Okay. So size is going to be passed in as a map size uvec2 flat snake size. Size dot stride or something. Size dot stride. Right, like that. Cool. As equal to okay. care. And then you start at X and start at Y. Okay, and then dx, which is, and you can go back to being that, which means that, as you say, oh, don't, as you say, do. Okay, cool. So, I don't think these need casting anymore. Right. So we do that, we do that, we do that. Okay. Well, annoyingly, we don't get to debug anymore. Well, we do, but like, I'm just gonna add a quick parameter that's just gonna, I guess add the head back. We're just gonna say, and segment equals head, and we're gonna say, debug. Cool. Okay, and then we say if debug. Right, and then you're just gonna return uvec to mx. Okay, so you did that. Now we're gonna say, hey, so this is center, yep, cool, center. All right, so map size. Okay. Okay, I actually don't think you need the object size, but anyway, I'm gonna print that out and find out what's going on. All right, so here's what we need. So yeah, so we're gonna say with one less, it's one smaller. So we need this to be mutable. Like mute, and then we say if size dot y is multiple to mx minus 1 and y minus 1. Right. Beep, 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 beep. Alright, so F12 that, go up. Alright, so that's not working. That's working. Okay. You turn it down. Okay, so that's working. Now, here's the question. When I go up to this side, it's half of you want. You're up the top. That's not looking good. Okay, so you're not obviously working correctly because you're doing 2 pixels when you're only 1 pixel on. But I think it's because we're not actually offsetting by the same side. You're also like running down that side and you're not actually on that side. So we need to add the offset. Maybe that's the problem, because at 0 we should have, at 1 we should have 0 offset, and it works. And then when we say calculate minimap start, we say translation, and then we do this, we add that and subtract that. So x is off by 1, if it is y correct. No, y is equally off by 1. Question, does y work at the bottom? Y is correct at the bottom. Interesting. And the right there. Which I wonder if it's because we're crossing the transition between rounding. So something needs to be rounded. Right, and you're putting half values out. So I round the value. We have to translation. So we probably need to end up rounding here somewhere, I think. Right, you're truncating. So what if I rounded you instead of just truncating you? Would that fix you? I don't know. So it's being I think going to and into truncate, it's like it just drops the fraction. Whereas we may need to floor, we may need to seal, like there's all sorts of different things to do. Ooh, that was a bit weird. I don't like that because that rounds. Okay, so rounding seems like a bad idea because when it crosses the barrier, it fucking rounds it. And apparently, okay, so now that's correct. Okay, so we need to F12 so I can go down, steer properly. Okay. So you're incorrect because you're just off the top. Now you're off the bottom as well, which is hilarious. And you're wrong. Okay. So it's not truncate. I think it might be like, maybe it's truncate. Probably gonna be like, maybe, so you're correct. Question is, which way are you rounding? So you'd be rounding down. Apparently you're rounding up. Oh, you'd be a Y. So they're the two negative sides, and then it works on this side. You're rounding down, apparently. Okay. So I think we need to like maybe floor and floor, and then we might have to seal. Like we might be able to floor the X and seal the Y because they're one's going one way, one's going the other. We floor them both. Because that's the other question. So we need to make sure that we don't break this guy when we. Like, we need to make sure he doesn't get broken. So he still works with it flooring on both of them. Does he work at the bottom though? Yes. Okay. Then we go page up and we go, hey, okay, so you're going the wrong way, but you work. So I reckon we're gonna find that you need to seal the. So wait. So X is. That's why we're rounding. So you need to go down. So you're correct, you're correct. What about you? Are you correct? No. You're just like wrong in every way. Right. So you're just wrong in every way, which means like what do you say like seal? So interesting. So the issue is like rounding doesn't seem to work because rounding, well, one leaves a gap for some reason, which I'm assuming is when it hits 0 maybe. Go down. Okay. Definitely wrong. Question. Used to work because you're not doing anything if the number is spot on. Which is actually interesting. What actually are you putting out? What is your number? Because surely you should just be correct. You're like -9, -9. So you've said -9, which if we go to this guy, I don't like that you move like that. That's a bit weird. What is that? -10. -10. That's that corner. And you're 9. So, interestingly, that means that you, friend, this is -9, -9. Right, which means that the reason you're not rendering properly, and also therefore the reason the other one's not rendering properly, is that we're not offsetting in here. We're just starting at that top corner. We need to offset by that half if A and half if B. Right, so okay, cool. So you're at -9, -9. So you need to start at -1, -1. Right, so you need to be right. So we do that, we pass this in. I'm going to just assume that the numbers are right. So size in cells. Right. So what we need to do is we need to work out what the step is. So size in cells is going to be passed in, and it's going to be 3. So we need to go like let V equal size in cells divided by 2. Right. No, it's from okay divided by 2. Wait, R. Right. And so then it would be R dot dot negative R dot dot R dot dot equals R, because when it rounds down, so size in cell needs to be I 32 so that I can go from negative to positive, and then the start needs to return as a I 32 so that I can an IVEC so that I can do the correct thing. So we need to arrange from there to there, and then we need to say, hey, that you two are now which I remember we're deleting all this code, so it's kind of going in circles at the moment, but you know, gotta get my head around it. All right, so that should now mean that we actually like, so when we damn it, because it means that when it goes 1, it'll be 1 0 2, but if it gets 0, it'll be 0. But if it gets 2, 2 will round down to 1 and it'll do 3. Okay, so we need to say like let r equal. So we're going to say if size in cells in cell is multiple, okay, is div 2, then cells divided by 2 minus 1. No. Then you're going to return a range, and you're going to say that you're from negative r to r, and you're going to be from negative r to r plus 1. Oh, from, okay, so let r equals that, okay. Okay, and then you are just r. You're also r. So the idea is that we should be able to range. You need it cloned. All right. Clone. Clone. Okay, there we go. What do you mean? How is it moved? Oh, because you need to clone it every time. Right. So dumb. But dx is etc. So the idea is that if it's even, we go from negative to the value. And if it's not even, I think we're going to actually go inclusive when I say actually it's just from negative r plus 1. And then you just from r like that. I just want to do inclusive there because I would rather it be slightly higher. So like I want it to be in positive direction first. So we run this and we find out if this is going to draw the fucking thing correctly. Okay, so we're going to go do. Okay, first off, are you still working? Yes. Of course you are, because you're actually correct. You're like mathematically correct. Wait, that's really silly. Okay, I don't think I can get to that edge, but you are actually on the edge. You're off by 1 there, but you're correct there. And you're off by 1 there, which is the most, like, what do you fucking mean? So, first off, are you correct on this edge? Yes. Okay. So that means that something is rounding. We're going, like, we're rounding one way and we're moving the other, which is funny. So, you're correct. So, fucking, why is right? X is wrong. Whatever doing X, we need to flip. So the starting value of X, so X, I reckon it's that we need to go, we need to floor X and seal Y. Because Y needs to go down, X needs to go up. We need to like stop hitting print screen when we go to pause our game. Now you're correct on the X and you're correct on the Y, and you're off there, yep. But then when I come down here and go here, you're right. Yep, correct. Yes. I also feel like I've done something wrong when I've made them smaller, because first off, they're moving way too much. But the fact that I can't like move this guy like one segment over and then become a bigger one annoys me. Like I should be able to get this guy to the bottom by going like down a size, across one, and then back up a size. But he still ends up in the same spot. So I'm doing something at some point to correct that, and I've done it wrong. And shouldn't be doing it, how I'm doing it, whatever. So yep, you seem to be 3 wide. Yep, you seem to be 3 wide. Yep, you seem to be 3 wide. Okay. do this. So, yep, you one off the bottom, one off the side, one off the side, touching the top. And then you do this, and you go, yep. I legitimately cannot tell. He is too big. He is a big boy. Alright, lovely. So let's eat some apples to celebrate that we appear to have the mini-map fucking counting properly at least. Okay, now we need to generalize the minimap because at the moment the snake is done differently to everything else because the snake, well, one is the only thing that works. But just in general, like I was doing the snakes differently because the snakes are segments. But in reality, the snakes should be treated as a collection of map stuff. So calculate the minimap start, which just takes in a translation and a size, and the map size. And it will do everything else itself. We can turn off the debug because we don't actually need to print that out, and it was just there so that I didn't spam the console with stuff. Okay, so we need to then also, you can go in. Okay. So we need to, I guess fn fill in mini map. Right, so this is going to take in a an image, so map, which is going to be a mute image, right? We need a, what do we pass in? We just want start, so start, IVEC2, and an object size, right? Because I think that's all this needs. So size, yep, okay, cool. So copy. I'm doing here. Paste this in. So R is so RX is size dot x divided by 2, and then we're going to say like RY size dot y, okay, divided by 2. Then we're going to say if size dot y modulo 2, then ry, otherwise this, and this is now ry. We say, hey, rx, it's like this. Technically, we could use that to tweak some of the other values, because whether we increment or decrement the rx and ry. Anyway, so these apparently can't be negative. How did we convert u? I think we just as, yeah. So. Okay, we can do that, and then we just, I guess, wrap them and go as 532. Right. Do that, and then we say, hey, image width. So we'll just call it image. Okay, and then we say, hey, set color. We need color. Okay, and color. Okay, right. Yes, use the is multiple of, but you keep like not giving me an option. I think it's maybe because it needs to be an I32 to have the option. Anyway, RY. We never use RY. Okay, so this is RX. I say, hey, so you're RX and you don't get cloned. You just get used. RY gets cloned all over the place. So this is build minimap. So what we need to do is we go, hey, so snake head, draw snake on that. So we don't need the snake head in. So we're going to say, hey, this entire section here, we say fill minimap. So we're going to pass in the image, we're going to pass in start, we're going to pass in size, which is going to be an object, map object. No, object size. No. Okay, and I'm pretty sure. First off, let's go change stride into a U32 because I don't think anything is using it as a I32. Very strange. Yep. So we say stride and we say, hey, you're U32, like that. And we say, hey, okay. Same thing. So we're gonna say actually just. Where did size come from? Yeah.
Where did you get size? Huh. So why don't we just say let equal size, and then we can say, hey, center and size. Oh, because we need to do that first. Yep. Okay, cool. And then you do the same thing. You just do the size. That, and hey, snake. So we draw the snake by calling start and then calling fill as two separate pieces. And then in theory, we can like uncomment this out to draw the other snake. And then we can go up to where we draw collectibles, and we can say, hey, draw object on minimap. So we go to draw object on minimap. Go, hey, so you take in all like the same information. So like the very first thing you do is you're just going to say, hey, you know, calculate that and then draw it on the minimap. Most of that was just trying to work out how the fuck to draw the snakes. So the draw the snake, so that's the thing. The snakes just iterate through all their segments, grab the segment out, and then pass it to the minimap. They correct for this, like, you know, global transform bullshit. I mean, in reality, we could probably fix that by like actually just grabbing the global transform. Look, right. So you don't see me moving, Mr. Big Snake. So if I tilde and if I whoop, 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 whoop. I don't know why you're green, but anyway. Boop, 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 boop. So the player's drawn after everything else, because then the player gets to draw on top. For some reason, oh, the fruit's out of the map. Okay, there. Now it's in, and you can see that the fruit is falling in the wrong spot. Oh, he got bigger. Hilarious. Okay, fruit's in the wrong spot. Okay, fruit in the wrong spot. So, that, I mean, that's his fix. Is that a drawing issue? Yes, probably. Maybe not, though. Well, no, maybe. The fruit is just in the wrong spot. The fruit is supposed to be 2 by 2, as you can see. If we do the tilde... No, the fruit is supposed to be 2 by 2, but it's drawn in the center of a cell, so it's ending up looking like it's 3 by 3. Like it's touching the 3 by 3 cells, but it's a 2 by 2 fruit, which means that the fruit is incorrect, not the minimap. Minimap could also be incorrect, but the fruit is 100% incorrect. So we go to collectibles and we go, hey, what the fuck is wrong with you? Actually, I don't know what. Collectible sprites, no. Well, apparently the collectible doesn't choose shit when it gets added, which is kind of funny. Update collectible sprite. One foot. Size dot offset. Well, yeah, that's probably not the right position to be putting you. So it's like size times grid size plus size dot offset, which might explain why the fruit keep managing to escape outside the map, is because we were adding a very big number and then multiplying by the grid size, which, you know, it's in turn not correcting at all. Control tilde map. Okay, so one thing I would like to make the debug thing a little bit darker. Anyway, maybe that's what we should work on next. Is menus. Yeah. Okay. I want to add a few more different collectibles, but maybe not. I don't know. Give them different colors and things like that. Just like to test the minimap kind of stuff. So the idea is that we go like tilde. Is he 3 spaces away? Let's try pause. Be like boop 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 boop. Oh, well, we ate it, bastards. Well, we were 1 space away, so it looks like they're touching here, which means that the fruit is actually in the wrong spot. It's not. That's not where it is. The hard thing is that it's 1 fucking frame behind. Actually, maybe it's not. But yeah, the fruit's definitely not where the fruit is rendering, so that's fine. So why is the fruit not where the fruit is rendering? We're touching the fruit right there. So let's go fix that. Fruit. Yeah. Okay. Clear minimap. Draw. So what do we do with the dragon? Because the dragon. Look. Snake. Because fill in minimap. So I don't think there's anything wrong with fill in a minimap, because that wouldn't make sense for that to be wrong. Calculate minimap start, also unlikely to be wrong, in as much as. So what do we do with the draw snake on map? So we say size, we split and work at, okay, so we look at the offset, which is size.offset, which is the, in theory, it's the same as the snake.offset. We then add the size.offset. Oh, we negative the y and we positive the x. That's interesting. That's very, very interesting. We should probably, like, you know, not be doing that, in that makes the snake very much not stuff. So we should just say size dot offset, because we overwrite the size with this, which means that it's going to return this. Then we're going to like dot extend 1 0. Right. So we then just add the offset to the translation. And that's probably going to break the snake, but in a good way, in that, like, hopefully it breaks the snake in the, maybe they're both supposed to be flawed and because we were rounding one up. So hopefully, first off, tilde, we can see the hitboxes. Right, so first off, we're going to pause, go down one. Okay, so you're still correct. You're still correct. I mean, to be honest, unlikely that you're going to break. Okay, you are like a whole 2 pieces too high. This is all correct. Now, you're like a 1 piece too high. I don't know. 1 piece too low. Okay, that doesn't make sense. So, you are higher than you're supposed to be. Right, you're higher than you're supposed to be, and you're at least 1 piece. Yeah, you're 1 piece higher. So, we need to flip the sign or flip the value. So your 1 piece too high, so I think maybe if we just do that, maybe maybe not, who knows. Okay, so okay, now you're correct. Well, you're always correct, man. So now you're 1 too low, and you're 1 lower than you're supposed to be. All right, so don't do that. Maybe it's just don't do either of these. I don't think that's correct though. It could have been that we've inverted the which one's the wrong one. That's possible. Not a multiple of 2. Wait a second, our map's not a multiple of 2. Like, shouldn't that have not been doing anything anyway? Maybe that's the problem. It wasn't doing anything, and I was like, yeah, change it. So you're 1 higher than you're supposed to be. Okay, so I'm assuming it's actually just not doing anything, because actually no, we should be doing something now. So 1 higher than you're supposed to be. So floor maybe. I don't know. If it's swapped by 2, then it's annoying, but also, yeah. Okay. Are you hitting spacebar instead of pausing it first? So yeah, okay, so now you're 1 lower than you're supposed to be. It's so confusing. Okay, 12. I'm so tired of this fucking doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Yep, okay. Now the issue is we got to test it with a map. Also, you seem to be correct now, which is concerning in that I didn't change anything about the fruit. So right? Oh no, I did, because I'm inside the function that affects them both. Yeah, calculate the offset. So I fixed the fruit by fixing the buggy ass. Oh, that's what's happening. Is the it's not that the minimap's a frame behind it, so it's not running the fixed update.
after. So the fruit moves because we're contacting that runs outside the fixed update. So the fruit's literally moving, and the game's not running the fixed update anymore. So that's how the thing about like out of sync is because we can eat it and it doesn't clear itself, but it still moves. So like it's actually correct for this frame. Like the snake is correct on the minimap. It's just that when we eat the fruit, the minimap takes a frame to get updated. I felt like that was the somehow we're eating fruit that we're not supposed to be eating. But anyway, if I do this, yeah. How are we able to touch it? But only on that side and the top. Okay, interesting. Strange. Okay, well, it's still getting something wrong. It must be using the snake's transform, but the global transform. So I reckon if we go down to like the small snake, maybe. Ooh, oh, we changed into a gear snake. That's what happened. I was like, what the fuck? The snake like very much changed. Okay. So boop, 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 boop. So do you work properly? Yes. Okay. So it's something about negative snake and collectibles. They should use the global transform, I guess. Okay. So we need to go to like collectibles and go, hey, when you get collectible, we need to say, hey, actually, the collectible's fine because that uses its own transform. The snake. Okay, so you should use the global transform. And save the transaction. And that should like fix you, I assume. I don't know. Because the thing I think is because it works on odds but doesn't work on evens, means that like it's almost certainly that the it's off by a half unit. So you're even, which means that you would be the one that's broken. And so we're gonna go next up. We're gonna go, hey, so by any chance, can I like not collect on that side, but like collect on this side? No, okay, fixed it. Cool. Use the global transform. Beep, 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 beep. No, this one. Yeah. So I am actually crossing you. Yep, cool. Okay, so we're gonna add like a handful of collectibles, just for the sake of having a more colorful minimap. So we're gonna say, what was it? Solo, so. Alright, so this is like fixing the mini map. God, I'm just getting tired. Push that up so people can play with it if they want. Okay. So go to collectibles. We need to add more collectibles. So let's open up our little weird ass thing and go. We're gonna pick stuff that's nearby. So the cherry is -2 on the easy dimension. So we're gonna say, hey, cherry, which is then going to be /4 17 because it's 5 4. Yep. Okay. So it's cherry. Because of this apple. We're gonna go +2 to dragon fruit. Okay. So dragon fruit. No, +2. I've really thrown the AI because I'm just picking numbers. Oh, was the AI did that? Or was what the fuck formatted that? That was cool. Anyway, so the dragon fruit's there, and the pumpkin, and what is it? Why is the pear? Okay, the person that made this sprite sheet has a bit of a like. Why is the half pear over here, the normal pear over there, and the half apples there, and the apples there? Like it's very eclectic. Okay, so we're gonna say +2 for the pumpkin, +1 for the pepper. Okay, so we're gonna say pumpkin, yes, and then red, okay, pepper red, in case there is. But also, there's only a comment. It's not even fucking. What do you change it? Okay, just put an extra space, I guess. Right. There's a red pepper, and then a pear. Pear's one more. Okay. Pear. I don't think that's the right pear, but you know. Cool. Why don't you think there's a lemon next? Next is a turnip. 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 I'm going to assume pear spelled correctly because it hasn't tried to correct me. So if we go one down and one across, like -1. So immediately forgotten what the fuck it was. Tomato. Tomato. And that's was it listening to me? How does it know that tomato is 1 minus? But it's also 1 up. Up. Okay. So that's a tomato, and then a radish is -1 again. So radish. That's how it's actually 4. Thank you. Radish. I don't know what a radish is, but you know, radish. Okay, that's probably wrong. Radish. Okay. Then it's onion. Okay, so onion. Oop. Except onion is again. Okay. So onion. Above the onion is I assume that's a lemon. So up on the lemon. Except lemon is 17.3. I'm really throwing it off because I'm just going off like as I can name them, and it's like there's a pattern, and it's no pattern. So we got one more, and it's cheese. Cheese. No, I'm sorry. Cheese is 316. Okay, so we got cheese, and then we'll go to the left, which is fish. So fish. It's 216 actually. It's close. I'm surprised how accurately, like it seems to seem like get the idea of the direction I'm going to go, but like it just doesn't get it right very often. We like, okay, so we go down one of the lime. So let's do lime. Lime. We got that one. Down one of the lime. It seems to be eggplants to the next step, but it's not. Okay, so we're gonna also go like fish. If we make that like 16. Chicken. Roast. I'm just gonna chicken. There you go, chicken. Alright, so there's snake and so there's a chicken, and then there's a steak. Okay, so up one to the steak. So meat, okay, yep, that'll do. Except no, it's across one. 16, 0, that's steak. And then up one is eggs, fried. No, still 0, and it's also down, because technically up is down in this situation. And then for some reason this is the pot. Okay. Eggplant's one below tomato, so it should be pretty easy. Tomato. So I'm gonna call you egg plant. Alright. Now, they're all just comments, which is hilarious to me, but like it should be able to pull the comment out, which is where it's great, because I was putting the comment next to it because it's like it's easier to write the comment there while I can see it. Red pepper, pear, turnip. I'm just gonna like let it rip, and if it gets it wrong, it gets it wrong, and I'll fix them when I'm like, that's not what that's supposed to be. Okay, and then the index is so hilarious, but also like no. Please call is self net positive yep times 14 plus x. Yeah, cool. Please return. Okay, and then it doesn't do anything more. Okay, cool. So we're going to say also constant color. It's going to take itself color. So no, sadly, maybe we can actually use Bevy color palettes. CSS. I think this, and then it's like red. Apple is red. That's actually a green apple, so no, it's green. Green. Okay, cool. So you're green. Why are you complaining? Because that's apparently an sRGB. Okay, interesting. So then we're going to select int. Okay, happy? Cool. So cherry, yeah, red. Apparently dragon fruit is pink. Okay, sure. Pear was green, I think. I'm just gonna pop this open over here so I can. Ooh, it's very different in not dark mode. Ugh. God, I can't see. It's so blinding. Oh god, it's like a flashbang went off. So the cherry is definitely red. The onion's orange. Alright, so come down here. So cherry is red. The dragon fruit's also red. We call it dark red, maybe. Ooh, yeah, magenta. No, wait. Not magenta, maroon. That's the word. Magenta's like a purple. Pumpkin is orange. The pear is in fact dark green. I call you like light green, maybe. Light green. So pepper, yep, red pepper. Pears green, dark green. Yeah, actually, because there's actually literally a lime green, we'll just make it green. Yeah, green. Just making sure I hadn't set it to lime green. Turnip. The turnip is not purple. The turnip is red. Dark red. Dark red. Turnip. Tomato. Bright. Is it a bright red? Light red? I think that's just pink, isn't that light red? Okay. Just call it red then. Is there a dark red? The cherry can be dark red. Dark red. Okay, cherry dark red. Eggplant, 100% purple. Radish is pink. Well, not really. The radish is just very much maroon. Maroon, I guess. Yeah. Onion is not white. It is very orange. Brown, maybe? Brown. I feel like brown's just the wrong color for it. Anyway, lemon is definitely yellow. Cheese is also yellow. Fish, aquamarine. Is that actually the color? Is it, oh my god. Okay. You get it. Yep. You can have it. Lime is lime. Chicken. Oh, beige. Okay, I don't think beige is the right color. I think it's just called lime, isn't it? Lime. Okay. Then the chicken is dark brown. Nope. Okay. Brown. Okay, we're going beige then, because the AI suggested beige. To me, beige is like a pinkish color, but like a skinnish color. But beige, and then I was thinking about like actually beige might be brown. This is definitely a red. And then eggs is just white. Yellow. The eggs, yellow. Or maybe cream. Crimson. Ooh, what are they making crimson? The turnip can be crimson. No, the turnip? The radish. The radish. Crimson. Yeah, tomato. What color is the tomato? It's red. Yeah, crimson. And then the radish gets to be red. Oops. Red. Alright, cool. Yep, radish can be yellow. Yeah, constant method. So then we're gonna say color. What are they? They got all sRGBAs. Just gonna do here. Ooh. Done. Okay, and then collectible. So what we do is we go, hey, on your on ad, can you say let collectible equals self, and then yep, get self, and then that's bright. No, don't get this bright. Don't change the color. that's evil. No, we just want to say world dot, no, not right. Yeah. World dot commands dot entity context dot entity dot insert collectible dot color, except it needs to be a minimap color. Mini map color collectible color. Okay, so that should like make the mini map very colorful. We're going to somewhere we spawn food. So we're gonna say spawn food. We're gonna increase the spawn food thing. We're gonna, hey, you're actually enum now. You're an enum. Your spawn food, and we're gonna say, hey, random. Specific, and yeah, cool. So we're gonna go here, we're gonna how, yeah, okay. So then we're gonna say, food, this, and then we're gonna say, hey, so food dot as collectible. Okay, here, temple spawn food, fn as collectible. Can return a collectible. Collectible. Cool. Yeah, you take itself. I'm gonna say that you get collectibles. Okay, so. It's not thread random apparently. Brand RNGs maybe. It's RNG. Okay, cool. Then choose, and then choose is no method named choose. Okay. Well, there is because slice random. Apparently, it's not called choose anymore. Let's select. Okay. Okay. So we go something like slice random. Partial. Why do you have to shuffle it, you little bastard? Fine. Prelude. Indexed random. Indexed random. Okay, and then we say variance dot choose rand RNG. Dot expect at least there are one collectible. Okay, so question is, can I do something like, why are you returning? Okay, I don't like you. Collectibles are clone and copy. Well, there we are, clone and copy. So, I don't know what it's bitching about. Just need to dereference, I guess. Ugh. Okay, and then specific food, just, yep. Okay, and the collectible can't be dereferenced. Cool. You need to be like a mutable reference. Yeah. There's 18 of them apparently. Interesting. 18, huh? Cool. Rather than making that have to be expanded every time, I want to see if I can say something like collectible and then like dot something. So spawn food, and this is just going to be random. Cool. We want to be like drum macros enum. Okay. Okay. So we go here. Dot. I don't know what it would be. Maybe use, well, if you got ran preload, obviously like they're all in the preload means that it'll bring in whichever one we need. Dot choose pick select, nope, sample iter, distributor random sample iterator. Where are you coming from? RNG. Oh, it's called RNG. Come on. RNG. That's an M. G. Ugh. I'm getting too tired of this. Right. So first off, you don't like that because qualify. Okay, cool. So sample RNG. The following traits define perhaps you meant to import. What the fuck? Doesn't satisfy bound font. What? What? Okay. So apparently we can't pick. I think I'm assuming it's like it's not fixed size or something. I think we have to dereference you as well. We need access to the actual underlying collectible. Cannot do dereference. Okay. Dot inner maybe. Dot 0. What is your problem? Cannot move out of dereference. We're not moving out of. Oh no, because we took self. Ugh. Self. Okay, cool. Okay, so it's saying that maybe we picked the wrong sample iterator. Well, probably because. Okay, let's go like rand sample. Choose from here. Choose from order is not the right. Rand. Choose. Okay, so apparently it's iterator random. Use rand. No, just a sequence. Slice index iterator random. Okay, iterator random. Okay, so face Charles.choose. Choose. And then we pass in the RNG like so. Hey, look at that. Alright, which means we can get rid of this whole mess of a monstrosity, I think. Iterator random. So I think we just do that. We do that. We like a dot unwrap. I guess technically we still dot expect. There to always be at least one type collectible. Okay, so then we have to like dereference it because otherwise collectible can't be dereferenced. Then what is your problem? Oh, we're not dereferencing you, that's the problem. I don't know what the heck I tried to do over here. Yeah. Okay. So as collectible, then collectible on the main, and main's complaining because spawn food, and we need to say spawn food random. Oh, we're probably. Where are we spawning that other food? Oh no, I think that's inside the thing. Sometimes we just get an extra piece of food is what worries me. Let's just spawn lots of food in and see what it looks like. Oh, look at it all. The map's a little bit clustered, but you know. He's a hunkin' hungry snake. He's just devouring it all. The pumpkins and the lime and the egg and the ham and that one that's gone in circles. He's also having a good time. Yeah, he's having a blast, you know. Okay. Oh, look at him go. Munch. I also think that that pathfinding thing, when I do that, should probably save the origin point of the snake. I didn't do it before because I thought it was going to be difficult, but I just realized I could literally just save the translation. Okay. So let's just go commit, like, added lots of collectible pipes. Okay, and then push that. Okay, so we're gonna go to our pathfinding stuff just to quickly whack that in while I'm thinking that's a cool idea. So we're gonna say, hey, when you do this, can you do this, whoop, do this, and go Vec 3. Right, so when you do that, you're gonna need to grab the U, which means we're gonna need that's probably why I wasn't doing it, because I need to pull in not the transform of the snake, the children, and the segments. Okay, I'm gonna add that as my top of my list because I'm fucking getting sick of making this every time. It's a query, not facing direction. I'm gonna say transform, and without player snake. No, what? No, we'll just get all the transforms. We're immutable, so it doesn't fucking matter. God, fucking, why can't I type? Jesus Christ, I'm so tired. If input press F7, okay, so you do this and then you. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna say first off, it should say Vec, and it should be player dot 0. Right, so we need to make sure we get the first player's facing direction. Dereference that. Right. So grab the player's direction that they're facing. We're going to say I don't know. Don't do the whole first thing. Just do 0. I really don't care if this crashes. It's like a debug piece of code. Else. What? Oh no. Yep. Else. When the player has no head. Return and then segment translation. Why are you? So this is a result. Okay, yeah. Okay. So then this, and then don't do that. Okay, cool. So then we do that. Okay. So you save that, and then when you get down to here, we say, hey, like len path.0 to push, right? And then when you say here, and you say, hey, path.0. So, okay, I'm gonna say player one dot clone. Okay, yep, I'm gonna say let path and start equals new take. Okay, no equal path spawn from, and then we say, hey, fix path. Oh, right, yeah, this needs to go like outside of the. So you go here. Okay. So we say hey, and then we also go transform from translation, and then we say start. Okay, cool. So that and that. Okay, so
and then go here. Go back to this. Hello, how are you? You said in the chat. Okay, see, I didn't have my chat open, so I didn't respond quick enough. Yeah, I'm so knackered. I'm gonna have to call it soon, but just like focused on getting it done. Anyway, so the idea is now we go like F7. We go, hey, we're recording a new path, and then when we go, it should spawn from like where we started. So like if we have 12, it even better, because apparently we can do that. We just like stop and go. I don't remember going out there, but anyway. So we're gonna come down here. We're gonna go like really small snake. We're gonna go, hey, like that's like the zigzag snake. So we're gonna come over here and we're gonna say, right here is, that's our, oh. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go, yeah, I definitely didn't cross the screen boundary anyway. So we're gonna say hold F7, press that. Okay, so now we're recording a new path. We're also gonna F1, so he's like a little gear snake going. Very slow. Okay, and then we're gonna go to here. We're gonna go 9. Alright, I'm gonna just like head off that way. Okay, yeah, so the gear snake didn't quite work because I bet it's because, yeah, fuck, we spawned the snake in the wrong spot. You don't get the translation. You get the translation. You get the translation. Okay. Anyway, so let's restart that. Also, can we get the green? It's really funny when you can see the everything underneath. Somewhere, I think debug, we can go like, hey, spawn something? No. Draw debug square? No. Spawn collider boundaries? Toggle, no. Is it in utils mode? Yeah, spawn player area marker. Which doesn't actually mark the player, well, technically it does, but the player is always the screen, so not really the checkerboard that I was expecting. Whoa. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go tiny gear snake. Why can't I F1? We're gonna go downsize and we're gonna go alright, so we're gonna F12 and space, we're gonna go F7 spacebar. Right. Then we're gonna turn down. I think did it say creating new path? Yes. Okay, turning down. That seemed really through me. So we're gonna turn this back on, and then we're gonna go pause, click, unpause, pause, click, unpause. Oh, I missed it. Don't worry, you'll be right. No, you'll notice. Pause, click, pause, go, and then we're gonna go pause. Oh no, oops, I missed it. We kind of have to loop back around, otherwise we're gonna miss the whole. And then we're gonna hold 9, and we're gonna go. Yeah. Then we're gonna go release the game. He is definitely not going in the same direction we went. It appears not to at all have done what I told it to do. Well, he's doing it, but he's going backwards, which I find strange. Why is he going backwards? The fuck? Why would it do that? Why would recording it invert the direction that the snake was going? Excuse me? Like, he's definitely going backwards. I went clockwise. He's going counterclockwise. He's just going backwards. He's a backwardsy boy. Yeah, let's F12 and then let's go F7 spacebar, and then just like, I guess we'll just F12. I'm just gonna fuck around in the middle of it. Just like, you know, collect all these fruit and nom. I'm gonna lime and a big snake or some. We're gonna do this zip and a zip and a zip and zip and zip. And then we're just gonna go like, maybe we should be like a different snake. We like eyeball snake. There we go, eyeball snake. I like the orange eyeball snake better. Okay, I'm gonna just do this, that, just like, you know, just a quick pattern. Like zip, and a turn, and a zip, and a zip, and a zip, and a zip, and a turn, and collect some more fruit, and then we're just gonna go like 9. Did I not hold 9? Did I not? Oh, there we go. Who knows where he's going? Hello, Mr. Oh, you've gone over there somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I'm fucking. Apparently, my pathfinding fucking piece of code is not recording the pathfinding properly. You know what it probably is because it records whatever it was when the segment started. It's not necessarily what the actual player moved, but it was backwards. Like I did one where it was like, oh yeah, I don't know. You know, red snake. Hello, red snake. Red snake. Okay. Just completely forgot what I was doing. Kind of think it'd be really funny if we can. There's a way you can like make it not block clicks. If we can turn that on. Somewhere in here, we like block prevent. Prefer status by hidden. Nope. How do we get like so? Like a Bevy allow mouse to pass through the window. Okay. Hit something hit. Window level always on top. I think I've got that. Window level, yeah, always on top. Okay, and then so cursor options. So cursor. I think they made it its own thing now. Cursor, yeah. Okay. So let's I'm assuming it's still inside the window plugin. Primary window. You have like a cursor options now, do you? Primary cursor options, yeah, okay. Primary cursor options. Cursor options. Yep, cool. This and okay, save and select let that view. God damn it. Stop putting a comma at the end of it, you little bastard. Okay. I gotta do that. Okay. So I'm gonna add a little note that I remember, but I'm just not gonna show on the stream until I've done it. So okay. Okay. Make little okay. Okay. Right. So visibility. Yep. Hit test. Right. But the question is, because let's cover it. So hit test. Set whether or not mouse events within this window are captured or fall through to window below. So I'm assuming I still get the hit test. It's just like, oh, maybe not though. Visible, grab mode. Doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't have a cursor. Love it. Visibility. Okay, cool. So there's also a way to set the cursor image. Anyway, we're gonna go hit test. False. Okay. And then like dot default, I think. Okay, cool. So I feel like this should be in streamer mode, like in here, because this is going to be like really unpleasant for people that are like using the GitHub repo. Oh, I love it. Oh, it's so good. Oh no. Uh-oh. I don't like that. Okay. Let's close that. Cool. Oh no. Okay, so examples. Okay, alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go fn we're gonna say like okay, no, it's just get get default window the window like this. Okay, Sneck. Okay. Right.
we're going to take this, we're going to say, hey, primary window, and we're just going to call get default window. All right. Wait, no, not you. Damn it, I'm in the wrong main. Oh, okay. Fn get basic window. Right. Get that. Then we want the silly little everything in the Windows plugin. This is the window. I'm gonna go cut that and say get basic window. Then we're gonna come down and get basic window. You know, paste this in. Okay. So this is our basic window. Always on top. Yep. Confusing. Fn get basic cursor options. Hit test. It's gonna return option cursor options like this, and it's just gonna return some and go config feature equals stream. I forgot what I called it. It's like streamer mode or something. Streamer mode. I guess we should maybe go stream mode, because it's not like streamer mode. Like, it's like for streamers. It's just the mode that's gonna be interesting. Hit test is false. Not, and then just return none. Interesting. It doesn't like not having both. I'm also going to say that that's not a default feature anymore. Thank you. Okay, so do that and say return, right? Right, did I not? Now, okay, no, right. Feature not streamer. Right, can I get rid of the semicolon now? No, okay, that's weird. Anyway, so get basic options and then see the window options. So transparent, and maybe we'll put that behind a config feature equals stream mode. Okay, cool. And probably also the always on top, like so. I mean, technically by that logic, we can just do this. No, I'd rather just return none. Here, don't do that, and then we say, hey, we just say, yeah, get basic cursor options. Okay, cool. So with that, I'm gonna go like dash feature stream mode. Dash feature stream mode. How do I do that? Use dash F. F. Nope. Dash help. Help. How do I turn features on? Frozen, version, cargo, options, commands, options. Probably options. Options, version, list, version, frozen, config, flags. Nope. Okay. How do I? Dash list. Yank. These are commands. Add bench. How do I turn features on that? Because I'm pretty sure when you do the double dash that it keeps going, like I'll do dash. This dash is saying like that passes it as an argument to the application, not. Tools and shops options. I reckon options. It's gonna be a directory, quote, verbose, explain, list, version, config. Okay, so Rust run build with feature. How the fuck do I do it? How do I call cargo run? Nowhere on this page does they explain cargo run. Yeah, okay. So I'm just an idiot apparently because I just can't. So it's cargo run dash features, and then apparently quotes stream mode. There we go. So dumb. Just so dumb. Okay. Apparently I've dropped like 50% of my frames. The internet's so shit. Okay. It doesn't like this because apparently first transparent's here and second transparent's there. Oh, I copied like the whole transparent thing. No, it's always on top that we're trying to hide. Yeah, cool. Right, that cool. That's just like when it when it spawns in, isn't like people like not knowing what they're doing to end up with like this monstrosity where you can't. I can just do shit underneath it. Ooh, that's how do I get back to the game? I think if I click, like, okay, yeah, cool, lovely. I don't like that doesn't work. Right, so we're gonna say decoration's false because apparently, and then full. Is there a full screen? Full screen content. I'm assuming this just makes it full screen. Make the window content appear behind the title bar. Wait, what? No. How do I full screen the window? Present mode. No, window mode. Okay, mode. Okay. Full screen. Borderless full screen. Okay. Wait, no. We want this, but we just want to get rid of the not because if we say mode borderless full screen. Okay, cool. Now I feel like it's gonna kick me right back out. Oh, apparently we have to specify something in there because it doesn't just take in nothing. Monitor selection memory. I don't know. I think it's dumb. It's funny. Oh, the transparent doesn't work in full screen. Oh, yes it does. Okay. Oh, weird. So not when I've actually got focus. Okay, interesting. Hello? Nope. What is the other option? Just regular full screen? I wonder if regular full screen does, because like it seems like it might be an incompatibility between, like I had to go in and turn my NVIDIA drivers to use the native to be able to even turn the invisible, otherwise it's just black, which means that like it just doesn't, like I'm assuming full screen. Oh no, I mean the video mode select. Video mode select. What the fuck else are the options? Specific video mode. What video modes do we have? Physical size, the resolution of the video mode, bit depth, refresh rate, millihertz. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Used to give use a given monitor list of. Ooh. So interestingly, this is exactly what I want. I mean, obviously not with the big checkerboard, but the fact that the snake can just be on the screen, I can just keep doing the video. Oh, like the live stream. Yeah, it's kind of funny. He's collecting the fruit. I obviously can't play because as soon as I click this, it
boots me back into the black void that is the game. That's kind of funny though. That's kind of funny. Okay. I think does it do that double flash when I'm in borderless? Because if it's going to do it in both, I'm just going to be in borderless because borderless is just better. But it's remote. Borderless. We'll go with borderless. Borderless will go. Because it does a flicker where it takes out my other monitor when it goes in and out of full screen. So it's better if like, yeah, this doesn't touch the other monitor. Cool. Sweet. Right. So dumb. All right. Right. So I had this thing that I want to do. I am curious though, because I think without the click through, with the hit test false, it literally just doesn't detect the mouse. We'll test that actually. So we're gonna go down here and we're like fn mouse clicks. Okay, so we're gonna say something like yeah, input mouse button. Okay, primary window. I don't care about the button. Oh god, the guy. So it's gonna like if buttons that just press left mouse button, print line mouse button clicked, mouse clicked. Okay, and then we're gonna go here and put an update. We're just gonna app dot add system update paste and mouse click. Okay, so my assumption is that with the hit test off, you just don't even fire mouse events, which is depressing because it'd be really funny to have it. Yeah, so it literally just does not detect them. I do wonder if there's a way to get around that, but I mean the way to get around that is just to not turn off the hit test. Oh, okay. I just think it'd be funny, so we're gonna go like it's gonna open Audacity. It's gonna skip. It's over here. It's over here, and go like something like pub. Audio. Right, so we're gonna like turn off just entirely that click bypassing bit. Like, let's just return none because I kind of want to do dumb shit with it first. So okay, so like use super maybe. Super. Okay, that's it. Good. Okay. And we're gonna go something like plugin. Audio plugin. Right, and then we're gonna go fn this on click. You're gonna take a button input. His sound. Okay, cool. Okay, not quite, but anyway. Struct this. Just a handle. Yeah, an audio source, I guess. So I think that should work. And then we say app dot add. Wait, no, we do it as an observer. Click. Click. Okay. On point click. Okay, and you say if click dot button
equals. No, it's primary or something. Pointer button primary. You know, like, yep. We're gonna say hey res, and then this is the this like that. Okay. Oh yeah, and then you want a resource apparently. Yeah, that's fine. Right, resource. Add system. Add observer. It's called observer. Yes. Okay, cool. This. I'm gonna go dot init resource. You're gonna say something like import from world for his sound as server load. I don't know what format Bevy loads. I don't say like wave. Yeah, probably tell me that it doesn't have it. Anyway, we're gonna load that. Cool. And then we're gonna hey hiss, and then we're gonna say audio player. Which is like res audio player, I think. I don't know. Shared borrowed resources, some resources. Is this the thing? No, apparently not. Audio player source equals audio source pub handle. No, okay. How do you do audio playback? Play back. Audio sync maybe? Audio player maybe? The resource? No, so source equals audio source. Onto an entity to trigger the audio source to being played. When Bevy begins the audio playback, the audio sync component will be added to this entity. This can be, this can then, okay, so it's saying audio player, source equals audio source. Okay, so we need a handle to a source. A sourcey handle, okay. Source. Maybe. Maybe? Source? Nope, okay. Handle to an audio source. I don't know. Okay, so I think we need commands. Let's spawn a bundle to spawn. Audio player? Is that a component for playing a sound? Insert this component onto an entity to trigger audio being okay. Yes. Like Bevy begins the when we begin an audio playback sync component will be added to the entity. You can use that component to control the audio settings during playback. Playback can be configured with the playback setting component. Note that the changing the setting component will not affect the already playing audio. Okay, audio player. I assume that it's a new, and then handle to an audio source, and we say it's not clone. Let's see what deref. Okay, cool. So it's his. Okay. We also need the playback setting. So we're gonna get something like that. Audio playback settings? What you said? Oh, this is called playback. Playback settings. Okay. Okay. So playback setting. Once loop. Okay. So playback mode is loop. Once loop despawn. Despawn the entity and its children when the sound finishes playing. And remove. Remove the audio from the component when the audio is okay. So we need despawn. So mode is playback mode despawn. Okay, so let's just qualify that. Okay, so settings. So volume. Maybe I'm not going to touch that because my immediate thought was let's just crank it, but no, I like the volume. Volume is what is volume? What the fuck? Volume. Linear. Okay. Linear scale 0 represents normal volume, meaning that the audio is played at the original volume, versus greater than 1 increases the volume, while values between 0 and 1 decrease the volume. A value of 0 effectively mutes the volume. Okay, it's fine. 0 and 1. Okay. It's gonna require like muted spatial. That would be really dumb. Can I click spatial? I don't think it'll do anything because I don't think 2D really has spatial, but we'll find out. Speed. And you're supposed to go something like then no, we don't random range between 0 0.75 and 1.2 paused. No, spatial scale, set position, start position, duration. Okay. Spatial scale. I want to know what spatial scale. Some spatial scale. And then dot default. Cool. What is this spatial scale? So spatial scale. A scale factor applied to the position of the audio source and listen for spatial audio. Spatial audio factor appeared to the position of the audio source and listeners from the audio's perspective defaults to 1. Creates a new 2D. Okay, so I guess this scale is like you could make it like way bigger. New 2D, 2 to 1. So like it just scales better. Okay, so with this, and there's this, and we go. Okay, so we're just gonna go. So we're gonna actually like maybe just have like a vector of these. No, it's like import. Oh no, we're doing like hiss. Yeah, so that's correct. This, and then if you wouldn't mind, hiss 2. Yep, cool. That's too many, but okay, thank you. Yep, okay. So first up it's hiss 0 and then hiss 1. Thank you, AI. That's how it works. So then we need to be like okay, I don't think you can be deref now. So we're gonna say like hiss rand choose choose. Yep, choose, and then rand yep, rand, it's RNG though. No, stop calling it Fred Brennan, bastard. Clone. Why are you doing this to me? Oh yeah, dot unwrap. Cloned dot unwrap. Okay. Okay. Just gonna be like export audio, export computer. What the hell would I export? Wave, WAV. Yep, cool. It's like call it hiss 0 brown to motion camera assets. It's been a while since it's been there. Oh god, there's such a low resolution fucking Windows file explorer. Jesus Christ. Projects, Snake, assets, new folder, audio. It's when it sounds. Open, save. close. I'm gonna delete this. Let's go. I should probably normalize them or something. I don't know. Dun, 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 dun. You know, it's funny if I don't. Why didn't it save my location? Okay, annoying. On projects and then Snake. Assets and then sounds. Did it just like not work? Okay, annoying. That one. Like, is it just not like not saving them? I probably just didn't click export. That would make sense. Okay, no, that doesn't make sense. Of course it didn't. Okay, we're just gonna. Oh, don't move that to the recycling bin. Jeez. Right, fine. If we're gonna do that, we're gonna go to the extra effort of normalizing them then. Normalize. Sure. That is very, very noisy. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna say, hey, effects. Where's the fucking noise manager? Legendary something like this. There's a noise reduction thing, right? Like repeat normalize. Repeat normalize. Nope. Pitch and noise. Okay. Noise gate, noise reduction. Get noise profile. Okay, cool. So we're just gonna go. We're gonna go effects, noise, noise reduction. Okay. And then hopefully, nope, still filled with the goddamn noise. Okay. Noise reduction. Should reduce noise there. I kind of. So what I think I need to do is I need to go like record the big section of noise and then like normalize it and then use that as my sample. Because the issue is it doesn't really sound like there's any noise. Like you just hear rid of a fan. And then if I go like when I use that as my noise sample, it's like it's very little noise compared to when I click normalize. Select auto effect, normalize. Let's like normalize like -5 decibels, please. That's the noise when you normalize with just noise. And then we're gonna say, hey, can you get my noise profile? Thank you. And then we're gonna go. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna click this. We're gonna go effects. We're gonna go. Hey, can we effect normalize? Yep. I mean, the trick is just not to have noise, but you know, like you're not able to clip a noise at the beginning and end. Yeah, noise reduction, reduce noise. I actually did a pretty good job. All right, I'm gonna like export audio to my computer. Don't ask me again. I forgot to click the don't ask me again. But anyway, his zero. Okay, I'm gonna delete his one because his one's gonna sound horrendous. But I also do want one that's full of noise because they're really funny. But we go make a couple of good ones first. Right, so we're gonna go like can we like it's okay, it's a little bit too clipped there. Okay. don't clip off the actual sound. Then we go, hey, can we affect, and then like normalize, don't amplify, normalize. I mean, I don't know if it'll make a difference, but like I do feel like if I amplified it, it'd be even worse. Noise reduction, noise reduction, noise reduction. Okay, cool. Audio. I again didn't press the don't fucking do that again. Hiss dot. Hiss one. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go effects. I'm gonna go normalize. I'm gonna go effects. I'm gonna go noise reduction. And okay, cool. Then we're gonna like export audio. Don't show me again. Okay, remember to click it this time. So we're gonna say hiss. Oh, that's 2 eyes. I did like 7 of these because that's what the AI was. It just kept adding more to the list. Yeah. Okay, so it's just getting really dumb. Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna go like effect. I'm gonna go normalize. I'm gonna go effect. Noise reduction. I'm gonna export this audio. Audio to 3. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna go open my chat. Yes, so well at the moment Sneck is just turning into a meme shit, but like Sneck is like an internet meme where it's like a snake that's like really derpy and like not a snake, like not scary kind of thing. So Sneck, misspelt. And then so I'm like, that's cool name for the game, and I'm just it's just Snake, but like me developing Snake, I'm gonna hopefully do a tutorial video or something at some point, but like it's going a bit like I'm trying to make it a bit memey than it needs to be. There's little ideas I've got for like just how to make like an interesting concept of Snake, but the idea is more to show off like the things you can do with Bevy, like lots of using things even necessarily like aren't necessarily the best way of doing it, just to show you how to do certain things. Like I've got a whole bunch of things where I've like done it in a particular way because I'm like I've never used this feature before, so I'm going to use this feature. Yeah, and then I've also done things like it's transparent. Oh, I've got blocked it. Yeah, so like when I tab out, you can see the game underneath, and like if I turn on a certain setting, it lets me actually interact with things while this is still in the background. At some point I'll hook up like a networking thing so that people on the stream can like hop onto the networking thing and like they can drive snakes around while I'm coding, because like they'll just be in the screen. Yeah, but I've turned that off at the moment because it makes it really hard to interact with the game because it ignores all your clicks, so you can't click back on the game once you've clicked off it. And now I'm just making weird snake noises because I'm apparently just got distracted. Cool. Yeah, so like I thought it'd be really funny to make it like whenever you click on the screen, it just makes a hissing noise. So I've been doing just making snake noises. Please stop. Okay, it just kept going. I kept clicking stop and it wouldn't stop. Okay. We get back. Then we get like normalize. There we go. We could normalize it again. That'd be really funny. Okay, I'm gonna find the wait noise reduction. I've been doing this for like how much, like 9 hours. I really should just like oh, don't clip the whole beginning of that audio. Thank you. And then we file, and we're gonna export audio. And it's 4. Oh, that's too loud. It's 4. Okay. And then we're gonna go. I think we're gonna go up to his 6. Okay. Okay, cool. Please stop. File, and we're gonna export, and then we're gonna okay, we're gonna normalize. Cool. Then we're gonna effect, and we're just gonna I got like cool. I have no idea what it's going to sound like. I'm not going to spoil the surprise. What was doing filing and exporting? I don't even know if I remove the noise. Oh no, export audio. So is this 5. And then we're gonna like effect, and we're gonna oh no, I just record a new one. Okay, cool. Then we're gonna go like effect. Don't amplify. Normalize. It's gonna export that without listening to it and hope that doesn't blow everyone's ears out. That's 9. It's 6. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go. I don't want to listen to this one. Okay, cool. Right. So in theory, it didn't do anything. Oh, well, it would help if I added the audio plugin. God damn it, it's full screen, and because every time I click off it, we need to go to audio. We need to go. Okay, so this is all working. Should all be working. Apparently, that's working. So we gotta go to main, and we gotta make sure we chuck in the audio plugin. App.add plugin Sneck. Why do I have Sneck and Snake? Oh no, that doesn't seem good. Anyway, audio plugin. Okay, cool. So we do that. We go here and we go, hey. Should be really quiet, but also it should be like left and right ear as well. I don't know. I turned the. Oh, it didn't like that. It crashed immediately. Why did it crash? Audio source. Something about unrecognized format. No. What formats can Bevy do? Bevy audio format. No, we can do wave apparently. I don't know why it seems to think that it can't. They don't okay. However, support for these file formats is not standard default feature set. Seems to generally okay. Okay, so we're gonna go to here. We're gonna go features. I'm gonna say I'm assuming it's just called wave, and we're just gonna try again. Gonna need to compile a bunch of shit on here. Well, the fact that it didn't tell me that it's not a feature means it's almost certain how to do it. Okay, so do that. I do really want to do multiplayer if I can work it out, but I try and work it out. Wait, I'm so tired. Do I try? Yeah, fuck it. I think I try, just for the memes of it. I have no idea how it works because like I'm gonna use like light year. Oh. It seems to be. Oh. Okay. It's not quite as funny as I was hoping. I think I should have gone with shorter little hissing sounds. Yeah. Okay. First up, let's boost the loud. The idea was that they were supposed to be quiet, so we're gonna go speed of like 1.2 to like I don't know, like 2. Yeah, just make it a little bit faster, you know. I got a little carried away with them being fast. Anyway, like yeah. And I'm just gonna. Oh, is it up to someone commit this to Git? What did I do? I added wave. I added sound. Get default window Sneck. Okay. Just added memes. So that's memes. So yeah. Right, we need like a light year tutorial. Light year Bevy. not entirely sure how it works. So add plugin, client plugin, tick duration. It seems needlessly complicated. Okay, so we have to do like 2 apps, I think. I'm not entirely sure. So in theory, all we have to transfer across is the direction that the player is going to move in the next tick. So it should be pretty easy to be like, so the way I'm thinking is we go something like here. I'm gonna go, so server, and this equals stream. Okay, so what we're gonna do is here assets. Why are you complaining? Okay, I don't care. I don't know why you suddenly started. Using 0. Oh. Wait, can I spawn it in with a global transform? I think I can. I don't know why that's complaining. That's why the audio was just playing audio noises. We need to go transform from translation click dot duration hit dot camera null position dot unwrap or vec 3 0. It was already going to be 0. Cool. Like that. Okay. That might make the spatial audio work. I don't know. Maybe not. Okay. So what we're doing is get light working. So we want to go, hey, if I run main, okay. Okay, so this is the, let's say this is main config. We can just like, I don't know what the difference is. I'm just thinking like, if I want to do the server thing, I want to run like 3 copies. So we like app dot. So if config config feature equals server, add plugin Lightyear server plugin. Right, that's what they have it doing. Server plugin, and then the tick duration. Right. Nothing's loading. This exists. This is a thing. Oh, I probably have to. No, they brought the preload in, but like they also brought. Oh, it's like the server. Wait, no, what? Oh, it's probably in prelude. Okay, so we're gonna go up here. We're gonna. This is gonna get pretty horrible. Use Lightyear prelude. Lightyear seems very complicated in that like. It looks simple enough, but it's like so many types that have to be declared that I'm sure like aren't that bad. But like, let's say server, and then we're gonna say tick. It's called a tick duration. I mean, I'm a little bit concerned that Lightyear. No, tick duration. Okay. The tick interval for the server. This is used to determine how often the server should tick. The default value is 160. No. Okay. So the server is tick duration. So we only have 200 per. Yeah, okay. Why does it say app.run to run? Oh, app.app run. Okay. Config config add feature not feature. Okay, and then we add the client plugin, same version. Oh, tick version. Alright. So apparently we don't have any kind of like specified client plugin. Alright, that's all it does. Just specifies the tick duration. All right. Okay. So what's next? Similar to Bevy layer is compatible with a subcrate that is provided to the field to wrap crate layers. It is also possible to use subcrate directly. Right, okay. I want to know your like example somewhere. How do I get to the repository? And then, oh god, there's so many examples. I'm gonna go like FPS, no, simple box, I guess it's called. Let's go with simple box, client server. Okay. C1, C2 feature. Okay, so go like script and work out how the fuck you're doing this. So lib. So lib just declares. Okay, so it's depressing. Main. I'm assuming main does unused inputs. So client, example client plugin, example server plugin, shared plugin. Okay, CLI mode, CLI, yeah, server, GUI. Okay, host client, client ID, example client plugin, example server plugin. Did I build that? Okay, so true app shared plugin CLI. CLI.spawn connections. Well, that's a bit. Why you? Where's the CLI coming from? Like your example common. Okay. But how are you connecting? Hello. Yep. Examples common script. Okay. Connections. Yeah. Self mode. Some client mode. Okay. Client app world spawn. Example client. Okay. Okay, client port, client server address. Okay, app.add system connect, server. The fuck? Where's connect come from? Create client connect. Okay, so client. Okay, so example client, so it's an ID and client port. The client port to listen on, the socket address of the server. Okay. Possibly add a connection to similar network connection. Which transport to use? Client transport. Rocker. Steam. Okay. Shared settings. It's just a. This. Yeah. Okay. So then on add. So commands queue world result. Let world entity mute and take example client address. Client. link. Local address, peer address, replication receive, prediction messenger, add netcode. Oh god. Connect. Is this a type from Lightyear? No. God, everything's just turtle all the way down. Connect. Where is that coming from though? Lightyear preview client. Alright. There. It's a read. Add user plugin. This is not very clear. Okay. I remember I saw somewhere, maybe it was the crates, there was like a really like simple, like this is how you do it. You just do this, but like I can't fucking make heads or tails of where to start to then like be like, okay, an experiment from here. It's like, it's just a lot of like, and they're doing that annoying thing where they're like, oh, we've written a command line thing. You just type these few things in. It's like, but I don't know how that works. It's like, I don't want to have to copy your example exactly because nothing makes any sense as soon as I do anything on my own. Okay, so you could click follow this tutorial, which recreates the simple box. First, check out the examples. They have a work in progress book. So setup. Okay, protocol, shared, client, adding like yes. So add the plugins, defining a protocol. After which you can define a protocol for your game. The protocol must be added after or added to the app. So here is an example. So is this an example that's actually gonna, okay, this is the example of the protocol. So input plugin, protocol plugin. So we register message one, add direction, network direction client. So okay, and then we say add plugin, input plugin, input default. God. Register component player ID. Is that, we don't have to do that anymore, but you know, like when we do you register component player position. Is this registering it in the registry? No, it's a Lightyear registry. Oh no. Add prediction, add linear interpolation. Oh no. Register component player color. Okay, and channel. Add channel 1. Wait, channel 1. Okay. Channel settings, mode. Order, reliable settings, default, add direction, server to client. Okay. So I don't know what a message in a channel is, but player parent, example of a component that contains an entity. The component, when replicated, needs to have the inner entity mapped from the server world to the client world. You will need to derive the entity map trait for that component and register the app map entity. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so peer ID. New peer ID. Where's peer ID coming from? This is like it's a Lightyear core. Okay, so peer ID appears to be, so this is a player bundle which has a player ID, a player position, and a player color. Okay, new position and peer. ID to bits and wrap and modulo. Okay, okay. Peer ID, player position, ease. Oh god. Okay. Play color. Map entity into player color image. Map entity. Entity mapper. Dot get mapped. Okay. Channel message. Direction. Is none. Okay. Inputs direction. So they did something with inputs. Okay, so I don't know where these numbers come from. That's the issue though. Player ID ID, which is a peer ID. So all you need to do is easy, like pub mod protocol. Okay. Create module protocol. So well, we should probably be like pub mod network, because it's going to be horrendous. And then protocol on network should be renamed mod. Wait, please work. Oh, you made the network again. God damn it! Don't let me spam buttons like that, please. Please make mod network and then put protocol into network like this, and then we can say pub mod protocol. Okay, like that. Then we can go in here, and apparently we need to be like plugin. This is gonna be our protocol plugin. Okay. Oh, we don't need two courses in moment. So we have to like use apparently an entity mapper. Don't know how that works. Light year prelude. Okay. And that's probably it actually, to be honest. So we're gonna go into here. We're gonna say, hey, can we come on do something? Right. So what do they do? So they have like a, I don't know what a channel is. Assume a message is a direction, and they like an input and play an input plugin. All right, so hopefully if I could just like work this out. So we can like app.add plugins, and then it was like a input. Here's the issue. The fuck does input come from? Bevy, Lightyear. Like, the fuck is input coming from? Lightyear, Bevy, math. Where the fuck is input coming from? They just have a thing, like, there's an input. It's just a thing that they have. Input plugin. Where are you coming from? Lightyear input. Lightyear. It's called Lightyear input and it's not here. Is this because I'm on the main? Oh, don't go to 0.9. That seems really old. Oh no. This person is too good. There's just like 100 million branches. Is 0.9 like the latest version? Is that what that's trying to say? Because I don't think it is. What version of Lightyear on? Like on like a 0.25. Okay. Lightyear. And it's like prelude input. Timeline used that is used to make sure that inputs from this peer will arrive on time on the remote peer. So no, I don't know. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Let's stay on main because it doesn't seem like anything's changed. Maybe we should go back to. Let's go. Oh no. Okay. Let's go to like 09 because it's obviously like really outdated. I would assume because it's like 27. And go like, what the hell does it look like? Protocol, my protocol, default, protocol, add channel. Okay. Yeah, so it's very different. Okay. So can we go back to the book actually? Where was that book? Right. So something about a protocol. A protocol is configured of an input, defining the client input type, i.e. the different actions the user can perform. Jump, shoot, accept, message. Defines the message protocol, i.e. the message that can be exchanged between the client and server. Components defines the component protocol, i.e. the list of components that can be replicated between the client and server. And channels defines channels the user can send messages between the client and the server. Okay. So we need like a can we just like register a component? So like app dot register register component. I think that's from Light. Yeah. Yep. Okay. I'm just gonna call it test component. It did something about like when like a client attaches, we're gonna like struct test component, and test component's not gonna have to do anything. Fucking. So, it's a derived component. Yeah, that's a good idea. Derived component, please. It also has to apparently implement 30. Oh, I don't want to implement 30. 30 equals. I don't care. Derive 30 serialize 30 30 deserialize deserialize. Alright, so what the fuck? Cannot compare. It's not even got a value. Fuck you, ID. It's gonna generate a random number, okay? We need equal particle debug clone. Let me copy as well if I like. So why is Lightyear complaining now? You expected nothing. Okay. So we registered some component. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna like also just like stick some extra shit. So we're like, actually we'll just do it as a function. So we're gonna make it like another plugin. Just because like I want to make it like easy enough to get rid of it once it's done. It's a test plugin. Like what? Like I'm gonna stick a lot of shit in it, and I want to just be able to like mix it when it's done. Okay. So it'd be like app. I'm gonna say like app dot add system fn print sync. Okay, this is gonna say query or added query test component, added test component, print line, yep, added test component. That value, we're gonna say, hey, on update, can you do something? Printing. Okay. So we need to do something like go back to main and be like, hello, on server. I think both of them. Let's cut this out. Let's go app.add plugins network. I think I called it. Yep, network. Network, and then we go to network mod. No, plugin. And then we're going to say network work plugin. Right, paste that here. Okay, cool. Doesn't like that. We have to use Lightyear. Use Lightyear. Okay, like that. Right, we come to here. We say, hey, network. And then we go like network. Okay. And that should be like nice to just be able to pop that down, pop this out here, and then hey, client plugin mode. Plugins. Wait, what? Okay, right. It's called server plugin client plugins. containing all the client plugins. First adds client plugins, add the client plugins, then build your protocol using in a protocol plugin, then spawn your client entity. All right, so we have like app dot add plugin protocol. Right. Then we go to our protocol and we go, okay, so we register this component. And then here's an example. So we register that component. And then we're going to go to here. I'm going to say, so they somehow registered some kind of input thing. I don't know how that worked, but anyway, we register a component and we play register a component, player position, add prediction, ecosystem, register the component color. Okay, then we have the channel. I don't know what the channel does. Okay, so we're gonna need a channel, I think. I don't know. I assume because they specify like it's client server. So maybe the channel's how it sends commands, which I don't care. So I'm gonna ignore any of that like communication for now. And we're just purely gonna work on the idea that when I click, it's gonna like spawn something and send it across. I don't know. So let's go. That's all our protocol is. We just literally register that one component and we're going to see what it does. Okay. Messaging instructors, serialize, deserialize, and clone. Okay, components. The component registration is needed to automatically replicating entities and components from the server web to the client web. Only the components that are defined in the client would be replicated. The client registry is a resource that will store metadata about which components should be replicated and how. It can also contain additional metadata for each component, such as prediction and interpolation settings. Lightyear provides helper functions for the app registry. Messages. Similarly, the message registry must contain a list of possible messages that can be sent over the network. These when registering a message, you can specify the direction to which the message should be sent. Okay. So network direction client, server to client. Okay, input. As Lightyear handles inputs, users actions that should be sent to the server. My brain is just not fucking keeping up. So inputs. Something like, let's define our inputs. I don't get it because I can't find the fucking inputs thing that they got. It's called the input plugin, but like couldn't. Anyway. Okay, channels. Very confusing. Direction, delete, spawn. Okay, channels. We can also define some channels that will be used to send messages between clients and servers. This is optional since Lightyear already provides some default channels. For inputs and components, the channel is defined some properties how messages enter the network. Reliability can be can the message be lost, or do we resend until we receive a Sneck? Ordering, do we guarantee the messages are received in the same order they were sent? Priority, which messages sent priority to reduce the reach the maximum bandwidth of the network. Okay. We can create a channel with a similar channel. Summary. Okay. Building the client and server. Okay. So the client and server will both be entities to which you can add components and customize their network behavior. Here are some common components. Link represents the IO link between the local peer and the remote peer that can be used to send and receive raw bytes. Okay. Transport adds this component on setting up various channels that each provide different reliability, order, and guaranteed groups of bytes. Message manager, message sender, and message receiver are used to send and receive messages over the network. A message is any Rust type that can be serialized into raw bytes. Okay. Replication manager and replication sender can be added to the entity to enable replicating entities and components over the network. Okay, link. Link component is the primary component that represents the connection between two peers. Every network connection is represented by a link on the server side. You have a server component which spawns a new entity with a link component every time the client connects to it. The link of relationship corresponds to adding the let's move this into the main screen because otherwise you guys are just staring at literally nothing as I like reading this. Okay, so right, so identifies the server that it's connected to. Okay, the link is agnostic to the actual IO layer. You have to pair it with an actual component, actual IO component, UDP, ID, IO, web transport, etc., to start sending and receiving bytes. Connection. Lightyear makes the distinction between a link and a connection. A link is a low-level component that represents the raw IO link, which can be used to send and receive bytes. The connection is a link that has a low-level, long-lived identifier attached to them. Okay. The local ID and remote ID components are used to store the peer ID of the local and remote peer respectively. Okay. The peer ID is a unique identification for a peer in the network, which can be used to identify the peer across multiple connections. Okay. A client could get disconnected or reconnected on a different link, but still have the same peer ID. Okay. The lifecycle of a component is controlled by the server set of components. Oh, it's controlled by several sets of components. You can trigger connect to start the connection or disconnect to stop it. Okay. The disconnect, connecting, and connected components represent the current state of the connection. On the server, start and stop components are used to control the server listening state. The stopped, starting, and stopped component represent the current state of the connection. While a client is disconnected, you can update the configuration, replication sender, message sender, etc. It will appear up. It will be applied on the next connection. Okay. A client is similar to an entity with a link to which the client maker component is added. The maker component is used in conjunction with the protocol to customize the behavior of the link entity. For example, if a message is added to the protocol with add register message and add direction server to client, the message receive message one component will automatically be added to any client entity. Okay, you can also just add the message receiver M component directly to a client to receive messages of type M from the server. Okay. Here's how you set up the client in your app. Authentication manual, server address, client ID, private key, protocol ID. Okay. Let client command component commands to spawn. So client default, local client address, local peer server address, link new none, replication receiver default, network client new auth network client default, UDPIO default ID transport trigger targets connection client. Okay. Let's walk through it. So we add the client marker component to the entity to identify it as a client. Did we make that, or is it just part of it? I think that's just part of it. Okay. We manually specify the local host and the peer local address and the peer address components to define the location and remote address of the link. Okay, we add the link component to the entity, which will be used to send and receive raw bytes over the network. We added the replication receiver component to the entity, which will be used to receive replicated entities and components from the server. Okay. Every link needs to use a connection layer, either netcode or Steam. Okay. Here we will use netcode for testing purposes. We can use manual authentication method, which will have to specify the server address and client ID. Okay. Finally, we add the UDP.io component to the entity, which will be used to send and receive UDP packets over the network. Okay, wait. Finally, we trigger connect to trigger the connection process. Okay, similarly, a server is an entity in which the server marker component is added. The server component is the relationship target. Every time a new IO link is established with a remote peer, a new entity will be spawned with the link of component that will mark that link as being a child of the server. Okay. Netcode server, new netcode configuration, default local address, server UDP ID, IO, default ID, trigger, support, start server. Okay. We need to add a netcode server because we're using need a connection layer. This will automatically insert the server component. Okay. We also need to specify the local address component. Define the local address of the server. The IO layer we choose is UDP, so the UDP component entity. Finally, we trigger start to start the server and listen for incoming connections. So next, we'll start adding systems to the client and server. Okay. So let's see if we can do that. Like, let's see if we can start up a server and start up 2 clients and have them both connect to the server. So it sounds awfully like we just simply say something like, well, I think this is where we go app dot add plugins my server plugin, and then we go say my client plugin, just so that we don't have to like keep going in and out of feature flags. Except I think it's almost not server. Yeah, cool. I was gonna say I think it's the other way around, but pub mod client and pub server, except it's my server and my client. And we also need to like make sure that it's like inverse of that one. So we can go up here and say not server. Cool. Why are you not liking this? Right, because you don't exist. That's cool. So let's create that my server, and we just like move you down for a second so I can get it to do that for me. Cool. Then you go here and go here. Okay. So no, don't make it. I'm so tired. Okay. Do this. Don't press down this time. Yep. Okay. Right. My client, my server. Okay. So we're gonna go something along the lines of init plugin. I'm gonna say, hey, this is a client plugin. Right. This, and we're gonna say fn spawn client. Right, so we need like just commands, I'm pretty sure. New commands. Okay, so because we're gonna have to toggle between the default one being client and that, because otherwise the ID doesn't like work properly because it just refuses to admit that the other one exists. I don't know why it does that. I don't wish there was there probably is a way to configure it so that like it will try both paths, but because it's like not server and server, it's like it never compiles them both. I mean, it'd make more sense if they were 2 separate features, because it would be going, oh well, I don't know if this feature stops this other feature. So we need to have like a const server dir. I don't know. Is it a stir? I guess. Hang on. In like 192.168 dot. I think it's dot. Is it dot 0.1?
127, something like that. Is it localhost? I don't remember. Check that. Local host IP. Oh no, it's 127. Yeah, no, 192. Yeah, that's network. Yeah, 127 dot zero, yeah, dot 0.0.1. And then obviously you have the port boob, because who wouldn't want the port boob? 127. Yeah, okay, that's new. Okay, so that's localized. Server address. Okay, so we go to my client, and then we're gonna how. Yeah. Okay, spawn client. All right. So it says it's the commands dot spawn, and then you spawn client. Right there. Client. So we need to use Lightyear. Use Lightyear preload like this. Okay. Client. Okay, client. So I'm assuming it's this. Now that would explain. Oh, it explains literally nothing. Why is client? See, didn't they client's a marker? Oh, and it's okay. Why use that? I mean, weird default. Right. So we need a client, which apparently tells us what state the client's in, which then defeats the whole point of it being a marker because it's actually a useful thing. Okay. Okay, client. So fuck it. Let's do this. Thank you. This is. There is too much stuff for me to bother typing it all out when it's all written here. Okay, server address. So it's like. Can you? No, there's the right key. Import network server. Okay, I don't know what they had, but yeah, authentication. Where is it coming from? Though? They've done a terrible job of their laying out their thing. It's like I don't. Okay, client address, server address, peer address. Where is it all coming from though? I feel like their book's either out of date or something. It's they don't tell me what they have to import to get it to fucking work. So it's all just like, oh no, that doesn't work. Like, well, what do I do? Like, where did this key come from? It's definitely not that key. What do you mean? Use Lightyear preload client, maybe? Just bring everything in from the client. Nope, didn't fix anything. My ID, I think, is having a bit of a fit because it's not liking this at all. Fix. Nope. It doesn't know where it's coming from. Sure, you can add that. I don't know how you... Nope. Connection. Okay. You found it somewhere. Prelude? Nope. Client? Nope. Connection? Nope. I do not know where this has come from. I don't know what version it's supposed to be. I don't know why my AD is having a fit at the fact that its server address exists. I don't think it likes that I've got multiple things going. Like the feature flag shit. It really doesn't like that kind of stuff. Like the same as it's throwing an error message here. It's like, but it's like it can't find the thing to like fix it. Okay, failed to resolve yet. Why is all the formatting wrong? Yeah, but where is it? All the formatting's so fucked up. I'm just gonna restart. Like, yeah, sure, save. I don't know what was unsaved, but I'm also just gonna get rid of this code. And it's probably gonna reopen. Yeah, it's gonna garnet because that's what I closed second. We're gonna open folder. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go projects. We're gonna go Sneck. Sure. Can we just not? 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 Oh, can you please just work? Like, yeah, don't say it. Okay. Are you gonna like work this time? I mean, at least the font highlighting is fucking working properly. My computer's gonna cook itself as it redoes the Rust analyzer. Client address, server address. I don't know what type it expects. Maybe that's what the problem is with the peer address. It doesn't even know where the peer address came from. Oh, God. It's a socket address. Oh, why? Are you like this? Where? Okay. Do you have an introduction that tells me like what version? Click here. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. So building the client. Da 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 da. You said something. I mean, I'm sure we can get to the examples, which was somewhere. Adding basic systems. No. Building a client. Did this change? No. I'm sure somewhere it said about protocol. It's in setup. Alright, here's an example, and so surely if we go to the Git, and the Git's obviously going to be accurate. I pray. Simple box. We go, hey client, and we go, hey, how does that handle predicted spawn, receive message? Okay, so when do we like? So what we're looking for is something like connect. There's 3 places where they say connect, and they're all in the example. Like, wow, fucking names. God damn it. Handle this, move player, handle that. Which means it needs to be like a layout, which makes it so much harder to track down. Okay. You use your client, and you say, hey, example client plugin. Where is example client? Client. But all you do is add a handful of systems. You don't actually do anything. Okay, it's got to be inside of main. At some point, main has to like connect. Right? Maybe? No. Render. Fucking example client. Shared plugins. I mean, it could be shared plugins. I'm unlikely to be shared plugins. It's like client. So, player movement, input buffering, handle spawn, handle into. But like, it's fucking added player ID. You even set the player input. But when the fuck do you connect? You just don't. Apparently. Oh, there's like a player bundle thing, isn't there? Protocol, maybe? This is player ID, player bundle. When do they use the player bundle? Shared rendering protocol, library, lib maybe? Nope. I don't get it. Shared movement speed, yep. Shared settings, shared protocol plugin, yep, that makes sense. Server rendering client lib. Drawbox, yep. Main. Okay. They don't connect. Oh, spawn connections. What's the bet? The spawn connections, which is some CLI, which is like the common. This is not good example design. They're like, oh yeah, we're just gonna like pull all this stuff from a different example. I want to know how to build an app from the beginning. I don't want to know how to use your example code to build an app. So I'm showing lib, and that's like CLI. Yep, okay, so it's a CLI. And it's like some kind of here is gonna be like fucking spawn connection. Self world spawn example connection. Example client, I didn't connect. Okay, I found this earlier, right? So we gotta find out where the fuck connect came from. I think connect probably came from client, didn't it? Yeah, client connect. Okay, so client connect. I need to hang out. Where is this connect fucking thing? Connect. So connect just says trigger connect entity client.inter. Oh god, so hard. All right, is it gonna work now? Can you actually like no? Okay, so what the hell is this spawn client?
I'm assuming they've changed something because this doesn't seem right. Anyway, so let's do this because this is connect, right? Gonna obviously. Yes, this is obviously a version of it. Anyway, the connect, which is on command client, single entity client, connect. So this is more like we want this to be startup. And instead of doing all that, we're gonna say connect, which is then gonna say like trigger, connect, and then entity. Right. So I need to. Right, that's what that does. So we're gonna say trigger, and then connect entity as client. All right. So at the very least, we've got that bit worked out. So this is spawn client. So this is going to be app.start spawn client. Now, authentication, who goddamn knows? So we're going to go back to this example. We're going to work out what the hell they're actually doing to get their client. So add netcode. Stop doing that. Stop hiding things in layers of abstraction. So they said like entity mute, they've inserted the client, they've inserted the link. All right, so this is what we need. To get it to work, I think. So we need to be like all of this stuff. Except we got to get rid of this bit and this bit. Undo. Alright, like that. So we have a client default, we have a link, which is a link receive, and then a link new. Okay, receive. Okay, so I don't know what this does, so it's gonna say none because I saw it earlier, had none. None. Okay, so okay, local address, which is a socket address. Okay, and then pure address, which is also a socket address, and like settings of server address. All right. So how do I make a socket address? I'm assuming it's like a STD socket address and not like some kind of weird, yeah, core net socket address. Okay. Core net socket address from servers. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Okay. I can give it. Oh, okay. So I can be like. So from, and then we're gonna be like server address and then 8008. Okay, and then we say hey. Okay, that kind of worked, not quite. Fuck you. What else can we do? There's gotta be a way. From strip. And then we pass in server address. And then we say unwrap. Cool. Okay. Client address works the same way. The socket address of the peer that the session is connected to. The session will use the network. Which is the network. Okay. Now here's the thing. What the hell is the local? I'm assuming I'm just gonna go like socket address. Okay, and then we need to go something like 127 0 0 rand rng dot gen dot random, right, and the port is 8008. I think, I don't know. Dot into. I assume that you can do that. Okay, cool. This random generate number, port. Just picking a random number. Okay, and then apparently this authentication just doesn't happen anymore. Okay, I think, I don't know. Maybe that were replication receiver, prediction manager. Okay, oh, whatever. It's not exactly clear going on. Okay, so this should, and then this will connect. Okay, so server, we need to go do this, do this, do this, do this. All right, let's say use server address. This is going to be called server plugin, and so it's going to be called server plugin. I'm going to say that's on server. I no idea what it's going to do. We changed its name and it put just a random bunch of text on it. Alright, so we need a server default. Right, so we need to go to here. We need to like we need to go default and then say server. I mean, technically we should probably just go client, and we should just say both of those are defaults so that we can just work with both of them until it works. I don't know what this is complaining about. It's just like started randomly going like this doesn't work. Okay, so we need to go like a server plugin. So right, so this is supposed to be, instead of not feature server, it's supposed to be client. Okay, and then yeah, my client. Cool. And instead of you being not feature client, you're just client. Okay, cool. Right, so it's my server plugin. Okay, okay, right. So then, right, cool. So then you do that, and you go, okay, my server. So we say, hey, so you're a server, you link and your link address, local address. I don't know if that's how that works. Because all you did was change it to, okay, so it's trigger and it's trigger start. Yeah, start. Right, so we start the server. Right, and then we have to go back to the little book. The book will teach us more, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's a real pain to get this to fucking where it is. Back to the book, please. God, it's so difficult to get right. All right, so what do you say? So we connect like this, and then we with the server's significantly easier. So the UDP. Did we specify like that it was UDP? I know. I copied the client exactly. So UDP. Okay, that's network. Okay. It was something. Replication receiver. Maybe? I don't know. Alright, so we have to go work out where the fucking server is, which means going back into the Git. So we have to go to setup and then go to here, and then we have to like go into a completely different example to try and pull out the fucking www. So server this time. And we go, hey server, get digits, digest to WASM, server transport, non-exclusive. Web trim. Okay. Example server. Okay, on add. Setting share private key. Okay, and then insert netcode server new. Okay, so that's where the add netcode's coming from. Server address is server address unspecified. Okay, interesting. Local port. Where the fuck is local port coming? Oh my god. Okay, insert local address, server address. Server UDP IDP. Okay, default. Apparently there's an IPv4 unspecified, which is interesting. Yeah, so I don't know where this came from. I bet you it's in server. Well, it's not apparently. Transport. Okay, so Lightyear, prelude. What the hell's in here? It's like connection, client, transport. No, wait, transport. Transport. Nope. Protocol. What the fuck? Where did it come from? What are they importing? Where the hell do you come from? Network, netcode server. Well, we're gonna need that, but guys, I still don't see where the UDP is coming from, so it's got to be in somewhere. Netcode server. There it is. Where is that? It's in Lightyear UDP. Okay, let's, because that's gonna be easy to find. So Lightyear, so it's probably gonna be in like UDP. No, Lightyear prelude. So my suspicion now, with doing that few bits of poking around, is we're going to find out that we're going to go to Lightyear here. I'm going to go to the actual Lightyear Bevy. I'm going to go to the fucking docs, and I'm going to say there's probably a feature flags enabled by default. Okay. UDP. Crossbeam. I don't know what crossbeam is, so I'm just gonna say fuck you. It's so unnecessarily hard. Features UDP version equals I don't care. Okay, go to UDP. So hey, okay, so we're gonna get server. We're gonna go hey, like yeah. So we can say like server. It's like server UDP or something. Yeah, UDP. Okay. In default. I don't know. Okay. So we have to go back to like here. We have to go. Okay. So what the hell? When you make a server. Okay. So example server. When you add an example server, we have to extract and do this horrendous thing of being like, hey, here's the entity. We're going to say entity, take the settings, which connects and the transport, and the shared settings, which I don't know if that actually has anything, you know, what is in the shared settings? Protocol ID and the private key. Okay. Protocol. Right. So we're going to say that the add net code is, we didn't have a netcode server. The issue is I need to track down where they add the example server to work out if there's anything else they stick on the fucking component before they do that. So let's strip back to the basics. I know this stuff's all gonna come anyway, so we also need the local address. So so apparently they've gone with something like socket address, and it was something like net IPv4 new. Well, apparently that worked. You don't have to enter it in. Unspecified. The fuck is unspecified? All zeros. Okay, cool, great. Mismatch type. Oh, wait, what? What do you want? You want IPv4? .NG? Yep. maybe? I don't fucking know. There you go. Okay. Cool. Unspecified. Okay, so I wonder if I can do the clients all unspecified too. Right, so we need the net server. So we're gonna have a server. I assume they did that. Okay. So net server config, which is a net server. Net code. Okay. Net code. Okay, so I'm assuming netcode is again another feature because of the Steam and the netcode. Netcode. Okay. Okay. Not you. Wait. Okay. So. Right. Netcode. Netcode server. Okay. So we're going to import netcode server. Okay. I'm going to say, hey, new netcode server. Yes. Import server config. Maybe. Protocol ID. Okay. That's just going to say 0 because protocol key, private key. I know it's getting private key bits from, but 0. What is private key bits, please? Yes, but what the fuck does that mean? 32. Okay. 0 by 32. Thank you. Some funny. Okay. Okay. So let me see. Okay. So link. We go back to our example, wherever the fuck that is. Then we go. Okay. So the first thing they do in all of them is they enable the netcode if they're doing netcode because the stream doesn't do netcode. And then the local port, I don't know where they're getting the local port from. I feel like it's just specified at some point. Okay. So then server address, which is just unspecified, and the local port, and the insert, and they set the local address and the server UDP IO, and then further down we say this is Steam. Okay, and then start the trigger. Okay, cool. It's getting a bit too much for me, but you know. So we can say start server, and then so here's that like, wait, did they add the link? Is the link a thing that they added? I don't know. I feel like that might have come from before required components because I don't see why you add a link and then default link. So that server and socket address. Code. Settings. The issue is we have to track down where they add example server because it doesn't require anything. If they stick it in then it's really annoying. Like, so we have to go to Simplebox server and go, when the hell do you spawn this goddamn server? Handle new client, handle connection, handle new client, on link of handle connection movements. When exactly do you start this? Menu, so main, and then we insert this fucking server plugins and the spawn connections. I bet it's in spawn connections. Spawn connections, self server, same, some mode server, spawn, example server. Okay, so they just do that and then they call start, and I think you'll probably find that startup.start, which comes from server. The fuck does start do? I think it's probably called start. Yep, it just extracts self and calls start. Okay. So our local port is 88. Okay. Why are you getting more and more errors? The same error is just building up. Really. Okay. So none of this is needed anymore. Okay, apparently. Space. I feel like you're the same. I feel like we can just say like socket. We like new, and then we just say socket header equal no, how did we do the server? Just local address like this. Peer address like this. Do the same thing, just call it peer address. Peer address. Alright. Well, let's find out if it crashes. They're all using the same port, they're all using the same IP. It's a 00, which means I think that the operating system will assign an available IP address, which really shouldn't work in the sense that, like, how the hell does the local server know which... Oh god. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So how the hell did they do it then? They must have given it the server address. Like, they have to have given the server an address. Like, there's no way. Server address, yeah. And then they go settings.server address. Yeah, that's the local is the client address. But when did they do that? So it's probably in that spawn connections thing, which is in the CLI. Oh god. Okay. So if Steam plugin, client plugin, tick duration. I'm not what? Mode client ID. When create app, add inspector. Okay. Example client registration plugin new from client ID. Okay. So what did you exactly do? Okay. No, we're spawn connections, that's where we want to go. So where the hell are they pulling this? Client port is 0. Okay. Server address is in common shared. Okay. So localhost, which I suspect localhost is just zeros, right? Localhost. Okay, I'll have to look up what fucking localhost is then. Site client new, yeah, localhost. So the server address is just localhost, shared settings, client port, server port. Okay, so the server port is a different number to the client port. Okay, so the clients get port 0, got it. Okay, my client. So local address, port 0, and the server is not unspecified, but instead local host, which again I'm pretty sure is just unspecified. Oh no, there's 127. Okay, likewise. Right. Oh yeah, call back. Okay. Then they should have the same IPs. So you unspecified. Can I just say that you're localhost? I don't know if that works. Server is on localhost. We connect to localhost, even though it does different things. Yeah. Okay. So shared settings. Hey, look, they did the same thing. Protocol ID and okay. Interval Steam used for testing. Okay. Shared settings, protocol ID. Okay, so if I said like and said run the server, but before you do that, actually, just can we like go to my server and right, can you like maybe print line server started. Okay, and then I don't know. Yeah, that'll do. But just print line server started. Then I don't want them to be the default features anymore. Do you work with that default? Cool. So run. It's gonna compile an absolute shitload of stuff, so I can go work on client while it does that. It'll be like fn. So you're gonna print line. Print line client started. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna say something along the lines of yes. What that test component? So like and then spawn test component. Yep, sure, that'll do. New commands. We need to like input as to code input. I'm gonna say press spacebar. Right, just press spacebar. Okay. And then you're gonna do that, and you're gonna run that in app and update. Oof, my computer is really starting to cook with that one. Pretty sure we started today. It's only using half as much memory as it was yesterday. It's only using 30 gigabytes. But not quite half. That hard drive didn't like that. They really ping up to 100% when you first connect them. Is it slowly starting to cool down? Come on. Yeah, it's only been up for 11 hours, of which 10 of those I've been streaming. Oh, okay. Okay, so it threw 2 errors. What the fuck? So first off, something's apparently waiting inside of a... What do you mean? Did I accidentally import something? Read to string? Read to string. Cannot convert the error type. Right, because you're not liking that this has some kind of ambiguous... Did something update? Is that what happened? Oh, probably. Fuck you. Interesting. Okay. Missing. It's gonna.
Who cares if it's trailing or leading? Now I play whack-a-mole with my fucking error messages. 0. Wait a second. Is your... No, it's... It doesn't like that. Okay. Fuck you. Oh, you know what? I bet I bet what broke that is that something else. Like when I imported the thing, it started using this error. And when it started using this error, it's probably like either turned on a feature or it's just updated it and it's broken the code. Just for, like, I didn't change anything, but it didn't stop working. And the only thing is that, like, I think I've just got a glob import for it, this area. So it's possible that the other thing took over. Question. You probably shouldn't be in full screen. What did it say? Well, it crashed. So that does fun things. It says encountered an error. No. No. Yeah, it's funny. I definitely worth it. Okay. What did you do? Okay. We should also probably stop printing about like left clicking. I don't even know where that's coming from. I think it's main. Yeah, mouse clicked. Alright. Can we not start in full screen mode? God damn it. Yeah, mouse clicked can go now. So what did it say? It said something. Okay. So create a new Windows Sneck. Server started. Server UDB socket bound to window. Encountered an error in command closure default command handling result error entity middle fetch entity close. The entity with ID does not exist. Track location function details. If you are attempting to apply commands to this entity and want to handle these errors gracefully, consider create handle. Okay, so it wasn't actually an error. It was just like for some reason something despawned and it just had an issue. Okay. So that's the server running. I need you to maybe not be full screen. Yeah. Okay. I need you to not be full screen, please. Please. Nope, no, don't just duplicate a million times. Okay. Please stop being full screen. Oh god, and it's always on top. Oh no, no wonder I'm fucking dumb. Okay, yep. Thank you. It didn't really help. Can we like Windows click this over? Yeah, okay. Okay, so then we have to like make more consoles. New terminal. The idea is to have two clients in a server. So, client. Right. So, oh, what the fuck's your problem? You really don't like that? Wait, what? What do you mean? Fucking you? Oh no. Button input. The Bevy thing, thank you. Oh, we made a little bit further. Still one error to go. Where is it? Test component not bound. Oh, because it's super protocol test component. Right. Okay. It still didn't like that. I think it's not public, so it's got protocol. Test component. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Field is private. Not anymore. Okay. Because I want to know if I press spacebar on one of these clients, is it gonna? Nope. No, that's the server. Do not start a second. Oh no. What have I done? Why are you? Client. Now the sneaky thing is I don't think the client will start. Oh, what is it? Access is denied.
I mean, access is denied. Who's denying me? What's the bet? They've all got fucking different. Yeah, access is denied. Alright, so what we're gonna do is example into a new file. And this is client. And then we just go to main, we go AC, and then client, A, paste. Okay, and then we're gonna go, hey, can we cargo run dash example client feature client. I mean, it works because it's going to access a different A. Okay. So my question: if I press spacebar, well, first off, it's not doing any. Oh, okay. So it's not doing anything. And the way I know it's not. Oh yeah, well I didn't tell it to do it. That's right. It's just probably just spawning those. I thought I had written. I did. I definitely did in like protocol, but I don't think I actually attached it to the protocol. Yeah. Oh, it's not attached. It's add dot add underscore systems update printing. Okay. Right. It helps if you actually like export the code that does the thing. All right. So I don't think you want to do anything because I don't know, maybe. So the idea is that I guess if we run a second client, but that's also not going to work because it's going to be like client 2 because no, it is to me. It's so good. So good. Okay, yeah, so add a test component and it does that. Question, did the server say that? No, but the server also is a little bitch. And of course the server didn't say that. Because the server's running the wrong version. The server needs to like go to the version that's actually going to print something. Question, did you actually like connect to the server? I don't think you did. It says client side, but like it never said anything about connecting to the server. So I'm just going to assume that it didn't. So yeah, put that over there, and then we're gonna go like, hey, did you just like restart you? Like, are you actually gonna connect? My assumption is the answer is no. It didn't say anything. So my assumption is that you haven't actually connected to the client, the server at all. So annoying. So goddamn annoying. Like well, I don't actually think I even used the. Yeah, I don't think the netcode set up properly. I legitimately don't think I've done this properly. So, we're gonna go back to the examples. We're gonna work this out. So, we should maybe. I don't know. I mean, I can just copy the netcode shit. So we're gonna go like client. We're like, hey, so like, when did you set up? Add netcode. There we go. So we need to like say, hey, UDP add netcode, and then it's a UDP ID. Okay. So we didn't actually do that at all to the client, so that's probably what's going on. So we need to go like netcode no netcode code client maybe. What the fuck did they add? Something, that's for sure. Netcode configuration. No. Oh no, there it is. Authorization. No. Netcode client. The fuck did netcode client come from though? This is the issue that I ran into before. It's got to be obviously a feature. Okay, there it is. Okay, new. And then, well, okay, so this is where all that fucking code came from. Wait, no, don't do that. No. It was called like authorization. Configuration. Authorization manual. Manual. Server address. Server address. Fine. Okay. Well, except server address is socket address. Socket. Fine. Socket address. New. And it was like IP header you localhost. And port is 800. Okay. Client, no, it's not client address, it's client ID, thank you. And your client ID, I don't know. Well, you're 0, but like doesn't mean anything. Sure. You can both be client ID 0, and I want to see what happens when it spits it out. It says, hey, I don't know, and I dot into. Okay, good. So now you pass in not auth, not config, auth, and then your netcode config. Net code config evil. Is that what they've got? I think netcode config. Make sure the server time the connection is closed, token expires, -1 second. Fine. We will actually set up a netcode config. Okay. And then hilariously we may actually end up connecting to the server. Netcode config, thank you. Okay, it's not a bundle because one of these fuckers is not a bundle type. Which one do you think it is? Probably that one. Yes, considering that's the one we added. That broke it. Okay, so netcode client apparently not a bundle. That or there's more than 16 items there. That's definitely possible. Let's just work out how they did it. Netcode. They said, okay, so they inserted all this stuff. And then they said add a netcode, which they just inserted the netcode client. Oh, yeah, right. Fucking unwrap, that's what's wrong. Unwrap. Okay, yeah. I saw a little question mark at the end there. And we go, hey, okay. We also need the UDP thing. UDP.io default. Yeah. It's so dumb. It'd be so worth it if I can get it working. I don't know how I'm gonna host the like thing because like obviously I don't want to dox myself, and also like it's like I don't think my Starlink will let me have like a constant IP address, which makes it really hard to. Wait, panicked. Well, that's like better than not panic, I guess, because it means it did something. Client connected to server 1 and a 1. Okay. UDP socket bound to 000. Okay. Server UDP socket bound to yes. Okay. Main thread panicked out. Only one user of each socket address. Okay. Is normally permitted. Your point? They were different addresses. Correct? Incorrect. Oh, no, I think I know what went wrong. The client had both turned on, so it literally like connected to itself. Did it kick the other server out? What are you doing? Nothing. It didn't even connect to you. That's funny. Hey, well, you didn't crash this time because I didn't fucking start you as a server. Hey, you connected. Now I encountered an error with whatever the hell that was, and you encountered a different error, unrelated. Okay, client netcode 0 connected. Hello. Hello. If I was to like say send this, you said 42. You didn't say anything, so fuck you. Can I fire the other one? It's probably gonna yell at me because they're gonna have the same ID. So you said 42. I'm curious because I'm pretty sure it's in the protocol that they print out what happened. You failed. Okay. Oh, interesting. Because I can just say like client 2. Okay. So how do I? Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have to go to client here, my client. We have to like do a little cheeky, like derive a resource. Yep, that's a resource. Client ID, like that. And then we're gonna go, hey, so this is public. Home, pub, right? So we're gonna do that, and we're gonna go, hey, so when I spawn client, I need you to ID. Res client ID, and I'm gonna do that. Okay, cool. So that should allow us to have two different client IDs by, then we like go like up here and we say, hey, can we like app.insert resource network okay, let's pub use client apparently I didn't make it public one. Oh no, into the product. What the fuck are you doing in protocol? No, don't do that. In here. We're gonna say like config feature no, not server, client and paste client ID. Right, so then yeah, cool. Client ID. I love it because the AI can like know it without necessarily needing the network. Client ID. New client ID is 1. Yep, thank you. I technically actually, can I assume that means that there's the only way you can configure like examples to require certain let's go copy paste rename clients. Yeah, I mean I could just spool up a second thread. I guess I didn't actually need like a completely separate example. Clients. Okay. So we can go, hey, you actually run wait, you're just running the wrong thing. What's wrong with you? Okay, first off, what the fuck are you doing? And why do you work? Okay. So you work, which means I'm just gonna like delete you and I'm just gonna like new terminal. Hey, like, this works. Can you also run this? Like, no. Wait, now you're just throwing errors. Okay. Okay. It's called my client. So it helps if you actually like make code that works. But, like, no, it's still throwing errors. The answer is fuck you. Field is private. Yes, yes, indeed it is. I made it. Okay. Thank you. Okay, run now. I'm just gonna click on the button until it works. You know, eventually. Okay, so fuck it. It's 11 o'clock at night. Why can I never fucking sleep? Okay, so review. Okay, client 1 connected. Hey, and then you actually run clients, which is a different one. I think you connect 1, you connect 2. Okay, so you connected and you connected. Okay, that's not a okay. An existing connection was forcibly closed by the remote host. Not good to see. Okay, so now we have 2 connected. Question. So you say client network connected, and you say link connected, and then when I say hey sleeper, you spawned 42. You didn't see it. So they're connected. It's just not actually sending the thing. Have I not set up something? There was something about like you needed a some kind of like component sync. The issue is I think the component sync is like it only syncs components on the thing that the components are synced on. Maybe is it like an entity sync or maybe so this box, simple box, the protocol in the protocol of the simple box, they said, hey, this component here, player ID and player position and player. Okay, so maybe we should actually go into the main and like work out. So again, nothing happens in any of these examples that actually shows you how anything works. This is starting to drive me fucking insane. It's insane. So the spawn is connecting the spawn. Okay, so we need to go into like the protocol maybe, and inside the protocol, do they add? No, they don't fucking anything. There's no systems, client, lib, shared maybe. No, shared, just protocol plugin. Didn't do anything. Server handles. Okay, well, let's look what handling new clients does. Handle connection. Trigger on added connected. Query remote ID with child of a client of client query get trigger ID. Okay, so we're trying to get the client ID. Yeah. Entity spawn player bundle. Okay, replicate to client. Network target or replicate the player's entity to all clients that are connected to the server. Okay, so that's shocking. Okay, that's terrible. I don't like that at all. Okay, redirection target to clients, network target single. I know what this does. Interpolation target to client, network target all except single. Okay, control by owner, entity, lifetime duration default. Okay, ID and create a new player from client. Okay, so I think that's our problem, is that like it doesn't just sync components across. You've got to like add the thing that syncs them. So we need like this handle connection thing. Movement send message. Okay, so that's what it does, is it handles new clients, which are replication sender. Okay, wait. When a new client is connected to the server, an entity is created for it with a link of component. The entity represents the link between the server and the client. Okay, you can add additional components to update the link. In this case, we will add a replication sender that will enable us to replicate local entities to the client, to that client. Okay, yeah, maybe. I think I understand what this is doing. Okay, we have to like add observers. So we have to like go to the server. I named them so terribly. Go to the server. So this is a handle new connection. So this is a handle new connection, and then handle new connection says commands entity insert, and then replication sender. We have to turn this fucking thing back on. It's so annoying. Can I somehow configure this to be like example? Is it double thing? Like example? Something like this. Example. Path. Okay, can we say repeat features? Default default features false. And then can we say features client? Does that work? I don't know, but I'm hoping it does, because it really annoys me that I have to turn the default features on and off so I can develop this. Okay. Replication sender. No. Send interval. Okay. Send. Okay. Wait. So you need a duration. STD time duration. New. From millions 100. So in theory, it will send sync everything twice the speed. Okay, send updates since last day. We'll send all the updates that happened since the last tick when we received a knack from the remote. e.g. if the components were updated at tick 3, we will send the the update at tick 3, then at tick 4, we will send the update again, even if its components weren't updated because it still hasn't received an enact from the client. Okay, bandwidth capped enabled false. Okay, yeah, cool. So we need to be like, not you, yep. App.add observer handle new client. So when a new client connects, we stick a receiver on it and we name it client. Well, we should, yeah, link off. Wasn't there a thing that we could maybe do to name it? Probably should name them anyway. So this replication center will do something. I know. I think it said it syncs the components between the. That will enable replicating local entities to that client. Okay. So does it work now? Is that all we needed? Was to say, hey, like, technically it's going to do jack shit to you because, ironically, I don't think it's going to work because I think they're going to complain that there's 2 servers. Ironically, we have to restart the server because the server didn't. I also think I'm missing something. Yeah, I think you just started a server. Yeah, you did. You're an evil fucking evil little bastard. Okay, so first up, we need to. Oh, I know. Fucking taking over the game. Stop. Go away. Close. Thank you. Okay, I need to start you. What did you complain about? They just hiss at me. Anyway, these snakes get to go live on this other monitor because that's where these snakes live. And then we said go down to cargo here. Okay, we need to go to the bottom so we can see what's happening. So the server is open, and then we go, hey, like, can you run client and can you also run client? It's yelling at me because apparently this is not a valid thing to do. So we need to go here and be like, cargo. Disable default features for examples. Oh no, it hisses. So you connected to the client. Apparently you should also connect to the client. Cool. So the question is, if I go to one of these and I go like, why do you hiss? So you spawned it, but you didn't receive it. So I assume it's doing its job. I don't know. We can put it on the server. So handle new client. Oh, it hasn't done anything. Maybe. No, go away. I can't click on my web browser because you're in the way. And the answer is that is how apparently you set it to false, but it doesn't work. Yeah. All right. Cool. No, I don't get it. Cargo example config features. No, there were no features in examples. Whatever. It fucking whatever. So you did that, but you don't seem to be replicating anything. I don't know how I know if it's working or not. So that's no fun. I should also make them like print random numbers so that like it's obvious that you're actually sending the right thing. So if a new client connects to the server, but we want to spawn a new player for it, we have to react specifically on connection because there's no guarantee that the connection request we received was valid. The server should reject the connection attempt for many reasons. Server is full, packet is invalid, DDoS attacks, etc. We start the replication only when the client connection has confirmed. Okay, all right. So what we do is we say added, and then we say query, and then remote host. Okay, so we stuck it on, but we didn't do anything with it. Okay, with client of. Okay, and then commands. Then we say, hey, iron ID get. Okay, service return. Else client ID 0 entity component spawn bundle replicate to client. Where we replicate the player entity to all clients that are connected to the server. Okay. Prediction interpolation controlled by ID. Okay. So. So maybe we should just make them do random numbers. It seems like a protocol thing. Actually, no, it's a server thing. So it sounds like the server has to be the one that add observer has to spawn the has to be the one that does the the player things. Like you can't have a player spawn and then be like, hey, I want to do this or I want to do that. I mean, we could. We like need to like send a message or something. And the other option is to say like, hey. Interesting. Can we just like make at the very least those two not fucking spawn? Ironically, the server could probably just connect to itself. We could just like tell these two to fuck off and not keep messing with my server. Client of input client of we don't have a player bundle. That's a very specific queue thing. Replicate. Okay, insert this component to start replicating your entity. If the sender is an entity that has a replication sender. If sender is an entity that has a replication sender, we will replicate on that entity. If the entity, if entity is none, we will try to find a unique replication sender in the app. Wait, what? I don't get what that means. So we want to replicate this entity. Okay, well, we're spawning a new entity. So I think what it's saying is like if we put this on the client, it would say like we want to replicate to the client itself, but otherwise, so to clients, and we say we want to say all targets, network targets. What do we got? Target PM all. So we could say none is sent to no client. Message sent to all clients except one. To do use small work. Message sent to all clients except for these. Set to all, sent to only, and then single. Right. Shouldn't that also have to do use small work? Anyway, so server we're gonna use. So we say hey prediction target. What the fuck does prediction target? This documentation insert this component to specify which remote peer will start predicting the entity upon receiving the entity. Okay, and then interpolation target insert this component to specify which remote peer will start predicting this entity upon receiving it. Wait, what? Oh, it's probably because it's just taking that thing's documentation. To client. So prediction target and interpolation target. So the prediction target sounds like it's saying like this client, this person only gets to predict when this person. Okay, and then controlled by owner and lifetime. What happens to the entity when if its connected client disconnects? What the fuck does default do? Not your default. I want to know like no, the lifetime default. Connected owned lifetime session based. When the client that connected to the entity is despawned, the entity is despawned. The entity is not despawned even if the connected client disconnects. Interesting. Okay, so we did create player. Okay. So can we run that? We should restart the server because the server is actually the one that needs to have this piece of code running. You get really angry because I just turned the server on you. I don't think you've connected to it yet. Oh, apparently you did. This doesn't actually make any sense. How did you connect to? I fucking energy default.
plugins. Alright, I'm going to leave that on actually. I'm just going to say that because clearly it can connect to itself. So we're going to go default features. Nope, can't spell features equals false. Wait, actually, I don't think it equals false. So he's gonna do that. Oh no, I had it, you bastard. Okay, clients, and then we go dash default. Where's default features false. Nope. Okay. How do I no default feature. Okay. Okay. No dash default features. Well, damn it. Yeah. No default features. So that should stop those from ever running the client again without me needing to okay, then we're going to say terminal, new terminal, just so that we can get that in the command line. So first off, I don't know what you're doing. So we say client. Alright, so are you telling me that you have an yeah, okay. No. Okay, and then you can run and you'll just connect to yourself because you're a little weirdo. What do you do? Why can't you run? Why? Client failed, resource does not exist. Wait, what? Yeah, but you shouldn't. Oh, you're trying to run a client. Yeah, so you're that one. You're lucky you're gonna be client 0 because you're the server. Just so dumb. Fucking app. Insert resource client ID. Just client ID 0. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So you get to run without crashing this time, hopefully. I think you have to restart it, and they're both timed out. So okay, I'm gonna like Windows U across to here, and then we're gonna go, hey, can you like connect? No, you can't. So you can connect, and you can connect, and then both connect. Okay. So first off, did the server say? Okay. So the server said received UD packet from address. Spawn new link of entity, spawn entity. Okay. New connection on netcode of 2. Okay. Create a player entity with netcode 2 from client netcode 2. Okay. Question. Did they get anything? I don't know. I don't think either of you can see shit. I mean, the really easy thing to do. Okay. Oh, why are you? Okay. Actually, no. It despawns them after like 2 seconds. So, please don't hit at me. I don't need more consoles. So he's gonna move this over here. Nope, this is the wrong window. Please. Brain, it's getting late. I need to sleep. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go quickly. We're gonna go, hey, when you spawn this my server. Okay, when you spawn this new player in, you can say, hey, control by. Listen, you're also just gonna like give it a snake. Maybe. I'm gonna say we need the asset server. Asset server. Server. Where is asset server? I'm gonna say, hey, Sneck. New. Then we're gonna say assets of dot load. Then we're gonna say Sneck ID. So I guess we can make them boring, get them white spotted snakes. Hey, okay. So how do we spawn a new snake anyway? We should maybe also just remove that at least for now. So can we just like, hey, can you like not spawn these 2 snakes? Because but like, let's look at how we spawn snakes. So we spawn a snake, we give it a transform, we give it a facing direction. But what happens if we don't give it a facing direction? I don't think it does anything. It just doesn't move.
honest, it probably still moves because I think. Oh no, it doesn't because it'll just be none, 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 none. Okay, cool. So, and then we just give it the number of segments we want, which is probably 2, to be honest. I don't actually know what happens if we don't do that. But anyway, with children. With wait, can we go like this, isn't it? Children, and then it's like snake segment. I guess technically it would be like this. Snake segment, snake segment, snake segment. Right. We're gonna give it 2 segment snake. So we spawn them in with a 2 segment snake. I don't actually know what we do. Client ID. Where are they getting it from? Remote. Client of. Okay. So added connected. Okay. So this, so we restart this, my friend. There's going to be no snakes until something connects, and then at which point you'll spawn 1 snake. Okay. Okay, you did. You spawned a snake. And because I didn't give the snake... Is that me? Oh, I still love it so much. It's so dumb. Oh, it's the fucking best. What the fuck is this SWS snake? What? Oh no. Did I just like spell that wrong? Like, what? Where did they come from? What part of the snake is not? Okay. Snakes. Oh, I should also make the snakes actually work. I forgot. I have to go into here and somewhere. The git ignore. I have to like specifically enable certain assets so I don't accidentally share shit. So I'm gonna say assets and snakes. Yeah. Could probably put that as its own commit, maybe. Maybe. Over here. Here. Okay, apparently it didn't work. Git ignore. We liked it. Git ignore. Just didn't do anything. Strange. Do we have to like wildcard it maybe? Because that was enabling that specific thing. Wildcard? No? It is just called snakes, right? Yes, and I get it. Strange. Alright, yeah. Let's go back to work on this because I'm just getting distracted. I don't know where that is coming from. Oh, it's so we were looking inside snakes. White spotted. One of these is clearly not like the others. It's got a W in it. And then A. What the fuck? Snake 1, please. What the fuck did I do there? Okay. Anyway, right. We needed to. We were. Oh no, the snake is making noises. The snake is eating a vacuum cleaner. Okay. Okay, so we need to give it a direction, facing direction, right? Otherwise, it doesn't move. Okay. So then when it spawns in, it's to start moving because it starts moving in the direction it's facing, and then that propagates through the list. So maybe that's why it feels behind us because it technically like leaves. Oh, hello. Oh, okay, well I have no control of you because you're not my snake. You're just a snake. Okay. Okay. So, when we do the replication protocol, we have to replicate facing direction. That's what we need. I don't know how the hell it does the control by. Obviously, I don't know how that like. I know what that's supposed to represent. So it's the protocol. When you get a protocol, we need to say, hey, register app.register component. Just duplicate this down, please. My brain is shutting down. Okay. So we're gonna say snake crate snake facing direction. That's what you replicate. You replicate the facing direction. It doesn't have serialize. Yes, I know it doesn't have serialize. I kind of wish I could write my own fucking serialize. Because I really don't need to like have 30 in this crate. Really don't want it. Anyway. Okay. Serialize, deserialize. Okay. So now we replicate the snake's facing direction across. The question is, how the hell do I know which component is this component? Also, what the hell happens on the rest of them? Because, like, surely the snake itself isn't when we could replicate the snake. Like, I would think that the children have to be copied. Like, why? Maybe. So you connect to yourself, which obviously then spawns itself. But, like, of course it's visible from the server. It's the server. But, like, I guess that technically you guys don't need to fucking see the snake. You're really dumb, but you don't need to see the snake. So when it connects, there should be a new snake. Now it's gonna be really weird, and hopefully the timing is good, and I don't end up like fucking connecting to a snake. Like when a new snake. Now you look at don't snake cluster. This is the a new snake, not this clusterfucker. This clusterfucker. So there's now two snakes. Okay, there's two snakes now. So working. We could also probably spawn some food, but there's two snakes now. The issue is that the server didn't get told that this is like the client never got told there was a second snakes. Like, I think we did tell it to replicate to all, which kind of just means that like, I don't know. I mean, in theory, I think it killed it. Yeah, it did. It killed the second snake because the client disconnected. I bet you went. Yeah, I mean, probably should make them disconnect when they dropped. Anyway, so we said we replicate to all clients, which interestingly means that we can tweak this while we're on the client thing, because in theory when I connect, the new snake will come across because like it's being replicated across. But it does also mean that the only thing we know about is the we need to. I'm curious because I don't know if it replicates children. That's the problem. Because like I need it to replicate, but I don't want to replicate all children. Maybe that's why it only replicates certain components. This seems like a really bad way of doing networking. If I have to like make sure that everything, I guess the idea is that you pass an event across saying like, hey, spawn this thing, and then instead of like syncing all the worlds all the time, so like what you would do, because in theory all I need to do is spawn a new snake segment when a new snake segment spawned. So like maybe they should be done with events or messages. Okay. First off, we don't need prediction or interpolation. It's just stupid. Get rid of that now. So control by, which is just a way of saying like despawn it when this happens. So we have snake, and the issue is that the snake isn't replicated. Oh, but if we make the snake replicated, now I'm curious if like snake, interesting. I wonder, can handles be serialized and deserialized? So snake segment, 30 serialized and deserialized. Expected type found trait. Oh no, these are required. Not derived. Oops. Let's do this. So there's room, and then we're just gonna grab these two and just put them up. Does that work? No, because handle is not deserialized. Interesting. So I don't think I can implement deserialize and serialize because specifically because
If I did to serialize the snake, I don't think I can get to the handle. Maybe I can though. But can I like implement 30? I would need my own custom serializer. Yeah, I would. God damn. How the hell are you supposed to sync handles across? It said something about mapping. Do they have examples of? They've got lots of examples, like lots of examples. Launcher, FPS, projectiles. Projectiles? My issue is I think that the way that they're projectile, they're going to do this is they're just going to have an enum that's like, this thing. And it's like, yes, but like, I mean, in theory, I could also send across what my fucking snake is, but it's the whole point. Client network weapon projectile. It's like, again, yeah, they're just basically spawning shapes. They're not actually like syncing anything important across. Client. Okay. Simple startup. Maybe should have started here. Oh, bring it really. Shared plugin client. I think I bet they're still bringing the CLI. Clap parser CLI. Where'd you come from? Mode. No, apparently not. Shared. Bidirectional. Okay. Networks. Okay, so interesting. I don't know what I'm doing at the moment. So current okay, so what does this translate to in terms of code? So annoyingly, I don't think there's any way I can make a serializer that can pass the snake across. Because there's no way to reconstruct the handle on the other side. Like, there's no way to turn a snake into a series of bytes and back out to the side. I mean, you could, because you could serialize them into UUID handles, but that seems like a real pain in the ass. And we also kind of like serialize the frame. Cool. Kind of pointless still. How would we send? So, I mean, the obvious thing to send the snake size across is to go like, hey. So it reckons that any component. How do I do messages maybe? Or does it like? I mean, maybe we should look at the book. I assume that the book concepts transport serialization packets. No. Buffer. No. Connection, multi-connection, reliability, repeatability, Bevy, integration. System order. Pre-update, receive, flush, predict, interpret, late, fixed update, tick, buffer, main, post, send. Cool. Client. Oh, it's empty. Events. Advanced replication. Prediction, a visual. You see, I very much could, but not really. Do you have, no, you don't have a serializer. Because I was thinking what you could do, in theory, is, because it would just never what the serializer is. But I could, I could like send the file name across, sort of thing. Like, I can extract exactly what the
the snake is. It's not that hard. I don't think, at least. I can like look at the file and whatnot. The issue is I can't like do that in the sense of like in the client here to send the snake across. We would need to know what the snake is. Well, I guess that's the idea, is that the server actually does know what the snake is. So when but it's not a bidirectional server. It's the fact that I don't know how to make it go, hey, like I need this information. And I don't want to go and modify my snake again, specifically so that the snake just holds on to a copy of the snake. Because I could just use this to look up the snake type and just send the snake type. Like that's serializable. That's very easy to do. And then I can just replicate the snake on the other end. The issue is I don't know how to make you actually replicate the like when do you trigger the replication? My assumption is that like I gotta go like work out when they send messages, maybe. Like there's something about when they send messages. Serialize my message. Single message center. Okay. With replicated added component. Like, is there a way to maybe, can I add my own custom? No, not really likely, is it? Trying to look at how you would replicate component. Makes sense. It doesn't so well, get it. So in a protocol, what can I do in a protocol? Let's go back to here and go, hey, protocol. Protocol. You said something about protocol. Okay. So inputs define the client's input type A, the actions the user can perform, e.g. move, jump, shoot. Messages define a message protocol. List of components that can be replicated between the client and the server. Defines channel. The message between the client and server. Components. Protocol. Okay, so key concepts. Protocol trait. A protocol contains multiple subparts. Input defines the user input, which is an enum of all the inputs that the client can send to the server. Input handling can be added. Adding the input plugin. Okay. Leaf wing input only if this feature wing is enabled. Defines the leaf wing action state that the client can send to the server. Input handle can be added by adding the plugin. Yep. Okay. Message registry will hold metadata about all the messages that can be sent over the network, and each message must be serialized, deserializable, plus cloned. Okay. You can register a message with a command add message channel bidirectional components. Weirdly, it doesn't need to have deserialized. What do you mean? Defines the component. Defines the component protocol, which is an enum of all the components that. That can run between the client and the server. Each component must be serialized plus clone plus component. You can register a component with register component ID, channel direction, server to client. That's different because I don't think that's what that's not what mine was doing. Anyway, you can add a specific additional behavior for the component, such as prediction and interpolation. Clients, channels. The protocol should also contain a list of clients used to send a message to a channel, defines guarantees about the packets that we sent to the network, reliability in order, etc. You can register clients with a mode, order, reliability, setting default. Okay, doesn't really help replicate. Okay, You can use replicate bundle to initialize replicating entity from a local world to a remote world. It consists of multiple smaller components, each control an aspect of replication. Replication target to describe who to replicate to. Okay. Visibility mode to enable internal interest management. Controlled by, so the server can track which entity is owned by each client. Replication group to know which entity the updates should be sent together in the same message. Okay. Replicate hierarchy to control if the children of an entity should also be replicated. Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay. Yes. Okay, so we want to go to my server and say replicate to client. Replicate hierarchy. Disable replicate. Okay, so replicate children maybe. Here's the thing. Expected value found structure. So wait, disable replicate hierarchy. So that implies when disable hierarchy marker component is added to an entity, it will stop replicating their children. If the component is added to an entity with replicate, its children will be replicated using the same replication setting as the parent. Okay, this is achieved via the marker component replicate like a parent added on each child. You can remove the replicate like parent component to disable this child entity. You can then add this add the replicate component on the children to replicate it individually from its parent. So that kind of to me implies that so here's the thing. Snake. No. So we're in Snake segment. We're going to say you don't require. You derive 30 serialized and 30 deserialized. Right. So we have 30 serialized and deserialized, and so we're going to register that component. So here, the hey app.register register component, and we're going to say no. Sure. Register Sneck size. Register the snake. We'd stick the snake ID on it anyway. Not snake size, snake segment. So you don't have apparently got you. Why would you need equal and par equal? Okay, no, that derives. Why would you need that for the protocol? They must only send certain things over. You don't have 30 apparently. 30 serialized, deserialized. Okay. 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 So curious because in theory, when if it does replicate the children, which we should probably make the clients stop spawning the test stuff, because if they don't. The issue I think is we need to work out how to maybe insert the player ID, because I'm assuming we will be able to know when a snake is replicated across, because otherwise it's going to be useless. But presumably we can look up our own. We know what our connection ID is, and therefore when it's 1 second snake. Okay, now question: did you spit out some issues with? Is he connected? Yeah, you had a bit of a fit last time. Some disc. They look the same. Don't hiss at me. Oh god. Okay, so the interesting thing is that you don't see. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be replicating the children, because otherwise I would have assumed that the that brain, if it was just replicating the children by default, replicate to server. Ooh. Okay, so surely, instead of me trying to fuck around working out, no, I think it's better because it's client. There's a server to send to the client. Yeah, we want to also replicate the. I know you're already trying to work out the snake type, aren't we? The issue isn't it because the snake type is snake. Why are you not replicating the hierarchy? Like, again, I get that this is like outdated, but it says replicate hierarchy. Disable component to control which specific components will be replicated for a given entity. If you only want to replicate a subset of the components, replicate once component and override target component. Oh, look, you can register resources. Okay, so that's interesting because by default, every component in the entity that is part of the component registry will be replicated. Any changes into these components, however, the entity state will always be consistent with the remote entity state will always be consistent. The remote entity will always contain an exact same combination of components as the local entity, even if it's a bit delayed. Okay, you can remove the replication target component to pause the replication. This can be useful when you want to despawn an entity on the server without replicating the despawn. An entity can be despawned immediately on the server, but needs to remain alive for the client to play the dying in it. You can find some of the replication solution. The replication switch. You can also replicate Bevy resources. This is useful when you want to update resources on the server and keep synced copies in the client. This only works for resources that also implement clone and should be limited to resources which are cheap to clone. Okay, to replicate a resource, ensure that you have a channel that can be replicated over. It can be done by creating a public struct drives channel and adding it to the protocol. Next, define the resource and register it. Okay. Resource. Register. Add channel. Okay. Okay. Finally, to replicate the resource, you can just add a command replicate resource. One. Use the command .replicate resource replicate method. You will need to provide the channel and a network target to specify how to replicate it should be done and to which clients the replication should be replicated. To stop replicating a resource, you can use the stop replicating resource method. This won't delete the resource from the client, but it will stop editing it. Okay, so I think it's somewhere in protocol. Something tells me that if I said like app dot disable component, register disabling component, so the issue is this stuff's all coming from Bevy. So if we turn Bevy off, we have to obviously turn on some things so that we can still use them. But my thinking is if we turn off like all of the Bevy's like prelude, then we'll only see like a lot less stuff. What? No. Import Bevy component. Added and log. Log. Don't, no. Specifically getting rid of prelude bastard. Okay, so dot component. Okay. Yes. I knew it'd be there somewhere. Okay. Okay. Register the component in the registry with this component can now be sent over the network. You'll need to provide your own serialization function. Okay.
But what the hell is the serialization function? I love it. This is going to be Sneck. Create Sneck. Sneck. Yeah. Okay. So why do you need equal and par equal? Okay. I don't care because I just derive these, but then, like, it doesn't make sense. Equal par equal, you can have a hash to. I don't think you can. You don't want copy because you're actually a con. Okay, so okay, what the fuck is a serialization function? Serialize, writer, reader, M. What is M though? Okay, interesting. Mute writer, mute reader. But what is a mute writer and a mute reader? Serialization function. Yes, I get that. But what the fuck is a writer? What, yeah, writer. Here's the erased serialization functions. Send and email. Message pointer. Erased serialization function. Writer. Here's the issue.